Just start streaming. Let me add the YouTube chat before I do anything. So, because I have to start streaming in order for it to work. Because I have to start streaming in order for it to work. Oh, Lisa, can you hear me? Hello? Hey, bro? Okay. Oh, wait, I didn't put in an audio input device. Like, Lisa, can you hear me? YouTube studio, I guess. Um, wait, I'm just gonna figure this out. Hold on. I'll hang up. Bye. Good night. Good night. YouTube studio, I guess. Wait, I'm just gonna figure this out. Hold on. I'll hang up. Bye. Good night. Good night. YouTube studio, I guess. Wait, I'm just gonna figure this out. Hold on. I'll hang up. Bye. Good night. Good night. YouTube studio, I guess. Wait, I'm just gonna figure this out. Hold on. I'll hang up. Bye. Good night. Good night. YouTube studio, I guess. I'm just gonna figure this out. Hold on. I'll hang up. Bye. Good night. Good night. YouTube studio, I guess. Where's the chat? Where's it for right here? Perfect. Yeah. And then we're gonna make it huge. And we're gonna put it at the very top. Where's it for right here? Oh, there we go. Perfect. Um, yeah, guys. And then we're gonna make it huge. Do I sound better? I always sound better. Okay. Where's it for right here? Oh, there we go. Perfect. Um, hello? Guys. And then we're gonna make it huge. Do I sound better? I always sound better. Okay. That's good. That's good. Um, hello? Okay. I'm gonna brush my teeth and then I'll be back. I'm gonna go to bed. Okay. Dream looking chat? Uh, uh, yeah, sure. Wait, what? What? Bro, I'm sleeping, bro. I don't want to light my eyes. Alright, fine. I'll do no light, no nightlight. I think I have a see? I have that red. My what? Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Wait, I'll put on like lo-fi, whatever. I just want like rain music or like rain. ASMR sleep. ASMR eating. Oh, should I make like a small little screen in the bottom right? ASMR eating noises. Let's do 8 hours. 10 hours. Okay, good.
We all do it. You see a line and wonder, should I join?
Okay. The what? Yeah, of course it is. Okay, I wonder if it's gonna be able to play. Add browser to.
When a shopping cart smashed my headlight, we worried we'd have to fight to get paid for such a small claim.
And life would revolve around the shopping cart. But that never
I don't
happened.
want it to be too
Geico got
loud.
it fixed fast.
It feels good to get going again. It feels good to Geico.
If you are facing advanced non-small cell lung cancer,
Is that
asking
okay?
your doctor about a treatment plan with Keytruda is key.
Or should I delete it? Should I
Keytruda is
delete
an
it?
immunotherapy. Keytruda plus chemotherapy has been proven in a clinical trial to help
Didn't
patients
even
live
skip
longer
the
compared
ads or
to
anything.
chemotherapy
It's just
alone.
everything.
Keytruda may be used with certain chemotherapies as your first treatment if you have advanced non-squamous non-small cell lung cancer and you do not have an abnormal EGFR
I
or
can't even
ALK
like
gene.
edit the
Keytruda
video
causes
on
your
here
immune
though.
system
Like
to
I have
attack
to like
healthy parts of
I
the
can't
body
like
during
edit
or after
anything in it.
treatment. This may be severe and lead to death.
It's like it's just gonna be like ads on ads on ads on
Shortness of
ads.
breath, chest pain,
I
diarrhea,
can't.
severe stomach pain,
I
nausea,
can't
vomiting,
skip it,
eye
dude.
problems, irregular heartbeat, extreme tiredness,
Or
constipation,
should I just make it?
dizziness, or
I'll make it a
tremor.
display capture. How about that? And then like I can skip and shit. Hmm, okay. Mm, that's different. Doesn't work on the screen. All right. We're gonna go on Google. Yeah. Yeah, this is Mint. There we go. How's that look? Really full screen. Um, it's still yeah, I don't have a nightlight, bro. No, bro, like it's gonna light my face. Oops, guys, I'm just telling you, bro. Uh, do I have a nightlight? I might. Where's turning the lights on? So I said what? Thank you. Yeah, let's see if we can give me some money like that. Just the way it paints it. If I get this nightlight, it will actually be like awesome. No, dude, that's directly in my face. Look, I don't get what you want me to do, bro. It's like, oh, dude, put the light directly in your eyes when you're trying to sleep. You're like, how? Do you want me to put it on my frame, like my bed frame? I just put it on my bed. Dude, I can't sleep like that. Dog, it's in my face. Oh, I can probably do this. No, that's too fun. Okay, hold on. Is there a blanket thing with it? Yeah. Maybe do this part. It's like a towel.
Get Detroit-style slices and sticks for $4.99
I don't know
from
if that's
Little
gonna work.
Caesars. 2 delicious slices and
I think
4
it's too
pieces
dark.
of Italian cheese bread. You get both all to yourself. Aren't you spoiled? Try Detroit-style slices and sticks for $4.99 from Little Caesars.
Pizza, pizza.
This is impossible. Dude, you don't see what this looks like on my side, bro. Okay, look on this side. This is how bright it is. You can see this. You're just lying to me. Like, let's see. Oh, I fucking, oh. It's actually a good idea. Wait, I gotta ask my mom though where if she has a sleeping mask. Mashallah. Hold on, let's see. I hate that. You never slept with a sleeping mask before. Huh? is so sneaky. Wait, do you think I can say what underwear? Like, I don't like that it's like a little phone view, bro. Okay, can I find like a? Oh, I hate this. Oh, this video is gonna be disgusting. Oh no. Did you see what I just clicked on?
American Family Insurance.
Oh, I'm
Stop
gonna
taking
watch
e
and
notes
see where
and
you're
let
at.
ClickUp AI Note Taker do it for you. It allows you to focus on your meetings, not your notes.
This is
It
the
captures
second,
everything, from action items to key decisions. And after every call, you get a clear summary. But where it really goes to the next level is that it's the only AI Note Taker that connects your
Well, I
meetings
didn't
to
skip
the
the
rest of
ads.
your work. So stop stressing about taking
Okay, I'm
notes
going
and
to
get
skip.
the AI Note Taker that works for you. Get
I'm setting alarm at 7:30. Yeah, I guess, yeah. Oh my god. Do you want to see my room right now, bro? Look, this is what I'm seeing. This is what I'm not gonna see, I guess, because I have the thing on. It's in the back of my room, just. Can I set up? I can't believe I'm doing this, bro.
Hey, you're watching my official compilation channel, but if you want to see my newest videos as soon as they're uploaded, check out my main channel, Chat History. Alright, enjoy the video. Well, now you've done it. You fell down a weird witch's wormhole and landed yourself in ancient Egypt. So, can you survive? Let's find out. The first thing you might ask is, which ancient Egypt? Because the entirety of ancient Egypt spanned across several thousands of years with quite a few different eras. Let's go with, the iconic New Kingdom, the height of Egyptian power and influence, and the most documented for research purposes. How convenient. Since you made it to this video, I'm going to assume that you're not a literal mouth-breathing, knuckle-dragging, fragile infant. So you can give yourself a pat on your freshly whipped back, because you've already survived the hardest part, childhood. Being a kid wasn't easy. Since they didn't have any fancy beeping machines to hook moms up to and keep babies alive, infant mortality rates were extremely high. 20 to 50% of babies didn't make it out the womb. If you survived being born, next up was surviving the world, much harder. With things like disease, hunger, and other environmental factors out to get you, it's not going to be a stroll through Easyville. I mean, some of these kids look so frail you could practically see their blinking health bar. Hang in there, guys. Oh, bummer. Your main duty as a kid is to help out the family that brought you into this world. We're talking chores, taking care of your siblings, protecting the farm, learning the family business, everything necessary for survival. As far as food, it's whatever Mama and Papa could scrape together, which is mainly bread, milk, fruits, and veggies. Ever have half an onion on dry bread with warm milk? It's actually pretty disgusting, but it's what keeps you growing. Because if you don't eat, well... And hey, if your papa has a high enough fishing level, he could bring home a pretty sweet catfish to tear into. Get that protein. Your mother, assuming she survived slopping you out of her belly, would feed and care for your ungrateful ass. But none of that is applicable since you just got orphaned by the space-time continuum. Before we take a look at what to do next, let's see where you would fit in the grand scheme of society, because everyone has their place. Ancient Egyptian society worked in a hierarchy with rich and powerful guys at the top and everyone else at the not top. So really no change from the modern world. The head honcho around these parts is the pharaoh. He's the divine king and whatever he says, goes. Subscribe. Just under him are his closest bros and advisors. Then we have an educated and skilled middle class, and then a laboring lower class with slaves and servants at the bottom, which were usually foreign prisoners of war. Since there's a 95% chance that you'd stick out like a turd in a punch bowl amongst a well-tanned, weird-talking population, you'd probably be captured and sold into slavery. Tough break, outsider. But let's assume you can convince the xenophobic guards that you're one cool dude. Hey, I'm one cool dude. It worked. Time to get a job. Since you can't speak Wingdings 3, you're gonna have to prove your worth through manual labor. Luckily, there's plenty of jobs to choose from like farming and... Over 90% of all ancient Egyptians were farmers, so there's plenty of friends and rivals to be made. You know, see who could grow the best onions or whatever it is farmers did for fun, finger each other's cabbages, I don't know. But your absolute best friend is the Nile River, which is your #1 source of delicious brown water for your crops. Just don't taste test it. Thankfully, the application process to work on a farm is no more than moving a rock from here to there. And with your stellar gamer build, you can easily get the job done. Just remember to lift entirely with your back. As a bonus, you can read and write, not in hieroglyphics, but in cooler things like letters and numbers, perfect for taking your own notes. You're hired. Now you can get to work and earn that bread. But since the Persians haven't invaded yet and introduced proper currency, you'll be working for literal bread. So you slave away for months on Bahir's family wheat farm, eating your brown bread and sandy beer dinners while sleeping on a filthy, crusty, dusty dirt floor. Watch out for snakes, they bite. Day in and day out, you swing your sickles and your hoes, dreaming about the hose you left behind, taking extra caution not to get too distracted. Ah, looks like you cut off Bahir's arm. Bahir will remember that. It's then you look down and notice some squishing between your toesies. The ground's getting rather moist. Ah, the Nile's flooding, you say to no one. After you finish fighting off the invading river rats using your +7 strength copper sword, it's time to pause the farming grind and try your hand at construction while the Nile does its thing. Oh look, the Pharaoh wants you to help build a new pyramid. Lucky you. Since you have countless hours placing virtual cobblestone under your belt, this sounds like a pretty sweet gig. Just keep an eye out, because sometimes it's not yourself that you need to watch out for. Daily labor is just part of your worry though, because you still have
EVE Online is a vast universe, alive with the unrelenting activity and combined history of its players. Pursuing lives of adventure, warfare, and prosperity, they share this existence in the biggest single shard, free-to-play MMO of all time. Set 21,000 years in the future, EVE takes place in a distant cluster of over 7,000 star systems known as New Eden. It is a rich and diverse universe featuring densely populated havens of relative safety governed by 4 great empires. Hostile systems where player alliances make the rules. Even regions of anomalous and unexplored space that hold their own secrets. You play as a Capsuleer, a revered breed of highly trained pilot, having achieved immortality through the use of cloning technology. You navigate the universe encased in an armored capsule deep within your ship, where you have complete neural control and function as one. There are hundreds of ships to fly in EVE. Everything from small, nimble craft and versatile mid-range vessels to formidable warships and colossal freighters. Each has advantages and suited roles, but all are completely customizable as you decide how to equip and arm them. What you do in New Eden is entirely up to you. EVE's immense sandbox gives you the opportunity to choose between multiple professions and activities. The key to this unique customization of your playstyle is skill training. This is a passive process, and it continues whether you are in or out of game. As a new player, you can focus on one specific area in order to quickly reach the same level of specialization as a veteran. So be adventurous and explore new avenues of development for your character, as you can always change role and reinvent yourself if desired. If you want to fight, combat in EVE can involve solo missions against non-player adversaries, or small group skirmishes, while for some, it can even be the thrill of fleeting up with thousands of fellow pilots and battling over disputed territory. If you want to explore, then the discovery of uncharted space and ancient regions that promise riches, danger, and adventure await you. You can also engage in the business of prosperity, be it industry, mining, or even interstellar piracy. The beauty of life in New Eden is that all of these activities, and many more, can be done alone or with others. A unique in-game market, unprecedented in scale and degree of player control, is the beating heart of New Eden. Players are responsible for the manufacture of almost everything you can buy or sell. The gathering and refinement of resources, the building of ships, equipment, and even some space stations. EVE's players are core to how the universe is filled and how the economy thrives. Players in EVE can band together to form corporations where they can enrich their experience, learn new elements of gameplay, and share their wealth and goals. When these player-run corporations grow to become larger entities, they can merge with other corps to form alliances. Powerful alliances regularly compete for control and influence over large areas of space, waging wars and engaging in record-breaking battles. Even taking down well-defended, sprawling, player-built space stations. In the spirit of exploration and mystery, new content and experiences are constantly introduced into the universe, with over a decade of free expansions leading to continual development and evolution of gameplay. While every action and decision has consequences for the universe and its hundreds of thousands of players, the game remains very much about your unique adventure and story. A story that will forever be woven into the fabric of EVE.
Taxes was feeling unwelcome. Now Taxes is an open door to new TurboTax stores. Meet our experts. They do your taxes, so you can walk out with confidence. Now this is Taxes.
Diseases, like slaves, are the hot and trending collectible of the time. You could even trade them to your friends if you're feeling generous enough. I got trachoma. Well, I've got first edition smallpox. Check it out. With your 21st century wrinkle brain, you know that you need to keep clean to prevent disease. So you take a dip in the Nile to wash your many crevices. Just downstream of the laundry, which is downstream of the town's dumping grounds. Uh-oh, looks like you picked up a friend. A parasitic flatworm went and crawled up your roundworm. And now, you have schistosomiasis. With that comes a fever and aggressive diarrhea. And since we're in ancient times, you know what that means. But little wriggling worms aren't the only threats you face. Like the infected fellas a minute back found out, there were many different diseases sickening up the land. The most popular being tuberculosis, smallpox, and malaria. These guys would make sure that your stay in ancient Egypt would be a quick one, so be sure to swat some skeeters and tell your neighbors to cover their coughs for Ra's sake. Oh, sorry, I thought that there was a mosquito on you. Yeah, you too. Anyway, you get back to chiseling some sandstone blocks and, oh, looks like you caught Pharaoh checking out the goods. He admires your strong physique, attention to hygiene, and glistening back sweat. He even heard about your conquering of the river rats, and he's impressed. Those are some good qualities. Good qualities for a soldier. You just got bumped up a few societal ranks. Look at you go. Oh, Pharaoh wants to expand his empire. Well, now your promotion makes sense. Time to go to war. Being a soldier can't be too hard, right? You just pick up a shield and a sword and swing it a little. After all, people are just bigger rats. Oh, sweet, they even have the cool curved swords.
Curved swords.
It's called a khopesh, and boy does it hurt. But if swinging a sword ain't your style, you can opt for something a little less slashy and a little bit more stabby. If you want to poke someone further away but still want to be close enough to revel in their death, I recommend a spear or javelin. If you really have the urge to stab someone at least a few thousand scarabs away, go for the simple and sweet bow and arrow. It never fails. Unless you miss. Alright, time to step onto the sandy battlefield and fight for a country you just fell into. The enemies of the day are the Sea Peoples. No one really knows who they were, and they most likely came from somewhere north of the Mediterranean. But Pharaoh don't give a good gosh dang. They've been flaunting their stupid looking boats and shit for the last time. Fuck you, Egypt! Oh, it's so on. Now, the first thing you're gonna want to do is... Oh, damn. Alright, let's try that again. Respawn. Okay, quick time dodge the arrow, fire your own. Ooh, nice shot. Good arc, stable flight, and... Ugh, right on target. Good job murdering that guy with absolutely no complex backstory or family that he was fighting to protect from invaders. To him, you were the bad guy. But hey, war is hell, isn't it? You keep popping off shots and taking out numerous expendable enemy NPCs. While you continue to just riddle the battlefield with arrows, you notice something in your peripheral. Not something, someone. Oh, hey Bahir, didn't know you were a soldier. Oh, thank God. It was just a dream. Oh boy, looks like the witch got you again. This time, you gracefully land in Independence, Missouri in the mid-1800s. Everyone's packing up and moving out west to seek their fortune in greener pastures, and you don't want to get left behind. Think you have what it takes to blaze the trail? Let's find out. Since you've just been thrown into this reality, you're only as good as the skills that you can provide. As we all know, there's only 3 kinds of people in this world: bankers, farmers, and carpenters. Nothing else. And thanks to good old democracy, you are now... a crafty carpenter. You enjoy getting hammered and occasionally nailed. You've got some solid survival stats and decent savings. Good choice. Not that it was yours anyway. Here's your complimentary wife and 2 adorable little cherubs to help you on the trail. Look how cute they are. Your mission is to travel down the soon-to-be-famous Oregon Trail. Over 2,000 miserable miles of dirt, disease, and death, formally established in 1836 to help pioneers move out west. But why would I move out west, you might ask? Because you want to. But more importantly, the US government wants you to. Look, the eastern states are getting all congested, industrial, and smoggy. So the United States needs to do some good old expansion. Thanks to the Louisiana Purchase in 1803 and the Oregon Treaty in 1846, there's a lot of fresh open land to settle. Why live in the economic decline of disgusting cities in the east when you could manifest that destiny and fill up those lungs with fresh air on the fertile plains? That's good air.
I actually use Grammarly all the time to help me write emails to my team. They have pro features too, like sidebars. This allows me to highlight a section of my writing and review several options for how to improve it. This can make my long, blabbering email to my editors come in much more succinctly. I also love the setting goals feature that allows me to tell Grammarly who I'm speaking to and what kind of tone I'm aiming for. These tools improve my efficiency, but also maintain my voice. Grammarly works where you work with integrations in over 500,000 apps and websites, allowing you to stay in the flow. Sign up and upgrade to Grammarly Pro to level up your productivity.
At Sophia Learning, we believe in making education more accessible and affordable for everyone. That's why we offer online college-level courses that are transfer-friendly. We know students are real people with real challenges, but Sophia can be a real solution. Sign up today and fast-track your degree.
If the opportunity of prosperity wasn't enough to convince you, how does free land sound? Thanks to the Oregon Land Donation Claim Act of 1850, pioneers can claim up to 640 acres, 2.6 square kilometers, of land completely free. Time to get supplies. Look, if you're going to be slogging down a few thousand miles of rocky trail, you're going to need to be well supplied if you want to stand any chance of surviving. Pioneers stocked up their supplies in trailhead towns just like Independence, Missouri. Things like food, clothes, tools, livestock, and perhaps the most critical American asset, guns. Because when you're out on a seemingly endless sand ocean, anything's fair game. What's to stop a desperate thief from stealing your precious supplies and or daughter? Your gun. So be sure that you're well equipped to donate a few lead slugs to their cause. And of course, you could also hunt for food if you need to. When it came to food, a family of 4 would need about 1,000 pounds of the stuff. This was usually beans, rice, flour, sugar, coffee, and dried meats and veggies. Don't forget your pots and pans and your fresh water barrel, or else you'll be washing down your salty deer jerky with a cup of dried rice. For tools, you're gonna need to be making repairs when stuff breaks, and stuff will break. Since you're a carpenter and know how to carpent properly, you're set with a hammer, a saw, and an axe. And of course, you'll need some spare clothes, otherwise you'll be walking around with some breezy cheeks. In order to haul all of your stuff down the trail, you're gonna need a big ol' wagon. This sucker right here is a prairie schooner. Not as beefy as the heavy Conestoga wagons used for shipping freight, but you can still fit so many supplies and family members in this bad boy. With 4 ox power, tricked out wooden wheels, and a non-existent suspension, the kids will be uncomfortably wobbling down a trail at a spine-shattering 15 miles per day. You and your wife, however, will be getting your steps in the entire way. Every day is leg day on the Oregon Trail. So with a modest $800 to your name, you talk to the general store owner and place your order. Yes sir, what can I do you for? Well, about 20 bucks, but I'm kinda looking for some supplies. Sure thing, take a look around. Yeah, can I get, So can I just get one of everything? Yeah, I'll ring you up. You better get used to that wagon, because you're about to spend about 6 months in it. You've got almost 2,200 miles of trail ahead of you, but you're not alone. In fact, over 400,000 other pioneers are also making the trek. Just don't make too many friends, because you'll end up burying some of them along the way. About 10% of those who hit the trail ended up really hitting the trail. For better survival stats, many families opted to form traveling caravan groups consisting of dozens of wagons to support each other, but having so many people around inevitably led to disagreement. Hey, can you pass the beans? I don't know, can I? The fuck's your problem? So in order to avoid descending into complete chaos, leaders and officers were elected to direct the caravans, laying out agreed upon ground rules dictating what to do in certain events. So if grandma slips and takes a wheeler 50 to the spine, we all know who gets all of her stuff. Enjoy those dentures. Proper planning gave you those. These concrete rules were designed to prevent arguments down the line. But, of course, humans will be humans. I just wanted some beans. But you're a simple fella who makes simple decisions, so you're probably fine, right? What could go wrong? Being on the road for about a month now, you've passed through a few forts and landmarks, and besides a few snakes and your son hucking some stuff off of the wagon for fun, things have been going pretty well. Huh. Well, time to put the carpenter skills to use and make repairs. While there's some downtime, the family has an opportunity to catch up on some chores. Just remember to keep your guard up and avoid any, Since your wagon conveniently broke down next to a freshwater spring, your wife is able to replenish the water supply before washing the farts out of your family's clothes. Meanwhile, your daughter feeds the oxen and your son laps up water from a brown puddle. Look at him go. Oh wait, that's not good. Your son is gonna quickly learn about a little thing called cholera. You see, there were plenty of diseases that plagued the dusty trail like mumps, measles, and the dreaded dysentery, but cholera was by far the worst. Contracted mainly from contaminated water sources where fellow pioneers expelled their evils, cholera could kill within hours and spread just as fast across an entire caravan. Symptoms included extreme nausea, vomiting out your front, vomiting out your back, dehydration from all the vomiting, leg cramps, restlessness, irregular heartbeat, glassy eyes, and perhaps the worst symptom of all, death. Oh my god, he's dead! No, he could just have cholera. Disease alone was the biggest killer on the trail, with estimates of over 30,000 deaths. So, best to avoid slurping down brown puddles. Sorry, son. Not only were diseases a guaranteed add to the death count, but so were injuries. Even something as simple as a small cut could easily be infected, with the extent of medical treatment being no more than, put some whiskey on it. Your prognosis wasn't too promising.
Being a landlord means wearing a lot of hats, but keeping up with leads, applications, and tenant messages, that hat can feel way too heavy. That's why Avail created Avail Messages, your all-in-one, in-app hub for communication. Now, every conversation, from your very first lead, to signed leases, to ongoing tenant needs, lives in one simple, organized channel. No more switching between apps. No more lost emails. Just faster responses, smoother communication, and happier renters. Avail Messages keeps the conversation going through every stage of the rental lifecycle, helping you stay connected, organized, and in control. Ready to manage your rentals like a pro? Sign up for free at avail.co and start using Avail Messages today.
Make your world greener today. Synthetic Turf International.
So, when little Jimothy falls off the wagon and shatters both tibias, he's now the trail's newest speed bump. If you were afflicted by something, the best you could do was rest. Resting was crucial for pioneers. If they didn't stop to rest frequently, they ended up taking a dirt nap from crippling exhaustion. But not only was physical health a concern, but mental health as well. There were quite a few reports of people throwing themselves off the wagon of life when their mental health deteriorated from not only the monotonous and seemingly unending voyage, but seeing the constant line of rotting bodies of fallen pioneers. It was pretty common to pass several dead travelers every day on the trail, so you gotta think that that's pretty demoralizing, especially if some of those travelers were your friends and family. Even today, some of these graves still mark the end of many pioneers' journeys. Mental health really was no joke. Take for example the famous story of Elizabeth Markham, who was pushed to the brink of insanity while on the trail. In the middle of their trek, she hit a point of exhaustion where she simply refused to travel any further, and nothing could convince her to carry on. After hours of failed encouragement, her husband and children were forced to abandon her and move on. After a while, her son was sent back to get her after she had rested. Bad move. Elizabeth eventually caught back up with the rest of the family, but left her son in the dirt with a rock lodged in his skull. When her husband raced back to find his son still barely alive, Elizabeth set fire to the family's wagon for good measure. Can't continue down the trail if everything you own is reduced to a cinder, can ya? Not only were humans a danger to themselves, but so was almost everything else, especially nature. High winds, strong storms, blazing heat, freezing nights, they all did what they do best. They happened. You also had to watch out for wildlife. Wolves, bears, snakes, coyotes, and buffalo. They were all out to get you and your family. But thanks to firearms, humans were able to get them back, especially the buffalo. That's gonna piss off some Native Americans. Speaking of which, there's often a misconception that Native Americans were a constant threat. Not true. In fact, quite the opposite. Native outposts were extremely useful trading sites to replenish food and other supplies. Natives also served as experienced tour guides, escorting some pioneers through rougher terrain like forests and rivers. Granted, there were a few deadly altercations between pioneers and natives, usually a result of pioneers being paranoid and shooting at natives unprovoked. About 800 natives and pioneers were killed thanks to sheer stupidity. Oh well, the wagon's repaired, so time to get back to it. You continued traveling on for a few more months, passing by more forts and giant rocks, but things have been pretty quiet. Wait, why is everything so quiet? They're probably fine. You then break out of your reminiscing when something catches your eye in the distance. There it is! The end of the line and a ticket to a new life. Oregon City. That's in Oregon. All that's left between you and salvation is a huge freaking river. The Columbia River. You can't exactly cross it, so you're gonna need to ford it. You waterproof your wagon, but you still need a raft to hold everything. Oh, but building a sturdy enough raft is just gonna be impossible, is what a non-carpenter would say. It's river time. Yeah, that witch is becoming a real problem. This time, you've been sent into ancient Greece, specifically the classical era. A time of great war and conflict, but also a remarkable leap forward in human civilization. So, can you survive one of humanity's greatest expansions? Or will ancient Greece mop the floor with you? Let's find out. Greece's classical period began in 510 BC when Athens fell and broke its Hippias, and ended in 323 BC when Alexander was no longer great. As an act of kindness, you've been sent to the funny year. But there's nothing funny about needing to survive. The first thing you need to do is dust yourself off and get your bearings. Maybe a sign or something will help. Well, that's no use. You quickly recall your vast knowledge acquired from countless hours on GeoGuessr and look around for some notable landmarks. After all, some of these buildings still exist in the modern day. Well, there's a familiar sight right over there on the horizon. The Acropolis of Athens. That's in Athens. I must be in Athens. Well, now you know where you are, which means you can start figuring out your next steps for survival. Oops. But first, you need someone to talk to because you're gonna need help. There's never any shame in asking for help. That guy over there seems friendly enough. Although shorter, the dude is absolutely ripped from his labor-intensive chores and looks like he could kill you in one punch, but you approach him anyway. Told you. Now let's assume he's a bit more approachable this time. You begin to ask him a question, but like a monolingual American, you always forget that there are other languages out there besides the Freedom one. But you try your best. Here goes.
Local tax experts are here. Now you can meet with a TurboTax expert in your community. They can do your taxes for you and get you every dollar you deserve. Local tax experts are here. Hand off your taxes with confidence.
Hey man, can you help me out here? The man turns his chiseled jaw your way and begins to speak, quickly bombarding you with a bunch of indiscernible mouth sounds that completely fry your brain. But luckily, the words have been displayed in a big old bubble next to his head. Look at all them silly letters. Wait a minute, you say, scratching your chin. I've seen these letters before. Just then, you get a flashback to your college girlfriend's sorority dorm where you found the Euclidean letters, just as you were finding Herclidean. Don't kid yourself. You were doing math homework, you goober. Unfortunately, you come to the realization that knowing just a few letters doesn't mean jack shit in terms of understanding a whole language. Now, some of you modern Greeks out there might lift your hairy arms and say, "Ha, I can speak Greek, I'd survive." Well, you're wrong. Ancient Greek is completely different from modern Greek with completely different tones, vocal inflections, and pronunciations across several regional dialects. Ancient Greeks wouldn't understand a word of modern Greek, so you'd have no real advantage. Needless to say, you're not going to be communicating anytime soon, at least not orally. You begin attempting some charades as a way to express your needs. Too bad all of your wacky waving is perceived as a threat. Man, that's twice. Since you just insulted a random citizen and are an obvious outsider, you're arrested and sold into slavery. Looks like you've been slammed to the bottom of the societal barrel. But what did you expect? Speaking of society, like any society in history, ancient Greece operated under a hierarchy. Since you just got dunked into classical Athens, let's focus on that. Here, there were four main groups. The upper class were the elite, the cream of the crop, and we all know that the cream rises to the top. To be a part of the upper class was a birthright. You must have been born in Athens to a moderately or highly wealthy family and be well educated. And a guy. The members of this class were the only ones that held any political power and the only ones classified as citizens. That being the case, the upper class controlled all social and economic policies as well as law. As a democracy, 500 citizens were chosen at random each year to run the government, given complete control over the proposal of new policies and laws, kind of like an oligarchy. These policies were either accepted or rejected by popular vote. Next was the middle class, usually referred to as the medics. They were all the dudes who weren't born in Athens but still lived there. Foreign skilled laborers such as craftsmen, merchants, and artists. These guys built ships, constructed buildings, and kept the city maintained. Sure, they didn't have a lot of rights like the ability to own land or vote in governmental affairs, but they were the core of the Greek economy. You know, a thing that barely exists today. Oh yeah, women were also part of the middle class. Not many rights outside of being in charge of the house and raising the kids. Ancient Greek society wasn't too fair to women. The lower class, or the freedmen, were exactly who you think they were. Come on, it's right there in the name. They were freed men. Former slaves who bought their own freedom through intensive labor and saving. They pulled themselves up by their sandal straps and worked hard their whole life, only to have little to no rights or place in society. But hey, at least they aren't smelly slaves anymore. Slaves were lower than dirt in the societal hierarchy and weren't even considered a class. They were usually captured prisoners of war or purchased from former traders. Slaves were either owned by families as house servants or by the government outright for general labor, which came in all kinds of flavors. Farmers, bankers, soldiers, employed friends with benefits, police, all kinds of stuff. Imagine being arrested by a slave. Sir, you have the right to remain silent. Huh, well, at least I have rights. Slaves made up about a third of the population and were an absolute goldmine for their owners. Profit margins are pretty healthy when you don't have to pay them much. Or at all. Speaking of gold mines, that's where you're headed. Time to get branded and get a move on. You're swiftly carted off to join a group of miners so large it would cause a YouTube elite to start sweating. Oh man, looks like all the cool slaves have been sent to the surface mine to get gold and silver. But since your mining level sucks, you get to go underground for some cuprum. That's copper. Working in a mine was brutal. Slaves were subjected to intense labor all day, working in poorly ventilated and swelteringly hot cave systems hundreds of feet deep in the earth, illuminated only by dim oil lamps. You can't see shit, which means your fellow slaves can't see jack shit, so watch out for rogue pickaxes. You toil away day in and day out for a while now, but notice that, like the rock around you, you're getting chiseled. The combination of your new Mediterranean diet and constant physical exertion is starting to pay off. You're able to mine more efficiently, and you're outperforming your coworkers. Thanks to all of your hard work and dedication, the local mine supervisor rewards you with more backbreaking work. Looks like you gotta add your pride to a list of things getting crushed around these parts. You're working hard and gaining some gains, but you need to start finding a way out of here soon. You see, the life expectancy for miners is only a few years. With hazards like coal dust, lead exposure, and cave-ins, it was a quick way to have your lifespan get completely rocked. Ah, jeez. Looks like Atticus is showing signs of a fever. And Pucus over there? He's earning his namesake. You ask your buddy Atlas what the heck's going on, to which he responds, looks like they all caught some sort of...
The best way to see the USA starts in a Chevy, with SUVs for every kind of adventure. Trucks built for the long haul. EVs that expand your horizons. And the freedom to chase a dream. There's no better way to see the USA.
You can get anything you want on the internet. So why are we still taking gen eds like this? At Sophia Learning, we have a solution. Sophia offers online college-level courses that are designed to transfer for credit, helping thousands of people graduate. Use Sophia and get ahead.
No matter where you throw a dart on the board of history, diseases were always in the spotlight. Perhaps the most common in classical Greek times were smallpox, influenza, and measles. Luckily for you, your parents love you and got you vaccinated when you were just a wee babby, right? Of course, otherwise you'd look like this. But ancient Greeks weren't so lucky. It was pretty common for outbreaks to be spontaneous and run rampant, killing off people by the thousands. And what kind of disease discussion would it be without the mention of the plague? Yeah, the plague showed up in ancient Athens right around 430 BC, 10 years before you arrived. During that time, it eradicated between 75 to 100,000 people, or about a quarter of the city's population. The plague comes in 3 flavors: bubonic, pneumonic, and septicemic, and strawberry. They're all basically the same thing, but affect you in different ways. Bubonic was the most common, as it's kind of stage 1 of the plague. Usually transferred from a flea giving you a little nibble, the plague is a bacterial infection that just penetrates your cells and fills them with toxins, killing them. This will also cause you to have a fever, the chills, and make you generally feel like shit. Your body will also start getting polluted with bumpy boils. If left untreated, the infection can spread to your blood, where it upgrades to septicemic plague. This is when parts of your body get the rot and start to turn black, causing severe pain as well as more frequent, unprovoked traffic stops. If the infection gets into your lungs, that's when it's classified as pneumonic plague. You begin coughing like crazy, and your respiratory system starts to fail. And that's no good. Luckily, doctors at the time relied less on the big guys in the sky for help and decided to take matters into their own hands, establishing and developing the concept of medical treatment. It was widely believed that the key to a healthy life was to consume healthy foods like fruits, veggies, nuts, meats, and dairy, not to mention plenty of exercise. Crazy thought, right? But if you did get the ick, there were a few solutions. The most common was bloodletting. Look, you're just a big walking blood sac, and since you're sick, that means you've got time to get rid of that. Thanks, Doc. I feel so... Other treatments were often natural remedies like herbs, soups, teas, and honey to heal your little stummy. But anyway, you're safe cause you're vaccinated, which means that you're the sole survivor of a recent outbreak and you really like trains. Guess you're a free man now. Being very free and very man means that you now have access to education. Sorry ladies, you're gonna have to wait a while before you learn good. Time to hit the books. Now that your yearning for the mines is now a yearning for learning, it's time to trade your physical gains for mental ones. Ancient Greece had a wealth of educational resources including public and private schools, personal tutors, intellectual lectures, and a recent invention: books. Books started showing up around the 5th century. It was a great way to record down your stories and lectures without having to memorize them. But some pretentious Greek geeks like the famed philosopher Socrates believed that books would be the downfall of society, as people would just write things down rather than commit knowledge to memory. But imagine this. If you wanted to learn a story or a bit of information, you had to catch Rheticus on a Tuesday afternoon next to a fountain in the park, but you showed up a little bit late and missed half the story. Yeah, can you rewind like 10 minutes, please? Found a really good Euro spot. You want some? More for me. You attend several lectures and slowly learn to read and write the local dialect, Attic Greek. Not to be confused with Basement Greek. Although they were rare, you managed to find a small public library to see if there's anything interesting, when something catches your eye. Oh, no way. What the fuck? Like I said, I'd survive. What do you mean you're out of breadsticks? Freshly grated Parmesan, sir. Oh, yes, please. Very good, sir. Just say when. Alright, but it's gonna be a while. Oh, no, 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 no! Here we go again with the witch and such. You really should have taken better precautionary measures. Oh well, this time you're being lobbed into ancient Rome, a civilization that, apparently, is always on the mind of any male over the age of 20. But for you, you'll get to live it, or at least try to. Let's see what you're capable of, shall we? You arrive in the year 250, right in the middle of the ominously named Crisis of the 3rd Century, a tumultuous time of terrible turmoil which began a while back in 235 after Emperor Severus Alexander was assassinated. Classic Roman emperor move. After being confronted by Germanic invaders, he, with some influence from his mother, came to the conclusion that violence was not the answer. Instead, he would pay off the invaders to frig off back home. What a great idea, Severus thought. It was not. In response, Emperor Alexander's most trusted military generals didn't appreciate seeing potential funding go to would-be invaders. So, they made a direct deposit of a knife into the emperor's neck, with interest. With him out of the way, the Roman Empire kind of fell on hard times, as empires tend to do when their emperors are killed off. New emperors were coming and going like one-night stands, the military became fractured and weakened thanks to countless civil wars and a struggle for power, and divided empire states took their chances at yoinking some lesser protected land for themselves. All really chaotic stuff, but we'll get to that later. Anyway, here you are, smack dab in the middle of Rome. Actually, you've landed in the Amphitheatrum Flavium, but you might know it as the Colosseum. A spectacular stadium of spectacle where performances like dramatic theater, gladiator battles, and prisoner executions, among other things, took place across hundreds of years. but thanks to defunding and failed upkeep because, yeah, the Empire's in crisis mode, events were a lot more rare in the Colosseum during these times. So you're probably good to just leave and... Oh, that's a big guy. You can tell by how big he is. Just look at those muscle veins, the chest hair, the menacing look. Huh, terrifying. Let's see what he has to say. I don't know what you just said. Oh yeah. Okay. All right. Let's advertise. Rule 1. The first strike is always precise. Rule 2. The second strike always finishes smooth.
Sunt vera. Is sentio omnino. Ineluctability. Ceres.
Well, dang, those are some smooth moves you got there. That was a pretty decent fight with a pretty decent loot drop. But now we have to shift from fantasy to reality. The struggles of ancient Rome were very real. Disease, poverty, and constant war were a daily concern. Do you think you can handle a day-to-day life during one of the most difficult and dangerous times of the Roman Empire? Not like that you aren't. You have to remember that witch interrupted your spaghetti dinner, so you're gonna need to find some food.
Welcome to our Prime Line series, where elegance meets smart functionality. The shaker-style doors come in one of today's trendiest organic tones, a calm sage green crafted from solid wood with precision. The rubbed bronze handles contrast beautifully with the soft green. A smart corner sink maximizes space. The open wine rack and glass holder add charm. The backsplash and marble look quartz complete the look. Primeline brings timeless design and everyday comfort together. Visit our showroom to see it in person today here at Trendy Cabinets.
Traditionally, the Roman diet consisted of a variety of fruits, vegetables, grains, and meats. But you're in the middle of a crisis which includes agriculture. This means that food supply is on the fritz. Some farms have too little water, some farms have too much water. This is too much water! Even fewer have it just right, so food's getting a little scarce. Thanks to widespread civil wars across the empire, many regions have also had their trade routes disrupted, so what little food choices you have are restricted to your immediate area. This, of course, led to mass malnutrition across the empire. Well, mainly for the poor anyway. Thankfully, the capital of the Roman Empire is able to provide some basic sustenance, for a price. So, what's on the menu? As for vegetables, you have some choice of greens: parsley, peppers, cabbages and celery, asparagus and watercress and artichokes and lettuce, which is alright for just a quick bite, but you're a dude who needs better food to set you right. Maybe a fig, or maybe some dates, some apples or cherries or peaches or grapes. Breads for sure, there's some here to eat, just don't get your hopes up if you're looking for some meat. Weather and war have fucked up the supply, so these are pretty much all your choices, my guy. Beggars can't be choosers, but I beg you to choose. Survival is the game that you don't want to lose. And if you're looking for a drink to imbibe, have some watered down wine. You should also subscribe. Sorry, got lost in a rhyme scheme there. Anyway, time to make a purchase. Luckily, you have some gold from your previous altercation, and it's plenty to get you by for now, but it doesn't buy what it used to. See, the emperors, in all of their untold wisdom, needed money in the coffers to pay off incredible debts from beefing up the military and keeping peace with foreign entities. In order to do that, they chose to, among other things, devalue the currency by minting coins with lesser and lesser composition of precious metals. This inevitably caused rapid inflation, which is disturbing from both an economic and a fetish standpoint. Hey son, you watching more of them funny history videos? Go to your room. Since you have the cash monies, time to consume some nutrients. Problem is, you're an outsider, and unless you're fluent in the dead language of Latin, you're in a pickle. But you try to communicate with what little knowledge you have of the Latin language. Wingardium Leviosa? Well, that didn't work. You go up to the next vendor and instead just point to what you want. Why speak when your money can do the talking? Nimis pecunium. Yeah, thanks, you too. Alright, now you... Oh no. Your body isn't used to consuming all that ancient food. Looks like you need to go do some business. In a bit of a sweaty, stinky panic, you manage to find a public restroom. Ugh, it reeks in here. Don't these people have any sense of... Welcome to the Forica, also known as the Community Turlet. Several holes carved into long, cold marble slabs, perfect for slamming your ass on and expelling your evils. Usually hooked up to a public bath, excess bath water would run along the floor to flush away your densely digested duty poos to a public sewer system. If you were lucky enough to have it actually attached to one. Sure, you could be like them rich folk with their own private bathrooms, but you're not. So instead, you have to make bears with the bros, and you're gonna have to get real friendly, cause as you may have observed, there's no toilet papyrus to speak of. No, instead, you're gonna have to ask Claudius here to share the community wiping tool. It's just a sea sponge on a stick. Once you've done cleaning your nethers, be sure to rinse it off in the shallow trough in front of you for the next guy. That's just common courtesy. Now, being a public bathroom and all, you could expect that these places were not the cleanest. You'd be correct. Excessive buildup of waste not only led to widespread disease, but also dangerous levels of methane. Ugh, Claudius, light a match, dude. Let's try the bath instead. Public baths in the Roman Empire, called thermae, were actually pretty sweet. Available to anyone who wanted a nice refreshing dunk, these bathing complexes were a social gathering spot. They included exercise areas, steam rooms, and sometimes even libraries when you want to read a soggy book. Problem is, you're in a stagnant bath that doesn't get cleaned all that often, and hundreds of Romans use these baths every day, not to mention the fact that there isn't a bar of soap in sight. Romans didn't have soap. Instead, cleaning was done with this monstrosity, the strigil, a bronze tool used to scrape off the days or weeks' grit and grime. Just be a little cautious when using it. In order to smell nice, Romans would apply scented olive oils all throughout their nooks and crannies. But now everyone's all slippery and oiled up, so watch your step. With all of that muck just soaking in the water, it's debatable how clean you actually got. Looks like all the Christians are moving in and telling everyone to cover up. What losers. Anyway, let's shimmy on down the road. Just keep your eyes to the skies for any other citizens who are emptying their festering chamber pots into the street. It's gonna be raining cats and logs. Oh yeah, you're definitely gonna be catching some sort of...
Taxes was feeling unwelcome. Now Taxes is an open door to new TurboTax stores. Meet our experts. They do your taxes, so you can walk out with confidence. Now this is Taxes.
I'm sure you won't be surprised to learn that an overcrowded and filthy city tends to be riddled with disease. Just look at modern LA. When it came to ancient Rome, the most common diseases were influenza and tuberculosis, as well as some STDs, but you're a good person who's waiting for marriage or proper emotional or monetary compensation before you explore that route, right? Right, so despite these common diseases, Rome would often be smacked in the face with various plagues. The term plague here meaning big, bad, unknown disease that killed a lot of people. They were plagues, just not the plague. This one is the Plague of Cyprian, named so after the Bishop Cyprian who wrote about the plague in fine detail, especially the symptoms. He wrote that the plague caused exhaustive diarrhea, a swollen and sore throat, constant vomiting, bloodshot eyes, loss of infected and putrefied limbs, paralysis, deafness, and blindness. All of these symptoms add up to one dead fella. Because of the bizarre symptoms, which don't point to any one known disease in particular, historians are still unsure what this plague actually was, but some suspect either the Ebola virus or smallpox. Regardless, the plague of Cyprian devastated the Roman Empire. At its height, the plague was estimated to be killing off about 5,000 Romans a day. This crushed the Roman military, opening up opportunities for possible invasions, which of course would crush the Roman military even more. Local farms were abandoned, and since trade routes were still cut off due to internal clashes, famine became the new hot commodity. Entire cities saw rapid declines in population, the most notable being the city of Alexandria, Egypt. It sustained a 62% drop in population between the years of 249 and 262. This was caused by citizens either fleeing or dying, or both. So it looks like tons of people are leaving Rome. This can't be good. You're also down to your last few gold oh, yeah. Crime's a thing. Oh well, I'm sure that guy will get what's coming to him.
Stop!
Well, now you're just straight up out of money. Looks like you need to get a job. And you know what's hiring the most right now? The military. So you go up to a local guard and you ask him to join. I join as militum? Yeah, sure. Success! The guard gives you a quick once-over to make sure that you're cut out for the job. In order to join the ranks of the Roman military, you needed to meet some criteria. You must have been at least 5'7", between the ages of 17 and 23, and physically fit. Oh yeah, and a guy. Sorry ladies, you're not allowed to die for the Empire, just with it. Welcome to the military. Now, when you imagine a Roman soldier, you might think of this kind of a guy. This is a centurion, a highly trained and high-ranking commander, which is something that you'll never be. Instead, your aspiration should be lower to that of a typical foot soldier. Sure, it's not as glorious, but these were the muscle of the Roman military. After months and months of rigorous and extremely taxing training, including combat and unit formation, you've been given the privilege of being javelin fodder for the Roman Empire. Here's your complimentary gear, generously provided by the taxpayers. Your primary weapon is your trusty gladius, a 24-inch steel short sword. Your secondary is your pugio, a wide, flat-bladed dagger for when you want to remind your enemies of personal space. You're also given a pilum, a pretty sweet javelin, and it does this. Pretty neat, huh? It was kind of designed to be a one-and-done type weapon, used to pierce enemy armor or get stuck in their shields, rendering them useless. Typically, a pilum weighed about 2 to 5 pounds, so they were pretty easy to lob at the enemy. As for armor, foot soldiers in the 3rd century typically wore lorica hamata, a bronze and iron chainmail shirt which offered great protection against slashes and cuts, just not so much against the stabbing. In addition, you were given a scutum, a large wooden round shield for protection against projectiles and parrying the enemy so you can scoot them back. You also have to protect your dome, so make sure you grab a helmet. In addition to protecting your melon, these also protected the back of your neck as well as your precious cheeks with tieable cheek guards. Now, you're ready to fight. Time to head west to the front lines. Since it's the year 250, the Roman Empire faces a terrifying foe. The Goths. Truly barbaric people that have the gall to invade the Roman Empire. For the sake of brevity, they hate you because they ain't you, so their goal is to take everything you have, just as long as they're back in time for their moms to pick them up from the mall. You spot one of their many headquarters in the distance, but you'll never break through their front line, unless you're able to build up enough speed, but how? There! Can you do this? Yes, you have to. For the Empire. You carefully position yourself, you turn around, and... Oops, wrong angle. Just say when's, Alright, I'm starting to think you enjoy getting kidnapped. This time, you're flung into feudal Japan, a rather violent era in Japanese history spanning across several hundreds of years. But this year is 1467, the start of the hostile and chaotic Sengoku period. You've really got your work cut out for you with this one. Time to put your survival skills to use, if you have any. So, do you think you're up for the task? Let's find out. Welcome to Sengoku Jidai, also known as the Warring Clans period, a dangerous time in medieval Japan's already chaotic history. See what I mean? The Sengoku period was actually a subsection of the overarching Muromachi period, but that's not too important. All you need to know is that the government is falling apart. Basically, there's this guy, the Shogun. He's the ruler of Japan because he's a big, strong military man. But wait, I hear you say, I thought Japan had an emperor. And you're right, there is an emperor, and he technically rules Japan, but in reality, he's just a political figurehead that sits in the hotel cuck chair the whole time while the shogun does all the hard work to satisfy the country's freaky desires. So what the heck is causing all the ruckus? Well, the current shogun is in a bit of a pickle. All he wants to do is quit his job and retire so he can write poetry, paint, and strategically plant a few trees. Problem is, he has no son to take the reins, but he does have a war-hating monk brother. Beggars can't be choosers. Problem solved. Uh-oh. Looks like the Shogun's wife Amazon primed a baby overnight. How embarrassing. Since there was a strict policy of no takesy-backsies, the Shogun's brother remains the rightful heir. Wait just one gosh darn fucking second, says Mrs. Shogun. I shot this baby out of my coot chute, so he's gonna be the heir. And thus, a power struggle began. I just want to paint. All of this instability within the shogunate caused the country to be split in two, Team Brother and Team Baby. Powerful clans waged war against each other in an attempt to get their side into power. This political shit show inevitably led to an uncivil civil war, the Onin War. So the government's in complete shambles and anarchists rejoice. But then they have to realize that they actually have to live in an anarchy. So there's your background. Did you get all that? Glad to hear. Anyway, here you are, just outside of Kyoto, the capital city of Japan at the time, and it's just blazing with culture. And fire. Looks like the warring clans are getting a little carried away at the moment. That being the case, you're forced to roam the countryside in search of a place to anchor your roots and figure out a way back home. But you quickly learn that danger is all around you. It was fairly common for thieves or bandits to cross your path and try to yoink all your valuables, and then stab you. Speak of the devil, here's one now, so prepare yourself. Sate sate, betsu no seizon sha. Nani? Oraka no koto shinai de kudasai. Jibun takete to omou. Majo mo watashi o tsukamaeta. Nan kangetsu mo mai. Sore erai zutto ikinu kote imasu. Soshite watashi wa tsuzukemasu. Yoshi. その葉、もしかして万助ほど、つまり広告の中にいるのです。関係ない。死の準備を。
下着雲の。
不可能。システライク。彼は愛を切り借りた。精密な取り前派。滑らかな仕上がりを実現するフォイルブレード。これはスキンのセフテクノロジーですが、私さえも。くそ、マンスケボーだ。Well, that was a close shave. With the thief inexplicably but conveniently passed out due to being well groomed, you quickly loot him to blend in with the rest of society. Speaking of which, would you believe that feudal Japan did not operate as a hierarchy? Well, you shouldn't, because it did. So let's get out that ladder and descend through the ranks, shall we? At the tippity top was the emperor. He was the guy in charge, but not really. He had a cool shirt, and that's about it. Then there's the shogun. He was actually in charge, with the power of commanding the military and controlling national policies and laws. And to be fair, he had a cooler shirt than the emperor. Directly reporting to the shogun were the daimyo, feudal lords and clan leaders that commanded various provinces around the country. They're proud of their land, but they want more. Samurai were loyal warriors with neat swords that honorably served powerful nobles like the daimyo. They were the epitome of courage and honor, and their culture is thriving to this day. Ronin were samurai without their masters, but they could still be bachelors. Ashigaru were samurai interns and general cannon fodder. Basically, they were peasants who were given swords and told to stab other people while still earning a minimum wage. Ah, peasants. The dirt poor majority of the population that did all the work to keep everyone alive. Nowadays, they're referred to as the middle class. Artisans were the ones who made your furniture, your clothes, and your tools. That's cool, but you can't eat a chair, can you? Can you?
And which piece would you like to start with first, sir?
Oh, just the leg. Merchants were scumbag salesmen that just profited off of everyone else's work and were deemed parasites because of it. Buy high, sell low. At the very bottom, to no surprise, were the outcasts. Criminals and beggars for the most part, but also those who had undesirable jobs like butchers, undertakers, actors, entertainers, and reaction channels. Now, you have to understand that this is a very simplified structure of how feudal Japan's class system was laid out. It was a much more complicated web of relationships and rankings that is, quite frankly, above my pay grade as an outcast entertainer. So that begs the question, where would you fit in society? In reality, unless you were Chinese, Japanese, or look at these, you wouldn't have. You'd either be a social outcast or straight up sold into slavery without question. Even if you didn't end up being someone's perpetually untipped servant, you'd still end up being a peasant in some form, whether it's harvesting up rice or hauling in the fish. It was backbreaking work. From dawn until dusk, you did what you had to do to keep yourself and the country fed. After a long, exhausting day, you would get home to your cold, drafty, and very flammable home. Despite being the literal provider of the food for the country, your crops are owned by the shogunate, so you barely even have scraps to eat. Malnourishment was very common amongst the lower class, and while it often resulted in an early grave, you could also inspire a few musicians. If the starvation didn't get you, the diseases certainly would. Smallpox, measles, and chickenpox were known as the 3 great diseases. 3 great opportunities to end up 6 feet under. It's like 2 feet for each disease. But you don't have to deal with any of that. Okay, well, maybe still the disease if you're unlucky, but thanks to your recent battle, you're equipped to pass yourself off as a lowly Ashigaru, a foot soldier commanded by a samurai. Since they need as much help as they can get, they won't be asking any questions. If you can hold a sword and swing it at a bad guy, that's good enough. In an event completely convenient to the plot, a samurai wanders up and recruits you to be in his army. In Japanese, of course. Thankfully, you are able to read his subtitles and accept the position. Congrats, you're now a full-fledged member of the Hosokawa clan, one of many clans spread across the country. While the Hosokawa and Yamana clans fought for the control of the capital, other clans fought to expand their own territories. And there were a bunch of them, like the Shiba clan, the Oda clan, and of course, Zelda fanboys. So let's see what your new job entails.
Empower your students to be more authentic, impactful writers with Grammarly's comprehensive AI writing assistance. Use it to help students brainstorm better ideas before they write. Document their writing process. Check for plagiarism and AI-generated text. Cite sources correctly. Get real-time feedback. And much more. Hear it from the former CIO of Wharton Business School. It's not just a grammar tool. It's your responsible AI writing assistant for the new era of communication. Download Grammarly for free today.
You're now a soldier, which means you need to start learning some discipline. You wake up at the ass crack of dawn to start your day. Wake up! Eat a healthy breakfast of rice and veggies, and always practice good hygiene. You spend the morning strengthening your military skills and are partnered up with Hoshi. He's a nice guy. He was a farmer, but decided that maiming and pillaging could prove more lucrative. Together, you train martial arts, archery, and swordplay all throughout the morning as a way to keep both your body and mind sharp as a tack. Whew, all that training made the time fly by. It's already noon, so after a quick lunch of rice and veggies, time to fortify the walls of the camp to make sure no bad guys get in. Build it huge. Looks like your samurai has a task for you. You've been assigned to gather intelligence from the enemy. We are in the middle of the Onin War after all, and that gosh dang Yamada clan is burning Kyoto down faster than we are. Can't let that happen. No problem, Master Sam, you say in Japanese subtitles. You wait until nightfall to carry out the mission. After a hearty dinner of rice and veggies, you infiltrate the enemy camp without causing too much suspicion. You quickly swipe the intelligence and giddily make haste back to base. With the intelligence in hand, your samurai congratulates you on a job well done. In Japanese, of course. You slowly open the letter and scan the text. Oh no. It can't be. This is...
Hi, we've been trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty.
Ah, shit. You stole the clan leader's mail by accident. Wait, there's a note. You're not the best at reading Japanese text, but you think you can make out what the message means. Looks like your next mission starts at dawn. Oh yeah, it's wartime. You better get dressed, champ. You've got a country to die for. Unlucky for you, early Ashigaru were not well equipped for battle. Remember that they were dirt-poor farmers. They couldn't afford ornate weapons, so they had to make do with what they had, which was farming equipment. Ever just want to shove a shovel into someone's throat just to see what would happen? And now you can. It kills them. One weapon of choice was the kama, a simple sickle-like weapon suited for slicing and stabbing some sneaky suckers. If you get the DLC, you can slap a chain on that bad boy, granting you a lethal radius of several feet and allowing you to open that pit up. Ashigaru that were well-trained or well-funded had access to better weapons and armor. Perhaps the most effective weapon that they could wield was the yari, a long spear that could be outfitted with all kinds of blades. Want to stab? Go for the omi yari. Want to slash? Try the katakama yari. If you want to support the boys from afar, get yourself a yumi, an asymmetrical longbow which was deadly on the battlefield with an effective range of over 400 feet. Archers were a core support group in any army. They would riddle the battlefield using a reliable method of spray and pray. It's just a shame that friendly fire was always on. If you wanted to spice things up, you could opt for fire or even explosive arrows. As for armor, it varied. The best Ashigaru were absolutely strapped with thick leather chest pieces, helmets, sleeves, and greaves. They were usually fitted with metal plates for added protection. Low-ranking Ashigaru were fitted with a cheaper, easier-to-produce armor called jack shit. Whatever clothing they had was their best bet. But it should be noted that the spoils of war were generous. Ashigaru were allowed to pillage and loot whoever they attacked. Slay an enemy with better weapons and armor? Looks like you found an upgrade. Now that you're all equipped, it's time to storm the battlefield with your best friend Samurai. What a cool guy. No. They got Sam. That's it. You charge into battle to avenge your fallen mentor. You spot an enemy, but it's a familiar face. Hoshi? You switched sides? Yeah, much better loot, says Hoshi, in Japanese, of course. Just then, you notice fire spreading to a nearby building. Well, that's gonna suck, eh? Ugh, you again? Kyoku naku, hito no ke o sorenai de kudasai.
Local tax experts are here. Now you can meet with a TurboTax expert in your community. They can do your taxes for you and get you every dollar you deserve. Local tax experts are here. Hand off your taxes with confidence.
Stop taking meeting notes and let ClickUp AI Note Taker do it for you. It allows you to focus on your meetings, not your notes. It captures everything, from action items to key decisions. And after every call, you get a clear summary. But where it really goes to the next level is that it's the only AI note taker that connects your meetings to the rest of your work. So stop stressing about taking notes and get the AI note taker that works for you. Get ClickUp AI Note Taker for your next meeting.
Where's the lamb sauce?
Those idiots always forget the lamb sauce. Well, that sucks. Looks like you are in for another round of survival, but hey, at least the witch wasn't part of this one, right? Right, so let's see what you're made of. I'm gonna go narrate from a safe distance. Good luck. Alright, so first you're gonna need to assess any immediate damage and take stock of what you have. Or you could panic and make hasty decisions instead. See what happens when you panic? Now, take a deep irradiated breath and just think for a second here. Judging by the fact that the nuclear plant is like right there, it's safe to say that you're well within the danger zone. Hope that cheaper house price is worth it. Your immediate and best move is to go back into your house and shelter in place since you know that there's at least some food and water there. Make sure all of your windows and doors are sealed shut to keep out any unwanted radiation and or people. Desperate times create desperate people. Also, try to stay in the center of your house or bunker down in the basement. You might also want to take the time to contact those you care about. Oh wait, in this hypothetical scenario, you're a complete loner who doesn't have much in the ways of loved ones. Except your buddy Ron, but you never invite him over. Oh well, the less people you have in your life, the less you have to be concerned about in an emergency situation. Who needs loved ones? Not you. Hypothetically, of course. Also, your phone has no signal thanks to extreme network congestion and plot convenient factors. They never work when you need them to. Speaking of people, be glad you're not out in that traffic jam. They're about to learn a thing or two about nuclear fallout. See, when a nuclear source detonates, that explosion will vaporize and launch a bunch of stinky radioactive material out over yonder. Fallout can come in many flavors, ranging from small sand-like particles to large heavy debris and even a mediocre franchise. Either way, this stuff is deadly. Any form of contact will likely result in radiation burns. What's radiation? It's just traveling energy. Heat from the sun? Radiation. Wi-Fi? Radiation. Your buddy Raymond from Japan? Radiation. These examples, though, are considered low-energy radiation, also known as non-ionizing radiation, meaning that they aren't strong enough to cause any physical harm. Except Ray. Nuclear radiation, however, can, and it will. You can think of high-energy or ionizing radiation as a bunch of itty-bitty fists just penetrating your soft, vulnerable body and beating the ever-loving crap out of your internal molecules, particularly your DNA. Now here's a lesson for you. Your DNA is your genetic information, passed on to you through many generations. Your mom, your dad, your grandparents too. Some from Emo Mary and the balls of Grandpa Lou. Looking like a ladder with a big old twist, it's pretty complicated, but you'll get the gist. All these little rungs determine all your bits. Brown eyes, quick wits, thick thighs or nice tits. Are you breathing without heaving, maybe blinking without thinking? Then thank your DNA for all the heavy lifting. Adenine for A, cytosine for C. Guanine is your G and thymine is your T. With the C to the G and the T to the A is what keeps you alive at the end of the day. Now, if this rhyme made your dopamine spike, then hit that subscribe or at least give a like. Thank you. Anyway, if you leave yourself unprotected, then all of that high energy radiation comes in and just gives your DNA a what for, severing them critical bonds and altering your genetic code, which will more or less lead to developmental issues and cancer down the road. One positive about nuclear fallout is that its radioactivity decays very fast. According to the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, within the first 7 hours, the fallout has already lost 90% of its dose rate of radiation. If you wait a full 48 hours, that increases to 99%. Sure, I wouldn't advise making dust angels in it, but it's better than what happened to those traffic jam people. Poor souls. The point is, patience and planning will get you through this. Ooh, looks like you got company. Yo, dude, it's Ron. Open up. The mysterious voice at the door, as he just identified himself, is Ron. He's your best and only friend going on 4 years now ever since you both wore that same shirt at that one bar at that one time. Bro. Yeah, guy friendships are that simple. Now Ron, he's always had this weird obsession with end-of-the-world scenarios like this, so I'm sure he will use this situation as a big ol' I told you so. I told you so. See? Of course I had to invite myself over, but dude, we gotta get a move on. It's been a few weeks with Ron, and things are going pretty well. Luckily, with like 3/4 of the population dying in gridlock, resources are still pretty plentiful. You've both managed to hunker down in a grocery store, which is conveniently constructed next to a home improvement facility. That's pretty neat. But let's face it, humans are opportunists. So if there's chaos and confusion, people will take advantage. Sure, some looting and stuff happened, but oddly enough, the majority of things taken were TVs and shoes. That's lucky for you, since those things are, as far as I know, inedible. Sure, you'd figure that the government might have helped out by now, but when the emergency services budget has been diverted to researching the long-term effects of Asmongold political commentary, there's not much for wiggle room.
Yeah, this is going to keep getting worse.
As for food, you want to prioritize anything that is sealed, especially with high water content, as they are the least likely to be affected by radiation since radiation can't swim. Things like canned meats, canned vegetables, and oh no way, they even have... Since this grocery store has backup generators, refrigerated and frozen foods are still on the menu. If you can figure out a way to safely cook them, of course. Rats. Uh-oh, looks like the store manager isn't too happy about you fingering his foods.
You'll have to pay for that, you know.
Time for a choice. What's a plumber's favorite drug? Huh? Crack. You said you weren't gonna. I lied. Ron, do you think we're gonna make it out of here? Of course, dude. Why do you ask? I just think we should be making progress away from here, away from all of this chaos and this radiation. I mean, sure, but it's all radioactive out there. Actually, all the radiation is being blown northwest of here. As long as you keep to the southeast for a few hundred miles, you should be good. So why haven't you left? Do you really care? No. Well, you probably want radiation suits like these ones, just in case though, but these are for me and my son here. Can we have those? Hell no. Please? Okay, nice work. You've managed to figure out a way to safety, but you can't go unprepared. You're gonna need to find some equipment for the journey ahead. You shimmy your way over to the hardware place next door to look for supplies. With some luck, you're able to find some cloth, 3 logs, and a rope. With some elbow grease and a bit of know-how, you're able to craft these into something useful. That should work. You also grab a sweet axe as a precaution, placing all of the items in your back pocket to save precious time on animation. You ready to go, Ron? Let's do it. Oh, that needs some WD-40. Yep. You traverse through the remnants of the town and make your way towards the southeast. On your way, you pass by dozens of poor unfortunate souls who have succumbed to the effects of radiation poisoning. This stuff is not fun in the slightest. If your unprotected body gets absolutely assaulted by ionizing radiation, you're in for a world of hurt. Literally. I'm sure you're familiar with the famous Chernobyl nuclear disaster in 1986. The firefighters and operators during that event learned very quickly that death can be an invisible beast. After generous exposure to radiation emanating from the nuclear plant's reactor core, these men endured unfathomable pain and suffering for weeks. Immediate symptoms included radiation burns, intense nausea and vomiting, headaches, and diarrhea. Those that could be were rushed to the Pripyat hospital, where they had to be stripped of their contaminated clothes that continued to bombard their bodies with radiation, even while being miles from the original source. Those clothes were abandoned in the hospital's basement and are still down there emitting levels of radiation to this day, albeit not nearly as dangerous. Over the following weeks, these men's bodies severely deteriorated, forming painful burns and bleeding blisters with extreme hair loss and a constant state of confusion and dizziness. In the end, 28 firefighters who responded to the Chernobyl disaster died of acute radiation syndrome. But there's nothing cute about being turned into a human hemorrhoid. Now luckily, you're past the point of this being a problem for you. It's probably best if you trail off from the beaten path. After all, you never know if any of the other survivors you encounter will be friend or foe. You trek through the woods for a few days, living off of various non-perishables and bottled water from your convenient off-screen inventory. But supplies are starting to run a bit low, and you think you might need to start foraging. But hold on. Remember that nuclear contamination can spread far beyond the original site, even if it isn't directly downwind. So animals, plants, and water sources can still be contaminated. So unless you carry a reverse osmosis filtration plant between your cheeks, you're SOL. Looks like you need to search elsewhere for food and water. But it also looks like Ron is about to be in danger. Oh, look at this little fella. You gotta come over here and take a look at this little powder puff. He's so dang cute. Ron? What? Oh, shit. There! A cave! Bears hate caves! Good enough for me. You might want to hurry up a bit. We made it. You okay, Ron? Ron? Are you okay? You take the time to mourn the loss of your fallen friend, but the solemn silence is broken by a noise deeper in the cave. You even notice some light and are determined to investigate. Now, under normal circumstances, you really shouldn't be wandering willy-nilly into a cave like this. It's a surefire way to end up trapped or wedged in some narrow cave system dubbed Satan's Prolapse. But there is an angry bear outside that just murdered your friend, so this might be a better alternative. Let's see what lies ahead. Hello? 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 I hate cultists. Well, that was certainly a choice. Looks like you're the new owner of a weird little worshipping cave. Probably some sweet loot here. You scavenge and swipe what you can. Some food, materials, but something else catches your eye. Well, that's definitely magical, but certainly evil. And there's an inscription underneath. Survival you have learned, so now you must return. Just flip me thrice, but some advice, that witch will need to burn. Are you really gonna trust some evil artifact you just found in a cultist's cave? Why not? Alley-oop. I'm back. Hey, Cityville Nuclear Power Plant? We have a witch problem. No, this isn't a prank. Hey, Ron, do you want to come over?
Where's the lamb sauce?
Hold your breath. You're getting flushed back into the times of the Aztec Empire, a Mesoamerican civilization renowned for its vehemently violent and vicious nature. Or at least that's how history remembers it, and you're about to find yourself in the heart of it all. You've surfaced right outside of the capital city. Think you could survive? Well, they didn't, so maybe you could. Let's find out. Welcome to Tenochtitlan. Located in what is now Mexico City, Tenochtitlan was once a sprawling metropolis and one of the most populated cities in the whole world, home to over 200,000 people. Now, despite what you may think, the Aztec Empire is actually not that old. This is the year 1519, the historical height of the empire. That is, until... But anyway, you begin kicking your little arms and leggies to get to shore, assuming you can swim. After all, Tenochtitlan was built on a huge friggin' lake. Lake Texcoco to be precise. Why? Because religion makes you do illogical things. You see, way back around 1325, the Aztec people, who actually called themselves the Mexica, were tasked by their patron god, Huitzilopochtli, to find a promised land upon which to build a brand spanking new city. Huitzilopochtli apparently appeared in a priest stream to deliver a divine prophecy with his soothing, ethereal voice. After strenuous searching in the Mexico Valley, all while annoying the heck out of other indigenous groups, the weary wanderer's wayfare finally came to an end, on an island in the middle of a huge friggin' lake. Since this was not prime real estate in the slightest, many of the surrounding Mesoamerican civilizations who already disliked the aggressive, violent, and invasive Mexica allowed them to stake their claim without protest, as building buildings on a lake was a fool's errand. Nonetheless, Tenochtitlan was built from the soggy ground up. Over the span of the next 100 years, the city had flourished into a central hub of trading, education, and innovation. At least for its inhabitants. You
You see, decade after decade, the Mexica terrorized the surrounding lands, embarking on brutal and bloody conquests. These invasions established and expanded the Aztec Empire across roughly 80,000 square miles, beginning in 1428 all the way up to 1519. And here you are, so you better get to surviving. You can start by lifting your sopping self out of the saline water and flopping on a dry land. But wouldn't you know it, the jig's already up as you've been spotted by a local farmer. And unless you've got some heavy Mesoamerican blood pumping through your veins, they're gonna think you look weird, meaning that they'll be cautious. Sure, you could probably take out anyone in a 100-mile radius with a comedically timed sneeze, but you're not here to rewrite history. Just suffer through it. That being the case, you attempt to speak with the locals using your superb linguistics knowledge.
Por favor, manténgase alejado de las puertas.
No, you dingbat, they don't speak Spanish. Spanish aren't even here yet. Try something else. You ponder to yourself, scratching your long chin hair. Well, now what? You're exactly right. The Mexica had their own language called Nahuatl. See the little TL at the end there? It sounds like a just a little right in the kind of like in this word. You've probably been saying this as axolotl or ajolote from my Spanish speakers, but it actually comes from the Nahuatl language, so it would be correctly pronounced as axolotl. Be sure to drop that tidbit of knowledge into group chat so your friends can start a new one without you. Anyway, only about 1.5 million people today can even speak Nahuatl, and I'm willing to bet that you're not one of them. So if I were you, I'd about asho-lit my pants because you're an outsider, and this is the part where you get taken captive. Or worse. If you are taken alive, you'd certainly wish that you weren't, but at least on the way to your doom, you'd be able to get a glimpse into the wonders that Tenochtitlan had to offer. Surprise, surprise. Another civilization, another hierarchy system. The social structure of the Aztec Empire is often debated, but it can be boiled down to your vanilla upper, middle, and lower classes. The big guy at the top is called the Huey Tlatoani, or Supreme Emperor. The upper class, of course, is all your rich folk, your priests, your warriors, and your nobles. Next were the farmers, merchants, fishermen, and artisans making up the laboring middle class, and the poor unfortunate scum at the bottom were mostly slaves and prisoners of war. Upward movement through these classes was certainly possible, but certainly rare, so get to pulling on them bootstraps as soon as they're invented. But even if you were just a run-of-the-mill peasant, life wasn't terribly awful. Everyone knew that they needed to work to keep the wheels turning. Men tended to the farms, women tended to the homes, and the kids tended to their studies. The city itself was also super clean, relatively speaking. Accounts from the Spanish conquistadors noted the exceptional hygiene and cleanliness practiced by the Mexica. Big ol' Spanish ball of rage Hernan Cortez, who is currently on his way over from Spain to mop the floor with Aztec blood, noted the city's impressive public health innovations, including baths and toilets, and water fountains constantly supplied with fresh, clean water. There were even public servants scrubbing everything down on a daily basis. Waste was burned or recycled, and everyone's doo-doo feces fertilized the farms. That's good corn. Since personal hygiene was so ingrained in daily life, widespread disease was not an immediate threat. Yet, as long as there were no floods, droughts, volcanic eruptions, or earthquakes, life was pretty solid. The invention of sustainable, fertile floating farms called chinampas meant that food supply was fairly reliable. The local diet mainly consisted of vegetables or fruits. There's plenty of beans, greens, potatoes, tomatoes, there's corn if you're torn, a fish if you wish, or dry out some turkey for a jerky dish. You've got deer, duck, lizards, and dogs, but no cows, chickens, goats, or hogs. Grasshoppers, worms, larvae, or ants, all packed with protein, so give them a chance. There's lots of food just begging to be cooked. And no, there's no Chipotle out here. Trust me, I've looked. Alright, enough rhyming. Now you have to keep in mind that this sweet lifestyle was only within the city limits of Tenochtitlan. The Aztec Empire itself was huge, and at its height in 1519, the entire empire ruled over 500 city-states and about 6 million people. While the Mexica were the head honchos around these parts, the empire as a whole was actually a triple alliance of 3 main cities: Tenochtitlan, Texcoco, and Tlacopan. But Tenochtitlan was the dominant power. Why? It's simple. Fear. The Mexica were terrifyingly brutal and militaristic. Tenochtitlan was the promised land, remember, so they're gonna fight tooth and nail to defend what the gods have declared to be their home. So let's talk military. If you're going to be the main powerhouse of an empire and want to keep that empire from crumbling, you'd best believe that you need people who know how to fight. Surprisingly, Tenochtitlan itself had no standing professional military, so every male needed to be ready for a call to arms at a moment's notice in the event that a neighboring city starts getting all sassy. All male citizens in Tenochtitlan, regardless of class status, were required to go through rigorous warrior training at the age of 15. Intense daily exercise drills, marching formations, and weapon masteries were always on the menu. If you wanted to stab someone from a comfortable distance, you could always launch some arrows or huck a javelin. Close quarters combats called for clubs, spears, or this monstrosity, the Maquawitl. This was a wooden paddle adorned with razor-sharp obsidian stones, capable of ripping flesh from bone in a single swing. Its clever design allowed for two modes of operation, cutting if they were bad, and spanking if they were naughty. Although certainly capable of inflicting a crap ton of pain, the purpose of these weapons was not to necessarily kill, but to incapacitate. You see, the Mexica actually preferred to capture enemy warriors alive, for reasons we'll cut into later. But perhaps one of the most effective weapons for the Mexica was intimidation. The Mexica wore extravagant, colorful clothing designed to represent ferocious animals such as eagles, jaguars, and serpents. Sometimes full-on animal skins were used too, so imagine getting charged up by a screaming, hulked-out maniac dressed head to toe in jaguar skin. You'd just about invert yourself into a scared little raisin. So while Tenochtitlan had no standing army, it could call upon tens of thousands of trained soldiers at the drop of a hat. As a consequence of being conquered, all city-states within the Aztec Empire were forced to pay tribute to the Mexica, allowing them to maintain the healthy and wealthy lifestyle that you see before you as you're paraded through the city as a filthy prisoner. Failure to pay tribute meant certain death, so these cities were quick to offer up the goods, but of course, they were not happy about it. But none of that concerns you. Instead, you've been sent to court for the crime of being a strange-looking weirdo. Now, this can go one of two ways. Captured prisoners in the Aztec Empire either faced slavery or were offered up as a heavy metal sacrifice to the gods, the latter of which being the highest honor. But let's start with... Believe it or not, being a slave under Aztec rule wasn't the worst because it wasn't really a system of oppression. Aztec slaves fell more into the category of indentured servitude instead of what we would think of as full-blown lifelong slavery. Slaves had basic rights, could marry freely, own land, and could even earn their freedom from their owners under the right conditions. I use the term owners here loosely, as they didn't outright own the person, just their labor. Owners were responsible for providing adequate food, shelter, and care for their slaves, and were even forbidden from mistreating them. And funny enough, if you could prove before a court that your owner was being a real asshat, you could most likely earn your freedom. If your owner was being extra dickish with verbal or physical lashings, they might even end up a slave themselves. Mexica criminal punishments went from 0 to 100 real quick. Victims of your petty crimes would have you provide financial compensation or you being enslaved to them to work off the debt. If you did something more serious, prepare to be publicly strangled or beaten to death with a big old stick or some rocks. If you were a real bad boy, you'd be promoted to sacrifice, all of which are pretty effective crime deterrents. But not all slaves were criminals or prisoners. In fact, some were even volunteers. Yeah, some citizens chose to become slaves in order to work off a debt. After that debt had been paid, the contract was complete and both parties went about their merry way, satisfied with the transaction. Remember that physical labor is backbreaking, but debt is crippling. As for work, slaves were mainly assigned to complete domestic chores by their owners. Scrub the walls, scrub the halls, scrub my balls? Now, of course, sometimes the involuntary slaves, such as yourself, weren't as willing to participate in paying off their debt to society. Since slave owners were not permitted to sell their slaves without said slave's consent, they were in a bind. So it was time to return the favor using a wooden collar. Not only was this collar one of shame, but also inconvenience. Besides looking completely humiliating, it also had a tactical purpose. You see, there was this strange rule that if a slave was able to flee, exit the city, and, I shit you not, step on a human turd, they could request freedom before a court. Ugh, you didn't clean your foot, did you? I did not, but since slave owners knew this silly rule, any slaves who were flight risks were given the collar, reducing their mobility in large crowds and doorways.
I just want to go inside.
You can also choose to no longer become a slave by marrying or having babies with your owner. But then you're back to square one. Any slaves who continued to be troublemakers for their owners were given 3 warnings before being eligible to be sold as a sacrifice to the temples, should their owner permit. And he just did. Oh, sucks to be you right now. You're about to become a... Welcome
Welcome to the Huey Teocalli, also known as the Templo Mayor, the main temple in the heart of Tenochtitlan and the religious epicenter of many a sacrifice. It's also precisely where your heart is going to see sunlight for the first time in... ever. Religious societies can be pretty bloodthirsty. Just ask the Catholics. And the Mexica were no different. They firmly believed that their gods were fueled by blood offerings. For example, they believed that their patron sun god, Huitzilopochtli, required human blood to fight off the moon and stars at night to bring about a new day. So you can bet your beating chambers that blood flowed quite literally like there was no tomorrow. With over 200 different gods in the Aztec pantheon, it's quite a lot of mouths to feed. Harvested blood would be poured over statues of the gods while it was still fresh so they could get a little sip. Who's a hungry boy? You are. Warriors, of course, had the best tasting blood right behind prisoners and children, so they were given priority over everyone else, making them a hot commodity. In order to keep supplies stocked, the Mexica would often host events called flower wars where at least two cities would send out troops to fight one another for the sake of capturing POWs for sacrifice. It's a real win-win. Now, when you think of Aztec human sacrifice, your mind probably goes straight to the iconic heart gripping and ripping. And you'd be right. Slapping a slave on a sacrificial slab and serving a swift stab to the sternum for the sudden surge of that sweet sanguine secretion. But when sacrifices were such a spectacle, variety was a spice of life. If you've seen one heart out of a human body, you've seen them all. Thanks, LiveLeak. Many methods of sacrifice were specific to each god. You want some rain? Drown some crying kiddos in a nearby lake for the rain god. Want to keep volcanic eruptions at bay? You better burn some women for the fire god. You want a bountiful harvest? We've got decapitation and flaying for the god of agriculture. Enthusiastic priests would even go as far as wearing the flayed skin just for that extra bit of pizzazz. The problem with these kinds of practices is that eventually it's going to rain again, volcanoes will have dormant periods, and some harvests will naturally provide higher yields. So if things turned out well, it's because the sacrifices worked. If they didn't, that's because you didn't sacrifice enough. You can see how this is a terrible feedback loop. Sometimes, though, sacrifices were performed on a large scale to slake a large thirst. For example, the grand opening ceremony of the Templo Mayor allegedly saw the blood of over 80,000 captives and slaves pour down the freshly carved stone, though historians do debate if this number is even accurate. What's not up for debate, though, is what's about to happen to you. Say adios to that heart of yours, buddy.
Stop!
Cortez! Oh, am I glad to see you. Necesito ir the fuck home. Comprende? Where the fuck were you? Painful ancient medicine. Hundreds and even thousands of years ago, humanity's knowledge of itself was still in its infancy. We had a basic idea of what makes us tick, but that wasn't enough to stop the scientifically curious from fiddling around both outside and inside people's bodies. Alright, just gonna poke around in here and... What's the matter, doctor? There's a scary skeleton in you! That being the case, it was up to these early pioneers of medicine to provide solutions to human ailments, be it a simple cough or a giant debilitating pulsating tumor. If you were lucky, you'd find a doctor willing to test out different medicines outside of thoughts and prayers. But some of these treatments would have you begging for mercy from whatever divine being you may have believed in. Take, for instance, someone afflicted with hemorrhoids. Yeah, that's how this is starting off. Nowadays, you just go to the corner store, prepare yourself an H, finger your B, and sit at home in complete discomfort. A few days later, you're right as rain. But back in the past, humans did not have such a luxury. Failed treatment could result in some gnarly infections, which, in non-modern times, was a death sentence. Sure, you could go to an apothecary who could whip up a strange mixture of grimy herbs and unidentifiable animal liquids that you could sip on, but that's most likely going to cause intense gastrointestinal distress. You need something that's tried and true. Well, you can iron out that wrinkle near your wrinkle with this, a hot iron rod. The theory's simple. Hemorrhoids are basically small open wounds, so a little bit of cauterization would close them bad boys right up and allow them to heal. This method was actually first used in the 4th century BC by father of medicine, Hippocrates. He apparently was a huge fan of cauterization as a last resort cure-all for most afflictions. Have a bad cough? Sear your throat to a medium rare. Have a headache? A burning rod to the temples will make you forget all about it. Hippocrates was of firm belief that if a condition couldn't be cured with medicine, it could be cured with a knife. If it couldn't be cured with a knife, it could be cured with fire. If it couldn't be cured with fire, well, then you're just shit out of luck. The obvious problem with this cure in the rectal region is that it isn't without collateral damage. The application often led skin fusing to the burning rod and getting ripped from the body. Another unfortunate possibility was that the rod was hot enough to burn your skin, but not hot enough to cauterize the hemorrhoids, so you'd only get an appetizer instead of the full meal. You were also under threat of having the target missed completely. One slip, trip, loss of grip, and your back lip's getting ripped. It is reported that patients would claim the rectal remedy was successful, but then again, would you agree to a follow-up treatment if you weren't cured? Probably not. We move on from being a pain in the ass to being a pain in the dick. Metallic catheters have been around for thousands of years, dating all the way back to around 3000 BC. These little guys were used to relieve patients of urinary obstructions, which didn't allow for proper passage of pee. Ever lie in bed at night needing to go, but you're too comfy, so you just lie there feeling the pressure of building in your bladder? Ever have to hold it in on a long car ride home where you're twitching and groaning, yearning for that sweet urethral flow? Well, then you've experienced a fraction of the pain generated from being physically unable to drain your piss pouch. This was such a prevalent problem throughout history that it was on the high priority list of the super science people of yore. Evidence of early versions of these tools have been found throughout ancient Egypt, Rome, Greece, China, and India, with materials being used ranging from onion stalks to solid gold. The theory was simple. Like a clogged drain, you just gotta poke around in there to clear the blockage. Enter the catheter, which enters you. After snaking around your tract, the tube enters your bladder and provides a cleared path for you to relieve yourself. As will be a common theme throughout this video, ancient times had only rudimentary methods for sedatives such as opiates, herbs, and alcohol to subdue any pain. If these weren't available, you could always bite down on a stick or something while getting a metal tube shoved up your nethers. The insertion procedure was delicate and tricky. Since these tools were handmade, edges could be rough. Without proper care, your internals could get all kinds of tore up, which would certainly have no way of being treated effectively. If improperly cleaned, a catheter could leave behind debris in your bladder, causing infection or even worse, future blockages. So with that, only a properly prepared person performed the painful pubic procedure. As technology evolved, however, catheters became flexible and more ergonomic for both male and female patients with various shapes and sizes to increase comfort, or rather decrease discomfort. But back in those times, a few minutes of sharp pain was well worth the relief of long-term agony and potential kidney failure. Let's just say that without a catheter, you're in for a bad time. Speaking of having a bad time, this would be one of them. As a follow-up to metallic catheters, if the obstruction was a calcified stone too large to pass naturally, surgical intervention may have been in the stars for you. The first recorded practice of lithotomy dates back to ancient Greeks. The word lithotomy derives from the Greek language, with lithos meaning stone and tomos meaning cut. This makes sense as surgeons were quite literally cutting for a stone stuck in your belly. To say that the procedure was not pretty would be a drastic understatement. Nowadays, lithotomy is performed by making a small incision in the abdomen and using a small camera tool to fish around for the offending mass. Back in the day, however, this was a perineal procedure. Your perineum, if you're unaware, is that no man's land between your anus and your junk. Modern scholars refer to it as the taint or the grundle. That's the incision site. Yeah, it's gonna suck. Lying on your back with your knees pulled to your chest to give the doctor a front row seat to your particulars, a surgeon would make the invasive entry and beeline it for your bladder to attempt removal of the stone, if he could find it. Physical removal was either performed with a hooking tool or with the surgeon's fingers like he was trying to get the last chip out of a Pringles can. If you were lucky, the stone or stones produced in your body were relatively small in diameter, maybe a quarter inch or less than a centimeter. But as you can imagine, problems arose if these stones were large. Excessive bleeding and internal damage can occur from bladder stones exceeding 1.5 inches or about 4 centimeters, though luckily these were rare. It's no surprise that these surgical procedures were excruciatingly painful. It was almost required that an assistant or two would be present to restrain you during the procedure to avoid any unnecessary damage from involuntary struggling as you endured the pain. After extraction, the patient was sat in a shallow pool of vinegar and salt to halt any bleeding before being stitched up like a teddy bear. There's no question that the procedure sucked, but the long-term benefits outweighed the short-term investment. Capital gains, more like capital pains.
Now, I did briefly cover trepanation way back when I thought doing a monotone narration was a good idea, but let's revisit it. So, trepanation is the act of deliberately drilling a hole in one's head for the sake of some kind of medical relief. This could be physical pain like excessive skull pressure or headaches, or for spiritual reasons, as some early societies believed that trepanation allowed for the release of spooky spirits haunting your melon. Trepanation is one of the earliest known surgical procedures performed throughout human history, with evidence being found across the entire globe as far back as the Neolithic era, the end of the Stone Age. So imagine you want to get some relief for your frequent pounding headaches, and your local medicine man whips out his iconic and sharp obsidian slab. Dr. Ooga Booga gives you a smile as he starts carving away at your dome, peeling skin from skull. You'd think that fight or flight mode would kick in, but Next came the actual carving of bone, either by making rectangular intersecting cuts to eventually pop out a square of your skull, or by slowly whittling away at it until reaching your soft, chewy brain like it was a dang Tootsie Pop. There are a few known trepanation methods observed across the world. The first two I just described: rectangular cuts and scraping.
The third was the use of a tree find, a hollow-toothed cylinder. This is like popping into your local Home Depot for a Craftsman V20 brushless drill and 2-inch bimetal hole saw set.
Is this gonna hurt? Only if you scream. The last and most commonly used method was the drilling of closely spaced holes, usually performed with a bow and flint. Now, having your head carved into is certainly not a pleasurable experience, so you'd probably want the procedure to be over quickly. Well, think again. Since it was known that jamming a sharp object into the brain would almost certainly diminish the surgeon's success rate, trepanation was a long, delicate, and grueling process. Trepanation is still practiced in modern medicine as a craniectomy to treat brain injuries and remove brain tumors. Surprisingly though, the majority of recovered remains showing evidence of trepanation also showed signs of continued bone growth and healing, indicating that these subjects survived their surgeries. It's estimated that around 80% of those who got their noggin knocked ended up living, though it's questionable if they lived well. Imagine spending months or even years training as a warrior, perfecting the art of handling a blade, mastering close combat, and being the embodiment of peak physical strength, only to be taken out by an arrow the moment you step out onto the battlefield. Huge bummer, but all's fair in love and war, and boy, did you love war until about 5 seconds ago. Now lying on the ground, your life slowly slipping away from a simple arm wound, you look up to see a friendly face. It's one of them fancy new soldiers. What do they call them? Oh yeah, medics. His whole job is to make you feel better and to get you back up on your feet. Your other buddies on the battlefield? They can wait a bit. They're not going anywhere. Now, unfortunately for you, the arrow's pretty deep, so things aren't looking too great. Shallow entry wounds you could simply rip out, rub some dirt in it, and call it a day. These deeper wounds, however, they need a bit more persuasion. Most arrowhead designs at the time are barbed. Where they land, they're meant to stay. So here are your options. Option 1. If there's already an exit wound, snap the arrow in two and push it through to the other side. Sorry if you're eating while watching this. Option 2. If there's no exit wound, you're gonna need to pull the arrowhead out. Simply open the entry wound enough to find the arrowhead and gently pull, avoiding the barbs ripping at your delicate insides. Option 3. If the arrowhead is stuck in a bone or too deep to retrieve... Option 4. If you can retrieve the arrow and you want things to be quick like a band-aid, use the classic Tooth Fairy method. Simply tie the protruding arrow to another arrow and fire away. The offending arrow is ripped out and you're left there in complete and utter agony. Now we just have to dump some honey on that bad boy, wrap it up nice and neat in a filthy cloth covered in mud and dirt, and you'll be back to it in no time.
The fuck?
No, this isn't just chilling out in the living room. This has to do with ancient eye surgery, which honestly makes my toes curl because I hate anything that has to do with eyes. My wife, she constantly tortures me by poking her own eyeball for fun just because she can, and it honestly just heebies my jeebies, so here we go. Couching is the first known surgical procedure to counteract a cataract. What's a cataract? It's the clouding of the natural lens inside of your eyeball. If you know anything about light scattering, you'll know that semi-transparency does a lot of it. Makes your vision go all wonky like you're looking at the world through a steamy shower door, except permanently and much less sexy. Well, not permanently anymore, because them ancient Egyptians found a great way to stab your own eyes and get rid of the problem. However, it would be much, much later until we got something recorded in fine detail. Around the 6th century BC, ancient Indian physician Sushruta wrote about his breakthrough cataract removal process called couching in his medical texts. I mean, look at this guy. You're telling me you wouldn't put your life in the hands of ancient Indian Santa Claus? Come on. The theory behind couching is what you'd expect. Take a cloudy lens and push it out of the way. This was done with a curved needle to delicately puncture the eye and dislodge the cloudy lens. This was likely very painful, as you're literally ripping out your eye's lens from its natural position. The cataract would either be pushed aside out of the vision pathway or pressed out of the eyeball. Now, to his credit, Sushruta was very mindful of the need to have clean tools and a clean environment for surgeries. He was centuries ahead of European medicine in that regard, but his sterilization techniques weren't perfect. Patients often experienced agonizing infections, which inevitably led to the complete loss of vision in the affected eye. It is estimated that roughly 70% of patients were left completely blind due to surgical complications. But hey, if you're gonna go blind anyway, why not take the 30% chance and risk it for the biscuit? Ah, the iconic bloodletting, the basic bitch of ancient medicine. Despite being outright stupid, this practice was used throughout numerous cultures across human history, beginning as early as the ancient Egyptians around 3000 BC, but spreading as far as ancient Rome, Greece, Europe, the Middle East, Asia, Mesoamerica, and Africa. Pretty much everywhere. The prevailing theory was that most ailments were the result of having an imbalance of the four humors in the body. If you're unaware, the four humors theory was developed by none other than our bearded boy, Hippocrates. It states that our bodies consist of four bodily fluids: blood, yellow bile, black bile, and phlegm. A perfectly normal and healthy person was believed to have these four fluids in perfect balance. Any tip to one extremity can lead to disease and a shift in personality. Having a bad cough? You've got too much phlegm in your system. Cough it up. Got some terrible tummy issues? You got too much yellow bile. Time to touch your uvula. Almost anything else? Well, you've got too much bad quality blood in you, so let's slice open an artery and purge you of your impurities. Now, typically, blood was drained until the patient passed out, which is horrible, stupid, and dumb. Yes, your body constantly produces new blood, but it's also a self-sustaining cycle of breaking down the old and producing new. There's no need to drain the pool. An incision would be made around the inside of your elbow, and your heart would do the rest, pumping out your life force and making you weaker by the second. To no surprise, incisions would often lead to infection, and with less blood in your system and thus less white blood cells to fight off said infection, whatever initial ailment you may have had now pales in comparison to the new pickle you've put yourself in. There's not much humor in that, is there? So, I decided to be a little silly with this chapter. Enjoy this, cringe. Oh, oops. In today's times, you can count yourself blessed, cause modern dentistry is the best that it gets. But step into the past, that pain gets intense. No Novocaine blast, no make defense. Impactions, extractions, gonna ruin your day. This dental interaction to rid you of decay. Looking for pliers? Now try a bronze hook. Yanking at your teeth without a second look. Hold still, time to draw you shady surgeon, please. But you can't even hear him through your shrieks and screams. Sharpen stone to the bone, now you're all alone. As you groan and you moan on this painful throne. Need relief? Try this. Here, give that a taste. Don't feel a difference cause it's dead mouse paste. Have some opium to try to dull the throb. Well, now you're just high and you're still gonna sob. So sit in that chair, chewing on your herbs, cause you're gonna feel despair when he strikes that nerve. The gravity of cavities is taking its toll, but it's agony, insanity surging through your soul. Pull it out, that tooth is gone. You scream and you shout in your perpetual yawn. All done now, you're good for a bit. Just chug the sheep wine, okay, now spit. That shit sucked, but at least you're alive. So you can even leave a like or hit that subscribe. Imagine that you're a poor simple peasant farmer in the mid-14th century. The only skills you know are plowing and sowing seeds, not only in the field but also with your unbathed wife, resulting in 3 starving, freeloading children. How cute. Pat, pat, pat. You're in the middle of your daily farm run when suddenly your neighbor approaches and leans down to your dusty son, blasting an entire sneeze into his open mouth and walking away without a word. Congratulations, your family is now the host of something called the Plague. Little do you know, your entire life is about to change for the worse, or for the better depending on how much you actually care for your son. In the year 1346, a big storm was a-brewing in the east. Residents of China, India, Turkey, and Palestine were feeling a bit under the weather. So far under the weather, in fact, that they ended up 6 feet under the ground. Because they died. Believed to have originated from Central Asia, the bacterial infection known today as the bubonic plague or Black Plague began spreading like the plague. Accelerating through heavily used trade routes, it did not take long to extend its reach. The infection was initially only transmitted through bites of fleas piggybacking off of rats, but you could also get it through direct contact with infected tissue or by having a friendly neighbor sneeze into your mouth. The rapid spread and swiftness of death caused major panic. With mortality rates as high as 60%, people were seeing friends and family quickly evolve from being alive to not alive in a matter of a few days. Even though death was quick, getting there was not so pretty. A physician residing in Spain published his first-hand accounts of the effects of the plague on his fellow humans. For the sake of not sounding like an uncultured idiot, I will not attempt to pronounce his name, but here it is. However, I do know that these are two characters from the hit Disney film Aladdin. No, not that one. Yeah, the good one. Anyway, he states that an infection would begin with a rising fever that left patients disoriented and depressed. They would then go on to experience a plethora of excruciating symptoms that you usually hear about at the end of a prescription drug commercial. Consult your town's spooky doctor if you have experienced the Black Plague. Plague may appear in adults ages 0 to 112 and may cause an increase in cramps, coldness in the extremities, frequent vomiting, skin lesions, chest tightness, difficulty breathing, spitting up blood, stinging chest pain, inflammation, intense thirst, coughing, blackness of tongue, swelling of the throat, abscesses, difficulty or impossibility of swallowing, headaches, fainting fits, dizziness, nausea, and foul-smelling diarrhea. If any of these symptoms worsen, it is most likely too late for you. Black Plague is not for everyone, but everyone you know will get it. So yeah, getting the plague sucked. And to make matters worse, many doctors back then were about as qualified in medicine as a TikTok comment section. So they just looked at their infected patients and went, huh, that's weird. Try draining all your blood. Oh, that didn't work? Well, let's rub some herbs in it. Yeah, that's nice. Oh, I'm such a good doctor. And of course, if your doctors couldn't help, then there was only one other place you could really turn to. Not surprisingly, religion really wasn't that much help either. Some of the more hardcore religious nuts believed that they absolutely deserved the plague for being such naughty boys, so they did a little thing called self-flagellation, or the act of beating the ever-loving Christ out of yourself. The practice was so popular that even the Pope at the time, Pope Clement VI, came out and said,
"Stop it. Get some help."
And so they did. Instead, they simply resorted to placing the blame of the plague on minority groups. Some smarter folks began a more effective practice called common sense, where they would simply avoid other people who they suspected to be infected. Italy even took a step further, forcing ships arriving from infected ports to sit offshore for up to 40 days, or a quarantena, which is where the word quarantine comes from. Of course, there were larger consequences experienced by the severe loss of life. Across Europe and Asia, the available labor force crumbled and trade routes halted, with landlords desperate for workers. With no smelly peasants to harvest crops, food shortages were the norm, with prices hyperinflating on what scarce food remained. Eventually, though, through continued quarantines and improved hygienic practices, the Black Plague did subside in 1351. It did poke its head in from time to time over the following centuries, but it wasn't nearly as bad. In the end, from 1347 to 1351, an estimated 25 to 75 million people died from the plague, the majority being impoverished laborers and peasants. But there was still hope for the absolute chatiths who survived. As I mentioned, landowners were desperate for workers, and with such high demand with such little supply, they were required to pay laborers a much prettier penny for their work. If their landlords refused to pay more, workers now had the freedom to tell them to frig off, since other landlords needed workers as well. Suddenly, peasants were zooming by in their low-riding 1-horsepower tricked-out Mustangs and moving up in the social ranks, with some becoming artists, musicians, and influencers. Furthermore, the sheer amount of death inspired people to appreciate the finer things in life, focusing on themselves instead of religious figures, with the birth of humanism. Inspiration evolved into deeper scientific curiosity as medical professionals wished to learn more about what just killed all of their friends. Society was quickly realizing the fragility of human life and sought a way to better themselves through increased interaction, sharing of ideas, artistic expression, and scientific ingenuity. If the Black Plague has taught us anything, it's that a majority of society needs to be swiftly erased before all of the really cool stuff starts happening. But that sounds like something a dictator would say.
The worst jobs in history.
If you ever think your job's crappy, try having to plunge into a pit of literal human doo-doo feces every single night. Way back in the day in good old England, some daring men made a career out of wading through human excrement. So-called gong farmers were tasked with draining out cesspits filled to the brim with offensive butt slop. The profession had existed for centuries, but it saw its height between the years of 1485 and 1603, also known as the Tudor period. Oi, I got a tutor for you. Since this was way before the invention of the turlet, people were content with just slamming their cheeks down in a public latrine to pinch off a quick loaf. The other problem was the lack of availability of somewhere to go. Towards the end of the 14th century, it's estimated that there was only one public bathroom per 2,000 people. Plus, keep in mind that all of that human waste was just piling up in a literal stone-lined hole in the ground, so you were just dropping logs onto a mountain of timber. The local government, realizing that this horrid threat to public health was fermenting beneath everyone's feet, took action to allow the construction of private outhouses and latrines in residential areas as a way to disperse the smelly sewage. It didn't work all that well. So with dookie levels rising, help was needed to drain the pits. Enter the gong farmer. The term gong deriving from an Old English term meaning to go. They were also referred to as the much more mysterious and cooler sounding title of nightmen, as the only time that they were allowed to perform their duties was under the shroud of night, and that really sucked. There were no flashlights, spotlights, or illumination of any kind. You just had to hope that the moon was shining brightly to light your way through the filth. The nightmen would enter these cesspits and drain the contents using buckets and shovels. Excrement was loaded into barrels and carted off to be dumped near the River Thames. Don't worry, it was used as fertilizer later. Maybe. These men would be knee-deep, waist-deep, even neck-deep in the stuff, which had its own risks, the first and foremost being asphyxiation. Cesspits were often in closed spaces with little to no ventilation, so the buildup of noxious and toxic gases was a very real threat. Although rare, a gong farmer could pass out from a lack of fresh air and drown in the waste. Another risk was poor maintenance. Cesspits were typically drained as needed, which, depending on the size of the thing, could be up to 2 years between sloppy scoops. Since these pits just sat there and rotted, it was common for stone walls to collapse in on the farmers while they harvested their crops. Any scrapes or bumps would certainly get infected, which could only lead to a painful death. But these high risks were met with high reward. Since the job was less than desirable, gong farmers made quite a healthy living, about 6 pence a day. Now, I'm not quite sure what that is in non-silly sounding money, but sounds pretty good. Problem is though, gong farmers perpetually reeked from their labors and were only permitted to live in certain areas of the city, with most of the public actively avoiding them and, well, treating them like crap. Now, if you're looking for a soul-crushing, body-breaking job that pays next to nothing, you're an idiot. But I could recommend that you apply for the occupation of chimney sweep. These services were all the rage in, you guessed it, England's Tudor period. But the job has existed for hundreds of years. Rapid urbanization led to the construction of a lot of buildings, and each one of them suckers needs a source of heat. Gotta keep them English toesies nice and warm during the miserable gray winter months until the arrival of the miserable gray summer months. So a lot of fireplaces and chimneys were built to meet that demand. You do know how a fireplace works, right? Make fire, fire make heat and smoke go up through chimney and blow out the top. But all of that burning of wood and coal creates lots of icky carbon-heavy flammable deposits that build up within the chimney. Big problem, cause if that's not properly cleared out, then things can just go, and there goes not only your house, but a few neighbors' houses as collateral damage. Well, the higher-ups didn't like the risk of their kingdom going up in smoke at any given time, so they mandated that chimneys must be swept at least 4 times a year or face heavy fines. Thus, the employment of chimney sweeps became critical. The problem, though, is that chimneys at the time weren't exactly designed for human entry and cleaning. Bugger. Most flue networks in the building were grouped together on the roof, but could have sharp turns as they angled out towards their respective fireplaces or furnaces. To make matters even worse, regulations shrunk flue sizes down to as little as 9 by 9 inches. This made it nearly impossible for full-grown men to slip through the cracks. The solution? Children. Really young children. Adorable, wide-eyed orphans were yoinked from poor houses and taken on as apprentices called climbing boys, with opportunities to one day grow into master sweepers themselves, if they lived that long.
If it wasn't obvious, chimney sweeping was extremely dangerous, especially for the little limber lads. Boys as young as 6 years old were sent up chimneys and told to get scrubbing. The physical dangers were abundant, as several children had died from getting stuck or horribly burned from scaling the scalding bricks. Keep in mind that these fireplaces were almost always in use, so those chimneys were hot and ready like a carry-out pizza. Now, if the cramming didn't kill you, the scrubbing would. Soot and creosote, the organic carbonaceous byproducts of burning wood and coal, are carcinogenic. So if you're trapped in a confined space just scrub-a-dub-dubbing away while sucking up hits of cancer-causing black powder all day day, things are not going to turn out well for you. But it actually wasn't your lungs that you needed to worry about. No, it was your balls. Scrotal squamous cell carcinoma, also known as chimney sweeps carcinoma or just straight up scrotal cancer, was a death sentence. Something I didn't mention until now was that the young children, as a way to fit easier into the narrow hot chimneys, often went commando. No shirt, no shoes, no pants, but all service. The constant exposure to soot and such led to the development of tumors on their nethers. Once developed, they were lucky if they had a few years left in them. Sure, your sack is out of whack, but damn, that chimney's clean. You've probably heard of the Radium Girls, young women of the workforce that would paint luminous numbers and hands onto timepieces in the early 1900s. Well, this is similar. Towards the end of the 19th century, matchmaking was a pretty lucrative business. Not like pairing couples up, but making literal matches. By the late 1800s, there were about 25 matchmaking factories across Great Britain, employing over 4,000 chaps and chapettes. The process, as with most industries at the time, involved working with some nasty chemicals. The flavor of the day here was white phosphorus, an unstable compound that burned fiercely when ignited. You know, perfect for the few seconds that you would need to set something ablaze. On top of being both easily ignitable and violently reactive with oxygen, it had the triple whammy of also being extremely toxic. Of all matchmaking jobs, roughly half were involved in the direct handling of white phosphorus, with over 80% of the phosphorus fingerers being young women. These women would come to be known as matchstick girls. Day in and day out, these women were tasked with packaging the dipped matchsticks, with an entire workforce handling as many as 10 million across a 10-hour shift, meeting the demand of the 250 million matches being burned in Britain every single day. Remember that fire is what got people through the day. Need to cook? Fire. Need to keep warm? Fire. Need to see in the dark? Fire. Need to shrink your overhead? Fire. It was the biggest blessing humanity has ever discovered, and you can now summon it out of a little box in your pocket. The obvious problem is that fiddling with all of those fickle phosphorus fumes physically fucked you up. It was very common for both men and women to form phosphoric necrosis of the jaw. The condition, nicknamed Phossy jaw, developed after the long-term exposure to phosphorus fumes. Initial symptoms included simple toothaches, which evolved into complete tooth loss, abscesses, swelling of the gums, and complete necrosis of the jaw. To put it simply, your jaw rotted off. If you did get the jaw rot, there was about a 1 in 5 chance that the rest of your body would be rotting not long after from contracting an even worse condition known as death. In 1888, over 1,400 matchstick girls, fed up with this blatant disregard for their safety, decided to strike, demanding better pay, working conditions, and abolition of unfair fines and penalties. The strike lasted for 2 weeks before demands were met and accepted. 20 years later, in 1908, the British House of Commons completely banned the use of toxic white phosphorus in favor of the much safer and less toxic red phosphorus, which is what we use in matches today, but not in the match head, on the striking pad. So remember to light one up for the matchstick girls. If you think your job's exhausting, try hauling an entire freaking ship up a river with your bros. These are burlaks, or barge haulers. They hauled barges. Typically dirt-poor peasants just looking for enough coin to eat for a week, these men were tasked with strapping on a strap and using whatever strength they had left in them to pull in ships from the Caspian Sea all the way up the Volga River in the days of the Russian Empire. Since ship traffic was near constant thanks to strong trade, burlaks were in high demand to carefully guide the vessels up the Volga. But why couldn't the ships just sail up the river, you might ask? Because the Volga flows outward towards the Caspian Sea, and there were rarely favorable winds to propel a ship up the river, lest you risk beaching your entire ship on the banks.
So why not hire a bunch of exhausted and desperate poor people to do the work instead? Whoa, slow down, fellas. There's no need for us to be Russian. Depending on the load size, burlap groups could range from just a few men up to 150 fellas pulling a single ship. But there was a moment of respite for these workers. See, one advantage to working in the Russian Empire was the cold winters. Can't exactly move ships upstream when the waterways are completely frozen over. So burlaks were seasonal, working dawn until dusk, thaw till frost. But since the combination of being poor and not working meant certain death, the men would pick up odd jobs in the winter to barely scrape by.
Hey, I make a duck. Smudgy, smudgy.
At the beginning of the 19th century, it is estimated that about 600,000 burlaks worked in the Russian Empire, but the evolution of ship technology and the invention of the steam-powered ship rendered the job obsolete. By the end of the 19th century, the burlak profession had vanished over the horizon. Now I know what you're thinking, so stop it. This has nothing to do with milking your own snake or giving little pinches to little snake nips, which don't exist. Snakes aren't mammals. The job of a snake milker was to extract their venom from their fangs. He looks cute, right? Think again. Snake venom was highly coveted for use in early warfare as a biological weapon, granting you the ability to proc tick damage over time to your enemies if you weren't able to finish them off yourself. Perhaps the best weapons of choice to get slathered in the stuff were arrows. Lethality of arrows varied greatly. Take one in the skull? Yeah, sure, you're dead as a doornail. But take one in a less critical spot like an arm or a leg, assuming you don't sever an artery, and you might just live to see another day. But that all goes out the window if the arrow tip was dipped in some venomous drip. Quite a few civilizations have been noted for using envenomed or poisoned arrows throughout history. You've got the Khoisan people of southern Africa who have been using poisoned arrows for thousands of years in hunting large prey, and the Harmatilians who used viper venom against an invading Alexander the Great. But no army employed the use of snake venom better than the Scythians. Also duking it out against Alexander the Great, the Scythians developed their own iconic poison for warfare. Combining not only viper venom, but also putrefied human blood and excrement, even minor scrapes from their weapons were lethal. So on top of dealing with being envenomed, you also dealt with the horrors of gangrene and tetanus. So with all that said and done, yeah, snake milkers. Like I said, it was their job to wrangle and wrestle up enough snakes to meet the demand of entire armies. But luckily, this wasn't a time for catch and release practices. Kill the snakes, take their venom. That's the job. Of course, that is easier said than done. By nature, snakes are shy little fellas and pretty hard to find. Chances are you get struck before you even noticed one. One catch of their fangs is enough for it to be game over. Snake milkers were considered lucky if they even managed to survive a single round of collecting. I think it's time for a quick science lesson. Venoms can be sorted into three main types: neurotoxic, hemotoxic, cytotoxic, yikes. Neurotoxins strike and destroy all your nerves. You're agonized and paralyzed as you can observe. Hemotoxins target all your healthy blood, thinning down or clotting up, so now you're done for, bud. Cytotoxins focus on killing all your cells, so you can probably guess that you won't be doing well. Just avoid snakes, and you'll be doing fine. I know you fellas and fellettes just love a good rhyme. So to close this chapter out, yes, snake milkers still exist nowadays, though only for medical research and developing antivenom rather than biological warfare. Or so we think. Imagine getting ready to charge onto a battlefield to either invade a country or defend your own. You see your fellow soldiers gearing up for battle with their trusty firearms, and you're given a drum. I gotta fight. Drummers, believe it or not, were a critical part of warfare in the days of yore. Since there were no such things as radios or more instantaneous methods of communication, drummer boys were employed and trained to maintain order on the battlefield, signaling commands, attacks, retreats, and everything in between. Peaking in popularity during the American Civil War, drummer boys were typically in their teenage years or young adulthood, though some more famous drummer boys were much younger. Little Charlie King of the Union Army died in battle at the age of just 13, being the youngest casualty in the Battle of Antietam. Itty Bitty Johnny Clem ran away from home and was taken in by the Union Army as a drummer boy at the ripe old age of 9.
Just a few years later, the little fella fought in the Battle of Chickamauga in 1863 at the age of 12, where he shot and killed a Confederate soldier.
What you gonna do? Shoot?
He was promoted to sergeant, eventually retiring from the United States Army in 1915 as a brigadier general. But that's a rare occurrence. In reality, it would have gone more like this. Despite what people may think, drummer boys did not lead troops into battle. That would be stupid. Instead, they would relay commands from behind soldier lines, though they were still known to be valuable targets. If you break the communication line, you break down the army. Outside of combat, drummer boys had a wealth of other responsibilities, such as carrying messages between units, assisting battlefield surgeons with amputations, carting the wounded up the field, fetching supplies, or burying the dead. They very rarely carried weapons of their own, so if they had to defend themselves in the heat of battle, they were pretty shit out of luck. If you wanted to be one of the most influential people in all of England but don't have a drop of royal blood in you, you'd want to squeeze into the role of the groom of the stool, a job requiring you to get up real close and personal with the king or queen at the time. Look, we all have to go once or 12 times a day, so someone as prestigious and important as the king is gonna need help doing so. I mean, imagine feeling the sudden urge to blow out your britches, but you have to fight through said bridges to accomplish the mission. Grooms of the Stool assisted the monarch with any labors regarding biological movements. This included helping the removal of clothing, preparation of the lavish and luxurious royal shipbox, and the removal of the splendiferous solids, but not before their proper examination. Yeah, that's right. Grooms of the Stool were not only tasked with cleaning up the royal slurry, but making sure that the passings were healthy, taking notes of any abnormalities in appearance or frequency. These notes would be passed on to the king's personal physician to diagnose any possible ailments. Well, that's not very helpful, is it? After the log was sent down the river, the groom of the stool would also assist in the cleanup effort, either by handing the king his own personal cleaning cloth, or by taking up wiping duties themselves. Now you might think that this job sucked, but it was actually highly coveted and well respected, as grooms of the stool had access to the king outside of the public eye, allowing for valuable private conversations. Commonly high-ranking nobles or politicians, grooms of the stool were known to have influence in many formal rulings, laws, or personal life. So that Anne Boleyn chick's hot, right? No. The first documented groom of the stool dates all the way back to 1495 under King Henry VII. The role continued to evolve over the years to the title of groom of the stole, though they were more so referred to as either the gentleman or gentlewoman of the bedchamber, depending on the monarch in charge, with responsibilities eventually focusing solely on the king or queen's wardrobe. The position was held for over 400 years until being formally discontinued under King Edward VII in 1901.
So you really clicked this video, huh? Alright, here's some cruel execution methods. Ever have like a hot burrito or something, and you take a bite and you're like, ow, this is hot. Well, imagine that, but many magnitudes worse. And even that wouldn't even begin to describe the agony of having molten metal poured down your throat. Created out of ironic symbolism, this method of execution was reserved for those who truly needed to swallow their pride. Take, for example, the wealthy Roman commander Manius Acilius. His papa, also named Manius, was a ruthless and greedy governor that forced harsh taxes on the general public. Well, like father, like son, said the people, fully expecting Manius Jr. to become a greedy butthole himself. That's one heck of an assumption to make, but condemning people to death for fun was kind of the thing to do in ancient Rome. After suffering defeat at the hands of Anatolian ruler Mithridates the Great during the First Mithridatic War in the year 89 BC, Manius was captured and eventually executed. When picking a suitable method to send Manius into the Great Bed Bath & Beyond, he really decided to go for the gold. Yeah, he just dumped melted metal down Manius' food hole as a testament to his greed and thirst for power. So what the heck does ingesting molten metal do to the human body? Not good things. Not good things at all. Molten gold sits at around 1000 degrees Celsius, so the instant that the metal contacts the flesh, it will instantly vaporize any inherent moisture into steam. In doing so, the metal will cool and harden, essentially creating a big metal plug in your throat, causing suffocation. Now here's a science lesson for you today. Science lesson! When liquids evaporate to a gas, they expand very quickly. Rapid expansion in a closed system like, say, your body, creates severe pressure. Considering that your internal organs are not built for said extreme pressures, you can probably see where this causes a problem. But don't worry, it sorts itself out rather quickly because your organs rupture. The good news is that you'd probably pass out and die before you even get to the point of having your internals turn into a 4th of July display. Immurement is just a fancy word for live entombment, which is pretty self-explanatory. It's one of those punishments that introverts would be like, oh hell yeah dude, until they realize that they can't go downstairs to get more Doritos, and that they're just probably gonna die in there. And if you've ever played Minecraft with your buddies, you probably experienced immurement firsthand when you came back to your room after mommy gave you your Ritalin. The practice was, unsurprisingly, mainly performed in the Roman Empire, but it has been seen in other areas like ancient Persia or Mongolia. Man, who do they put in charge of coming up with all these execution ideas?
I love my job.
This signature send-off method was usually reserved for virgin priestesses who were found guilty of breaking their chastity vows by getting on their knees and praying on some dong. However, there is historical evidence to suggest that it was used in other ways too, like mass entombment for prisoners of war, a punishment for thieves, or even just silly self-sacrificing fellers who voluntarily walled themselves in for religious purposes. Or just because they don't like people.
Yeah, fuck off!
So yeah, all those poor unfortunate souls would be sealed in a room no bigger than a New York apartment, while the lucky ones were placed in something a little bit more reasonable. Being completely sealed in means there's no light, no sound, or fresh air. So don't Dutch oven yourself.
Damn it!
Being isolated, you're just left to lose your goddamn mind in complete darkness and silence as your body wastes away from starvation and dehydration. Unless, of course, you accidentally trip over a rock and whack your melon on the stone wall. Trees are pretty useful. They convert carbon dioxide into oxygen, can be used for building materials, and can even help you execute your enemies. Oh, you didn't know that last one? Well, let me explain. Sure, you could convert your enemies to a cool wind chime on a tree, but why not go all out? That's what Roman Emperor Aurelian thought, at least. Being emperor and all, Aurelian was a bit of a control freak. He demanded only the finest behavior from his numerous army soldiers. That being the case, any thoughts of drinking, gambling, stealing, pillaging, and, all the stuff soldiers typically did were tossed out the window. Every man was expected to be in tip-top shape with their armor polished and their weapons sharp at a moment's notice. So it was just an army of a bunch of lame straight-edge dorks. Bit of a buzzkill, right? Those who refused to follow such protocols were setting themselves up for some severe punishment, and not even the kind that some people would find fun. Except this guy. For example, one soldier decided to have a fellow soldier's wife polish his spear in private. But the spear was his wiener, and in Aurelian's all-seeing perverted eyes, that's a big no-no, and now he had to make a choice. How was he going to make an example of this man to his fellow soldiers? Well, any good leader is resourceful, so why not harness the power of Mother Nature to do the trick? Oh look, 2 trees. What are you gonna do with those? Tie me to each one and have them rip me apart? That is what he's gonna do. As a reasonable punishment, the soldier had his limbs strapped to 2 young trees which were forced into a bent, crossed position. Once released, the spry, springy saplings did a solid conversion of potential energy to kinetic energy, ripping the soldier in two and giving visual confirmation that a lesson had been learned. Hey, what's cooking? Oh, it's me. Well, I must have been a bad boy, because getting boiled alive was generally reserved for those who were guilty of murder. But the only thing I'm guilty of is killing some brewskis, am I right, fellas? Okay. Used in medieval Europe as far back as 1392, boiling alive was the choice punishment for other crimes as well. Treason, forgery, counterfeiting, thievery, grape without the G, swindling, you name it. Even the Japanese were on the hot topic of boiling their criminals. Legendary thief and Robin Hood equivalent Ishikawa Goemon was boiled alive with his son in 1594 after they tried to assassinate a warlord. I mean, what did you think would happen? Even though it's pretty straightforward, humans have found different ways to make boiling someone alive more entertaining. For instance, what liquid is being used? Water's great and all, but that's as boring as it gets. So instead, use something with a little more oomph, like oil or tar. Now here's another quick science lesson. Another science lesson! Water, as I'm sure you know, boils at 100 degrees Celsius. Sorry fellow Americans, we're working with metric today, but you'll still get the point.
Once a liquid reaches a boiling point, the liquid cannot physically get any hotter in normal atmospheric conditions, so it vaporizes to a gas. So, in a sense, you hit a limit of pain able to be inflicted on your victim. No need to worry though, because you can always upgrade your cauldron juice. You see, oil has an average boiling point of 200 degrees Celsius, and tar can get up to 500 degrees. And when it's that hot, you'll easily be able to melt skin right off your victim like some tender baby back ribs from Chili's. Another way you can get creative is how you want to boil your prisoner. Want to just huck them in, slowly lower them, or how about you just have them sit in there as it heats up? You know, there's definitely a small window in there where it actually feels nice for a bit, then the boiling happens, and that can get pretty hard to watch. Hey, do you think we should—
Hold up. Let him cook.
Now here's where we get down to the real gruesome stuff. But this time, the Romans are left to the wayside. Now, we swing our attention to the Norse. You know, like the Vikings. They were pretty tame people, right? Right. From around the year 800 to 1100 in Northern Europe, the Vikings were adamant explorers that would often pick fights with people that they thought they could conquer. Which was pretty much everyone, even themselves. They raided and pillaged and plundered in the name of their many gods under the polytheistic Old Norse paganism. Although a relatively barbaric and fierce warrior people, the Vikings did have laws to abide by. Insults and petty crimes were punishable by humiliations like public tarring and feathering, but the heavier the crime, the heavier the punishment. Cheat on your spouse? Lose a limb. Stole from a neighbor? Now you're their slave. Caught in a lie? Well, time to carry around hot burning coals for a while. All is well and good, but no punishment was as severe as the Blood Eagle. Being an execution, of course the goal is death, but might as well make it as agonizing as possible to really send a message like, hey, don't do bad things. This could be you. Although it was rarely performed, the Blood Eagle went like this. The first thing you're going to want to do is have your victim laying flat on their tummy like so. Then give them a nice pat on the back to reassure them that everything is going to be absolutely terrible. Get a nice sharp knife and plunge it into the back and pull through the flesh, exposing the spine. Next, you're going to want to start breaking each one of these little ribs here. Give your chiropractics a try and just give them a nice, good crack. Oh, hear that? Yeah. That's what we're looking for. Now, just bloom those nice ribs out like a fresh flower. As a finishing touch, grab both lungs, don't worry, he won't be needing them, and rip them out so they loosely resemble wings. And there you have it, one Blood Eagle. Please subscribe. Oh boy, scaphism, also called the boats. This was by no means a pleasure cruise. Imagine you're on a nice relaxing fishing trip with your dad. You're having a good time, he's having a beer. You're getting a few nibbles here and there, he's having another beer. You're excited about what kind of fish you might catch to make your old man proud. He's on his 10th beer, and then you start to realize something. Your dad couldn't be there because your parents had a messy divorce decades ago, and he didn't get any visitation rights because of his extreme alcoholism. After that, you never saw him again until you buried him. You're alone. In this boat. How long's it been? Days? Must be. You look down and you see your body in ruin. Open sores with flies and rats tearing at your flesh. You're festering in your own filth, and the infection is spreading. You can't even feel it anymore. You can't feel anything anymore. Except that sun, that hot sun. Baking. Broiling. You look to the sky once more and there, you see him. You see him again. You want to reach out, but your hands are restrained. I'm ready, you say, with all the strength you have left. Hi, Ready, he says. I'm Dad. That's kind of what it was like to experience scaphism. Even without a tragic backstory, it was a pretty painful experience. Developed by the Persians around 500 BC, a victim sentenced to the boats would be tied down facing up in a boat. Sometimes there would even be a second boat placed on top, sealing the victim's body except for their head, hands, and feet, which were tied down. The victim would be force-fed and covered in honey and moo juice until they vomited from their front hole and their back hole. The boat would be cast adrift in a pond and left out in the sunlight. Over time, the foul odors attracted swarms of insects and rodents that would feast on the victim for days. The victim eventually passes away from infection, blood loss, dehydration, or starvation. One account had a soldier survive 17 days before finally succumbing to his wounds. Brutal.
Booking.com has stays for absolutely anyone. For instance, imagine you're a vampire thirsting for a lively hotel. You'll find a Vegas resort near some great nightlife. Perfect. You may be undead, but you're the life of the party. And if the forecast calls for sun, at least there's free cancellation on most stays, so you can wait for the perfect weather. Gorgeous. If a vampire can find their perfect stay, anyone can. Find exactly what you're booking for. Booking.com, booking.yeah.
Hey, you're watching my official compilation channel, but if you want to see my newest videos as soon as they're uploaded, check out my main channel, Chat History. Alright, enjoy the video. History's most ridiculous riots. Usually when you shout out an N-word in public, it can cause some severe backlash, and things weren't much different over 1,000 years ago. Way back in the humble year of 532 in Constantinople, the capital of the East Roman Empire, now known as the Byzantine Empire, some ancient stuff was about to hit the ancient fan. The number one thing to do in your boring life as a citizen of the Byzantine Empire was to waddle on down to the Hippodrome, the city's main sports arena. There, you could watch men race their little horsey carts against each other in the sport of chariot racing. The sport wasn't just one of entertainment, but one of politics as well. There were 4 teams or factions that you could get behind. You got your Rusata Reds, the Albata Whites, the Veneti Blues, and finally the Prasini Greens. The Reds and the Whites eventually got absorbed into the Greens and Blues and thus began a 2-party dispute. The Greens were the team of the lower working class, people like craftsmen, artisans, merchants, or laborers. On the other end of the economic spectrum were the Blues, the uppity rich folk. So the well-to-dos loved the Blues and the limited means favored the Greens. A natural rivalry. Frequently hosting these chariot races was the Emperor himself, and the flavor of the day around this time was Emperor Justinian I, a pretty energetic emperor praised for his various judicial reforms, but also execrated for his harsh taxation policies. Execrated. Here's a new word for you. You see, a few months back, a smaller riot had broken out after one particularly heated chariot race, which really wasn't all that uncommon, to be honest. I mean, look at what happens to cities when sports teams win or lose. Some things never change. Anyway, this particular riot resulted in a few rude dudes getting their noggins knocked. And by noggins knocked, I mean their whole skulls caved in. 2 men were arrested, one green fella and one blue fella. Understandably, they were both charged with murder and sentenced to death. But luck had other plans in store for them. After a freak collapse of the executioner's scaffolding, and thus no other formal way to separate soul from body, the prisoners were instead imprisoned for their crimes. But this didn't really sit too well with the blue and green supporters who wanted the men freed. The lack of mercy really put their tunics in a twist, and they were not quiet about it. Emperor Justinian, who was busy negotiating peace with the Persians, didn't really have time for all of this shit, so as a band-aid solution, he told everyone to take a chill pill and planned to host another, more fantastical chariot race to calm everyone down. But that was a mistake. The worst thing you can tell an angry person to do is to calm down. It rarely works. In January of 532, the day for the chariot race came, and the once divided Greens and Blues now had a common enemy. Since the Emperor was almost always present at events like this, both Blues and Greens would often take it upon themselves to use the time between races to shout political suggestions to the Emperor while they still had his attention. This could be something simple like lowering the cost of goods or demanding the removal of particularly provocative politicians. Well, the topic of trouble in today's turmoil was that of the aforementioned prisoners, both sides united calling for the freedom of the men. But these demands fell on deaf ears, so they yelled louder. The crowd chanted Nika, a phrase translating to the tune of win, victory, or conquer. This was typically shouted by a winning team at the end of a race, but this time it took on a new meaning, and it was directed at the Emperor. But these words would also remain ignored. So the crowd offered 2 more options, fucking A and fucking B. The crowd leapt from the stands and charged towards the palace, attacking the prison holding the 2 men and setting them free before burning it all down. The city spiraled out of control for 7 whole days, with fire and property damage destroying nearly half the capital city.
Justinian had conceded to a lot of the rowdy crowd's initial demands, like firing 3 of his top guys, but that didn't stop the destruction. They wanted his head. At the end of his rope, Justinian found himself cornered and was forced into hiding. He continued to cower until his wife, Empress Theodora, calmly offered some kind words of encouragement.
Stop fucking crying!
The Empress had convinced him to stay and face his subjects head on. It was better to die as an emperor than to live life in exile, and he took that advice. Sort of. He requested the rioters gather in the Hippodrome in order to propose an end to the madness. They agreed. But entering the arena wasn't the emperor, it was a general and a commander and thousands of soldiers. The gates were slammed shut and secured, starting the rather one-sided negotiation. With one command, the soldiers indiscriminately slaughtered nearly 30,000 unarmed citizens, putting an end to the Nika riot. In the end, Emperor Justinian justified the bloodshed to consolidate power and strengthen his grip on the Byzantine Empire, ruling as one of the greatest emperors of the age. He just had to, make everyone scared to question him.
For procurement managers, Grainger is the go-to partner that helps keep your healthcare facilities ready for patients. Because there's no time to manage orders and deliveries from multiple suppliers, Grainger offers everything in one place, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. All with fast delivery that helps ensure you always have what you need to put patient care first. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Everyone knows the best combo besides chicken and Parmesan is a good old game of sports ball and a medically inadvisable amount of alcohol. Slamming down 1 or 10 beers with your buddies while your favorite teams are all touching each other, that's never ended badly for anyone.
Oh well, just a game.
Well, wouldn't you believe it? It caused quite the ruckus back in 1974. An extremely poorly planned promotion by the Cleveland Indians was 10-cent beer night. A night where, you guessed it, you could buy a usually 65-cent beer for just 10 cents a pop. As expected, this wouldn't be without limits. On paper. You see, each guest could only buy up to 6 beers at a time, but the promotion failed to limit the number of transactions per person, so you and your friends could get completely blasted for just $1 or $2. Now, to be fair, the promotional beer was light, only about 3.2 ABV, but when you're double-fisting them things down, the math starts to add up. If that wasn't enough of a catalyst for a rowdy rumble, the Cleveland Indians were facing a rematch against the Texas Rangers after having just lost a few nights prior. Thanks to the 10-cent beer night promotion, attendance was near a record high, over 25,000 patrons, double the usual turnout. The game began and the Rangers quickly took a commanding 5-1 lead, which pissed off the Cleveland fans. You're out. Fuck! The crowd, after slamming down liquid courage for a few innings, started getting bold. The shenanigans began when a fan whipped out his own slugger and dashed across the field. There were a few more cases of relatively harmless indecent exposure, but things soon got out of hand, with Cleveland fans now pelting the other team's players with food scraps and beer bottles, and even some of the more sneaky guests started shooting off firecrackers in the stands and the field. All of these sober folks, realizing that things were about to get nasty, packed up and left before being brought into a brawl. At the bottom of the 9th, Cleveland made a comeback, tying up the game 5-5, but one final disorderly degenerate was about to be the spark of an explosive riot. A 19-year-old fan stormed the field in an attempt to yoink a Ranger player's hat. Not very smart. The fan ended up catching a Spartan kick to the sternum. Now fearing that his own player had been attacked, the Rangers' manager took to the field, bat in hand. Cleveland fans flooded the field and attacked the Rangers, hurling fists, rocks, bottles, chairs, each other, whatever they could get a hold of. Both teams were now fending off all of the fans, but luckily managed to escape the chaos, fleeing within the stadium. But in their absence, the rambunctious rascals destroyed the field, stealing bases and trashing the dugouts.
Well, it looks like I made it to third base one way or another. Right, babe?
The riot lasted just over 20 minutes before police came in and broke it all up, making 9 arrests. All in all, there were no serious injuries and the game was forfeited to the Rangers. Just over 1 month later, a second 10-cent beer night was held to the tune of over 43,000 attendees. But this time, only 2 drinks per person were permitted. No problems occurred. It may have also been due to the fact that there were about 200 cops on site to help maintain order. Back in 1855, the city of Toronto in Ontario, Canada, was really up and coming. Boasting a thriving population of 40,000 syrup sippers, the city had a lot to offer, like 152 taverns, 203 beer shops, and most importantly, dozens and dozens of brothels. Beautiful babes willing to get silly with your willy for the right price. But another form of entertainment was coming to town: the circus. The American S.B. House Star Troop Menagerie and Circus, to be precise. Acrobats, performers, animals, and of course, the iconic clowns. The show was in town for just 2 nights. After the end of the first night, many of the clowns took the night off from their slapstick comedy to consensually slap their sticks in women's faces at a local brothel. Problem was, they chose the wrong one. This particular establishment was the go-to spot for the local volunteer firefighting brigade. So all night, the men fought for the attention of hardworking women so they could get their dunks sunked. The thing you have to remember is, these were firefighters and clowns of yore, not the type that we see today. For instance, firefighters back in the day were in competition with each other. When there was a fire, they rushed to see who could get there first and get the payout. This often resulted in fire departments banging away at each other while the fire blazed on in the background. In short, these men knew how to fight, and so did the clowns, because the clowns beat up the firefighters so they could get beat off in peace and quiet. 2 firefighters were reported as seriously injured, having to get carted off to be treated for their wounds. But unlike the brothel workers, these firefighters wouldn't be taking this lying down. These clowns were outsiders, and they were about to be reminded of that. The local policemen, firefighters, and many of the town's elites were part of a group called the Orange Order, so they weren't too happy to hear about the showdown with the showman. The very next day, dozens of men from the Order attacked the circus as vengeance. Stones were thrown and fires were ignited, prompting the fire department to show up, only to partake in the carnage. Sorry. After what felt like hours, the mayor finally stepped in to stop the mayhem. The riot stopped, miraculously, with 0 reported deaths. Despite the circus being reduced to cinders, the police did nothing. Why would they? They were in on it. 17 people were reportedly charged, but only 1 ever saw a conviction. The local Torontonians, or whatever they call themselves, didn't really like that response and called out the obvious corruption. To them, they just witnessed a bunch of the local elites destroy a circus unprovoked. The whole fiasco turned public opinion against the Orange Order, and their political power was eventually squeezed from the area.
You're 10 minutes late for work, but you were 20 minutes late yesterday. It's a good day for a good deal at Outback Steakhouse. Get down under favourites like the Aussie 3-course starting at $14.99 with savoury soup or fresh salad, your choice of select entrees like the juicy Bloomin' Burger and New York-style cheesecake for dessert. It's a deal so delicious you'll only be 5 minutes late tomorrow, maybe 4. Try the Aussie 3-course starting at $14.99. Any reason is a good reason to celebrate at Outback Steakhouse. No rules, just right.
There's fewer things worse in this timeline than the parasites that are scalpers. Scumbags that just buy up and hoard relatively cheap in-demand products only to sell them at a profit once they forced market scarcity. So you're forced to sit back and watch as several sweaty, sad excuses for humans raid your local shelves for every last Pokemon pack while your child realizes that he's not allowed to have a fun hobby. But the concept of scalping itself is far from new. Back in 1766 in the town of Nottingham, England, many merchants were looking to turn some cheese into cheddar. Nottingham was an English economic epicenter, thanks to the boom of the Industrial Revolution. Brand new factories meant brand new jobs, and brand new jobs meant that people were flocking to the cities to work. These workers more or less came from agricultural backgrounds, hanging up their plows to work with fancy and deadly machines. Well, with all of these farms shutting down, combined with an overall poor harvest season, the country of England was hurting for food that year. Supply was down, demand was up, so prices for wheats, meats, and treats soon ballooned into unreasonable territory. At the end of each harvest season, Nottingham held their annual Goose Fair in October, a simple city gathering where townsfolk could enjoy a bit of fun while stocking up on food and supplies for the winter. One of the more shelf-stable foods at the time was cheese. Entire wheels could last a family a few months in these colder conditions. But attendees weren't about to shell out all of their shillings on inflated prices. What?
Now you might be all, well, yeah, you just said that prices were up because of food shortages, and it's true, they were, but not this bad. Many marketgoers noted that the cheese prices just a town over were roughly half of what was being charged here. So clearly these merchants were being unfair at the fair. But the truth was a lot worse than that. These merchants were buying the cheese in bulk, fresh off of local shipments. So instead of the regular cheese sellers bringing their products to the fair, merchant middlemen bought up all of the supply and resold the curds at marked up prices, pocketing the difference. But this wasn't just limited to Nottingham. The merchants planned to sell those cheeses around the country, cutting off a critical supply of food for the locals. So the people got pissed and began to attack, surrounding all the merchants fronts and backs. They had one demand: sell the cheese here, but the merchants said no with a fuck out of here. And so the riot began. Roads were blocked, merchants were clocked, and carts were knocked over. If they weren't to be sold at a fair price, they would be stolen instead. Rioters began to loot any and all cheese shops, smashing windows and yoinking what wheels they could, throwing them out to the public so everyone could get their fair share. One of the merchants had a literal boatload of cheese and tried to set sail before being boarded. He quickly agreed to rioters' demands to sell the cheese for cheap, but his boat was still looted on principle. The riot got so out of control that a regiment of the British Army had to be called in. They set up shop and fired into the crowd of looters. But of course, instead of hitting any actual looters, William Eggleston, a local farmer just minding his own business, got wanged by a few rogue slugs. The riot lasted for several more days, eventually dying down once the remaining Kurds made their way out of the city. Remember when companies used to host special giveaways, find a golden ticket and win a big old truck, or be the millionth customer and win a lifetime supply of used toenail clippings? They don't really do those anymore. And for good reason, something that the Pepsi Corporation would find out the hard way in 1992. In order to hook new customers onto their delicious and nutritious sugary soda, Pepsi held a contest in the Philippines. The Pepsi Number Fever Contest. Bottle caps of Mountain Dew, 7-Up, Mirinda, and of course Pepsi would each have a number printed underneath them ranging from 1 to 999. It was up to customers to collect these bottle caps and wait to see what numbers were announced as winners of various prizes. These were either small monetary or free product prizes, but the grand prize was a whopping 1 million Philippine pesos. This equated to about $40,000 in 1992, or about $92,000 in 2025 money. This was, at the time, equivalent to about 51 times the average annual salary in the Philippines, so it was a pretty big deal. Pepsi saw their monthly sales in the area balloon 40% as people scrambled for their chance at wealth. New prizes and winning numbers were announced each night on television and radio, and the people would redeem whatever prizes they won. The entire promotion ran from February into May of '92. By the end of the run, over 51,000 different prizes were awarded, including 17 lucky winners of the grand prize. But unfortunately, everyone's luck was about to run out, or at least to them, it would seem like their luckiest day of their lives. As a side note, when companies hold sweepstakes like this, they set aside a specific budget and plan out how many winners of each prize there will be to spend that budget. For the Pepsi Number Fever Contest, it was $2 million. They had already made that back in the first few weeks of the promotion, but once the budget was spent, then the promotion was over. On May 25th, another grand prize winning number was announced: 349. Since this was a grand prize, only 2 bottle caps bearing the winning number were supposed to be in circulation. There were more. A lot more. Thanks to an oopsie in the manufacturing department, over 800,000 bottles were distributed with the number 349 under the cap. So, in theory, Pepsi was now on the hook for over $32 billion in prizes, almost triple what the entire Pepsi company was worth at the time. Fleets of Filipino fellas and fellettes flocked to their local Pepsi bottling plants to redeem their fortune, but were confused when they saw everyone else with the same supposed winning number. To make matters worse, the company retracted the number, correcting it to 134 the next morning. All of the top Pepsi executives held an emergency meeting to decide a course of action. They agreed to eat into the promotion's profits and count it as a wash. But for 800,000 people, this meant that they could only forfeit about $18 a person. Nearly 500,000 accepted, but 300,000 did not. thousands of irate individuals banded together, forming the 349 Alliance with the goal of boycotting Pepsi products and eventually receiving their promised prizes. But that wouldn't happen. Over the next several months, numerous small riots broke out, destroying dozens of Pepsi delivery trucks and endangering Pepsi employees. Unfortunately, an extremist protester lobbed a live grenade in a warehouse, popping 3 bottle plant workers in the process. Another device that was hucked at a Pepsi truck ended up taking the lives of a local school teacher and a 5-year-old girl. Yellow. Legal actions against Pepsi persisted up until 2006, where the Supreme Court ruled in favor of Pepsi, absolving them of any future liability for the contest. The contest was a good idea in theory, but it ended up fizzing out and falling flat.
Are you the kind of person who knows things? Things like you can get a domain from Squarespace, not just a website? Well, now you are that person, because now you definitely know you can get a domain from Squarespace. Something like whisperingbloom.com for your silent retreat, or whisperingboom.com for your shouting retreat. Whatever your dream, a Squarespace domain and website brings it to life, all in one place. Get yours before it's gone with offer code MAKEITREAL for 10% off your domain or website. Terms and conditions apply.
It's pronounced Palingopur, and it's ridiculous. Also known as the Eel Riot, this little event is quite the hidden gem in the history of Amsterdam. Let me introduce you to Palingtrekken, a rather curious Dutch pastime. It involves a bunch of your closest friends, a long rope, and a lubed up live eel. Your imagination filling in the blanks a little bit there? Well, allow me to paint a picture. Freaky deaky Dutch dudes would spend summer afternoons attempting to grab a live eel from a rope draped across either a canal or trees while standing in boats or on horseback respectively. Pull on the dangling devil and be declared a winner, but if you miss your swing, you'll end up losing more than just your balance. It was a fun Dutch tradition for hundreds of Dutch years, until the Dutch government, being the Dutch oven that it was, laid down the Dutch law. Deemed an act of unnecessary cruelty, the practice was banned in the mid-19th century, but that wouldn't deter the population from yanking their eels in public. One fateful day in July of 1886, a group of young labormen were looking to trekken some paling on the Lindelgracht Canal in the impoverished Amsterdam neighborhood of Jordaan. A few local policemen caught the men in the act, being all, absolutely not, but like, in Dutch. One officer sprang into action, cutting the rope across the canal and putting an end to the game. So the laborers put an end to him. The officer was dragged into a nearby cellar and had the ever-loving shit beat out of him. The other officers fled for backup, but this only escalated the situation. Deeming the act of cutting the rope more as an act of oppression rather than punishment, the young men rallied nearly the whole neighborhood, forming a bloodthirsty mob. They fussed about for hours, clashing against police reinforcements, but when nightfall hit, everyone kinda called it a day and went sleepy by. The entire neighborhood awoke the very next morning refreshed, but still fuming, so they armed themselves with sticks and stones to break some bones. They regrouped and stormed the local police station to vent their frustrations. They began to pelt officers with rocks, sticks, bigger rocks, literal garbage. Whatever they could get their hands on, it became a projectile. Knowing that peace was not an option, the officers called in military support. But even while staring down a well-armed army, the mob would not falter. The army decided to calm the rioters down with some live ammunition. Once the smoke had settled, 26 lay dead with 130 injured. But the eel was okay.
Horrifying mythical creatures that you've never heard of. Seldom would you find tales of critters and creatures more terrifying than those from Southeast Asia, places like the diesel of nightmare fuel. First up is the Pontianak, a malevolent spirit with a bone to pick. Specifically yours, all 206 of them. Originating from the likes of Malaysian and Indonesian folklore, the Pontianak is said to be the vengeful spirit of a pregnant woman who either died in childbirth or at the hands of her partner. So imagine that you're taking a midnight Malaysian stroll, slurping down a Malaysian meal of Malaysian soup. Through the aroma of boiling broth and steamy veggies, your nose catches the subtle scent of flowers, your ears, the delicate cry of an infant. It's just then that you spot a figure in the dark, standing beneath a big, beautiful, bountiful banana tree. Gracefully creeping into the moonlight is a young woman, clad in a flowing white dress with silky, long, raven black hair, and friggin' sweet honkers. But that's how they get you. Seduction is the Pontianak's weapon of choice, at least for the initial bait. But as long as you're a nice guy, you should have nothing to fear. And not the Reddit definition of a nice guy. Cheaters, beaters, and legend leaguers all face a terrible fate should they cross the path of a Pontianak, so approach at your own risk. If you do find yourself overcome with the manly urge to try to pick up a ghostly gal in the middle of the night, you'll notice a few things as you make your move. For one, that delightful floral scent quickly turns to pure putrescence. Her soft pale hands now don razor-sharp nails, and her delicate face now bears bloodthirsty fangs. You're in for a rough encounter. The Pontianak has a purely physical attack style, so keeping your distance would have been wise. If you survive the shock of her terrifying appearance, you're gonna wish that you hadn't, as all of your pain receptors will now be the ones screaming. Speaking of which, a Pontianak may choose to let out a deafening wail, capable of rupturing your eardrums. But bleeding ears are the least of your worries, cause soon you'll have a bleeding belly. As a symbolic gesture for the child that she was never able to bear, a Pontianak will take her terrifying talons and tear through your trembling tummy, stealing your stomach, looting your liver, and kidnapping your kidneys. Why? Because they taste good? But if you don't feel like having your insides being converted to outsides, here's what you can do. First and most obvious, don't approach crying women in the middle of the night. It's a huge red flag. Walk on. That's someone else's problem. Second, take a glance down at her piggies. Legends state that Pontianaks have gross feet, so this may be a warning sign to hightail it out of there. Or she might just have gross feet. As a third option, albeit a bit expensive, is that Pontianaks apparently hate the sound of cannon blasts, so if you're facing peril, have her stare down a barrel. Fourth, final, and most effective if you find yourself about to be shredded to bits, is managing to get behind the spooky spirit and jamming an iron nail into the nape of her neck. This is the Pontianak's factory reset spot, rendering her docile, subdued, and apparently according to some strange versions of the legend, she will become quote-unquote the perfect wife, at least until the nail is removed. Then she just gets back to her murderous ways.
The civil rights movement encompassed thousands of stories lived by real people across America. On the U.S. Civil Rights Trail podcast, experts take us inside the pivotal events that shaped the movement. From courtrooms to classrooms, from sit-ins to marches, these are the stories behind the headlines told with context, clarity, and care. Listen to the U.S. Civil Rights Trail podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts, because what happened here changed the world.
Now we jump ship from Southeast Asia to the forests of West Africa with the Sosobunsam. The OG jump scarer, this slippery little devil, hides in the canopies of the forests of Ghana, waiting for its next victim to wander through the woods. The beings are said to be huge, much larger than an average human, with jaws capable of swallowing a head whole in one gulp. Although oddly proportioned, the Sosobunsam is ape-like in appearance with gangly, dangly arms and legs and a slender torso, often depicted with dark or red-colored fur. Using its iron hook feet to grip a grasp on Ghanaian growth, the Sosobunsam lurks in the trees awaiting its prey. Once spotted, the monster will wiggle its fingies in delight with a don't mind if I do attitude like it's about to grab the last hot dog out of the warm Wawa hot dog cabinet. Going in for the kill, the Sosobunsam swings from the tree limbs to snatch and grab any would-be traveler, should they be caught unawares alone in the dead of night. The monster's monstrous arms envelop you in a deadly death hug, crushing your bones and internals. Luckily, this will most likely send you to the Shadow Realm before it ever gets a chance to feed on your remains. If you are more of a cautious individual, the Sosobunsam may attempt to disarm or disorient you with its ability to mimic familiar sounds. Oh, what was that? Once you've been thrown off course, your life expectancy quickly drops to mere seconds as a swinging vampire monkey man makes its move. But if you don't want to end up a monkey man's meal, there are precautions that you can take. For one, never travel alone in the forest at night. It's kind of the takeaway lesson for this legend. Travel with a companion to avoid an untimely demise and to spark good conversation. And I told the guy, no tomato on the sandwich. And what does he do? He puts extra tomatoes on it. I mean, that's just ridiculous. But, you know, it wasn't even... Additionally, protective charms blessed by your local village priest are said to ward off the creatures as they hate the taste of religion. But if these simple solutions just don't seem possible, don't worry. For another solution is already in the making, and you can thank chocolate. Now, before you embarrassingly offer a bar to the beast, let me explain. You see, Sosobunsams thrive in the trees, so let's just get rid of the trees. Thanks to excessive cocoa farming, Ghana has lost a majority of its primary forest since the 1950s. Sure, the trees are gone, but so is this fictitious freak. Strap on some earmuffs, because this next creature's a real screecher. Slopped out of Southern Slavic folklore is the Drekavac, which translates to the Screamer. This myth takes on many forms across several different variations of its story, but for this video, we will go with its infant form. The Drekavac is said to be the restless spirit of an unbaptized child, desperate for salvation. According to legend, the Drekavac takes the form of a gray, emaciated young child. Little limber limbs accompany its frail stature, offset only by its monstrously large dome, which definitely devastated a birth canal upon entry into this world. They are most prevalent around Christmas time, sure to put a damper on anyone's festivities, but they certainly will not go unnoticed. Problem is, one glance at this little fellow will make you go, ugh. Not a thought exists behind its bulging, glassy black eyes. No thought, but death. If it wasn't obvious by its name, the Drekavac is capable of emitting eardrum-rupturing shrieks, able to bring you to your knees in a single squeal. Yeah, like that. Now, the Drekavac itself is not an immediate threat in terms of it wanting to convert you into a fresh marinara. Instead, it serves as a looming omen. It is said that those who find themselves in its shadow are doomed to die a terrible death in the coming days. Whole villages may suffer cruel fates should they spot one nearby. The legend itself is often used as a deterrent for young children, teaching them to not wander too far from home lest they cross paths with the diminutive demon. Strange howls or yells in the night from local wildlife are often attributed to the Drekavac as a way to prove their existence to traumatized children. I mean, some of us were told that a giant anthropomorphic rabbit breaks into our houses once a year to leave us candy offerings in exchange for good behavior, so is it really that far-fetched? Parents do a lot to make sure that their kids behave, don't they? Honestly, I can't wait to tell Little Chat one day about how a small fairy will break in through his window to steal his dead teeth in exchange for a few bucks. Well, like most critters, the Drekavac can be defeated. The most obvious method is having the child properly baptized, finally putting its soul to rest. So, just have your friendly neighborhood priest join the party and cast holy on its unholy ass. Or, you know, splash a cup of holy water in its face. Rest in peace. Japanese folklore. Definitely a very creative culture for instilling fear into kids and adults alike. After all, we need to balance the uwu anime girls with something a bit more fearsome. The Teki Teki does just that. Born from tragedy, this ghastly ghoul is the result of a young woman or schoolgirl who had fallen or was pushed onto train tracks and failed to get out of the way in time, causing her to become 50% lighter, but 100% angrier. I prefer the story of it being a malicious push, as simply just falling onto the train tracks is your own fault. Stay behind the yellow line at all times, people. Being a vengeful spirit, or Onryo, the Teki Teki is a violent little vixen, aiming to hunt down the living who wander around deserted locations or train tracks in the middle of the night. Her existence serves solely as a cautionary tale for kids, discouraging any late-night adventures to such places. It's interesting the tales that parents come up with to protect their children. So instead of it being like, "Alright, Dad, I'm going to that old abandoned factory with some friends." The hell you are, that place isn't safe. It's more like, "Alright, Dad, I'm going to that old abandoned factory with some friends." Sure, no problem. Just make sure you don't get murdered by
the factory fingerer.
What? Any encounter with a Teki Teki could be your last. While they are just a half-body apparition of a young girl, they're still a force to be reckoned with. You may first become aware of its arrival by the sound of its hands slapping on the cement, which is how it walks, and the origin of its onomatopoeic name. In some tellings of the story, she carries a small scythe as a weapon. Others, she bears razor-sharp nails. If approached, she may ask you a simple question.
Where are my legs?
In Japanese, of course. This is a trick question. She ain't got no legs, Lieutenant Dan. Though, if you see a ghostly gal with her insides spilling out lumbering towards you on her hands, it should be common sense that you 180 the hell out of there. But you'd be wrong. Although she is restricted to just arms for movement, she is noted to be incredibly fast, even able to catch up to cars if necessary. Once she gets a hold of you, she will treat you to a similar fate as her own, using her scythe or nails to crack you open like a football Sunday beer can. Now, according to legend, and unfortunately for you, there's no clear way to defeat her, mainly just heeding the tale's warning to avoid deserted areas and train tracks. However, I'm sure a solid 45-yard field goal attempt could get the job done.
This is Jacob Vanderford, General Manager at Ronnie Watkins Ford, inviting you to come down and see how we make buying a vehicle fast, fun, and easy. With our great selection of new Fords, choose from SUVs like the Bronco Sport or the Escape. Drive it for as little as $349 a month. Stop by and see us in person or visit us online at RonnieWatkinsFord.com. All offers on select new Fords with approved credit. Bronco Sport stock number SRE 50643. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
What's scarier than a skeleton? A giant skull that flies. Originating from the folklore of the Iroquois or Haudenosaunee Native Americans surrounding the Great Sacandaga Lake in upstate New York, this sizable skull monster is the stuff of nightmares. Dubbed the Ganastistunje, this disembodied, man-eating head's goal is to consume anything and everything. Men, women, children, entire villages, Prilosec, you name it. These dirigible domes are said to be the cursed souls of ones who have engaged in cannibalism or other various horrific acts within their lifetime. Thus, they are doomed to roam the earth with the curse of insatiable hunger. These heads can take the form of just mere skulls, but some versions of the tale depict them as full-fleshed faces with long flowing hair, either with feathered or bat-like wings. Their description reminds me a lot of those skulls from the Zelda franchise, particularly that one giant fella in the bottom of the well in Ocarina of Time. But I digress. It is said that even speaking about them attracts them to an area, as they have been known to descend on entire villages who keep their legend alive. Once summoned, these monsters begin wreaking havoc, biting and tearing victims apart, or swallowing them in one gulp, only to have to bite them immediately after, since they have no stomach. Their speed and sheer size makes escape nearly impossible. Even if you're hiding in a house like a little frightened mouse or scared as all hell while hidden in a well, they'll attack your shack for a crack at a tender little snack. In terms of defeating them, you're kind of SOL, as legends state that the Ganastistunje is virtually immortal and thus cannot be destroyed, save for one primitive weapon: fire. So, get out your lighter and your pocket can of body spray and get to it. Neat. Well, that was quite the entrance you've made, but you couldn't have picked a worse time to fall out of the sky. Looks like you've landed in Salem, Massachusetts. You know, the place with all the witches and whatnot? Yeah, that one. Now don't be fooled. It may seem like a simple, peaceful, and wholesome village. Tread carefully, because one wrong move could have you swinging from a rope. So, do you think you could survive this Puritan hellhole? Let's find out. Welcome to Salem, Massachusetts. Founded in 1626, the settlement of Salem quickly established itself as a bastion for English Puritans. They were a group of religious nutjobs who sailed over from across the pond after facing religious persecution. Basically, their religion was a tad too crazy, even for the Church of England. You see, Puritans wholly believed that they were God's chosen few, that only they would be allowed through the cloud-covered pearly gates and everyone else could kick rocks. In hell. They also believed that Big Red Spirit Halloween Satan himself roamed the earth, wreaking havoc as a full-time job. Anything odd or inexplicable was the devil's doing, and any acts of the devil were met with swift punishment. Excuse me, what are you doing? Oh, just having a whistle. Oh. Not in this village, you're not. Pardon me, what are you doing? Oh, for fuck. Being a Puritan society, religious figures were the ones that ruled, and the biblical texts were the rules. Whatever the book says goes, with no room for improvisation. The church itself controlled everything, from the way you walked to the way you talked, from how you were dressed to what you'd ingest. But the church often stressed how you should feel blessed, so if you've ever felt repressed, you must confess or be placed under arrest. Gotta love a concentrated society of religious fanatics. What could go wrong? Right? Fast forward several decades, and here we are in a cold January in 1692, the start of a new year for the town. Well, you've got to get to fitting in, so best introduce yourself.
Good morrow.
Hello.
Pardon?
Bad move. The word hello won't be used as a greeting for another 100 years.
Thou art not from around hither, art thou?
No?
Methought so.
Try again.
Good morrow.
Good morrow. That's better. Remember, the great thing about a small village like this is that everyone knows each other. The worst thing is that everyone knows each other. But it looks like you're about to run into someone familiar? Dude! Ron? Is that you? Yes, sir. Where the hell did you come from? Well, I saw this cool little green portal thingy and jumped right on through. Heck of a ride. Wouldn't do it again, though. It inverted my belly button and made me piss myself. Anyway, look who I found. Who's that? This loose slab of butter right here is my great something or other Uncle Jimothy, Salem's finest blacksmith. So I've been told. Oi, how'd you figure that out? Well, I asked him. Anyways, where were we? I think we were just talking about... The hell was that? Let's check it out. Oh boy, the two girls pitching a fit on the ground are none other than 12-year-old Abigail Williams and 9-year-old Betty Paris. Their actions are about to set forth quite a series of unfortunate events, and they won't even star Jim Carrey. Looks like this calls for a doctor's opinion. Aye, this be a case of witchcraft. No way.
Grainger knows that if you're a lineman in charge of keeping the lights on, you go to great lengths, and sometimes heights, to ensure the power is always flowing. Which is why you can count on Grainger for professional-grade products and next-day delivery, so you have everything you need to get the job done. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If there's one place you don't want to be in this world, it's being in the middle of a religion-obsessed community that's been given the news that the devil himself may be walking amongst them. The news of the girl's possible bewitchment set the entire village of Salem completely on edge. Despite a solid month of good old homemade remedies like fasting, burning herbs, Jorkin crystals, or that iconic prayer mumbo-jumbo, nothing seemed to work. Were the girls just joshing? Or was something more malevolent lurking in the shadows? Samuel Paris, the town's minister and father to Itty Bitty Betty, was desperate for answers. Finally, someone offered a more creative approach. Entering stage left is Samuel's neighbor, Mary Sibley. Entering stage right are Sam Paris's personal servants, John Indian and Tituba. They're slaves. Together, the three concocted a plan to fight fire with fire. Since desperate times call for desperate measures, this brought the concept of counter magic to the table. Although a potential solution, however a bunch of baloney it may be, the act of performing counter magic was just as offensive in the eyes of Puritans as black magic, and just as dangerous. Shoo-ba-da-boo! But what are you gonna do? Just let your daughter and niece scream and flail about on the ground like they were told no at a toy store? Didn't think so. So, Reverend Paris did what he had to do. The proposed solution? Just bake a cake. Now, it's easy to bake a pretty cake, but you gotta do the cooking by the book. And this is the book. So, this is the cake. Made from a mix of rye flour and, I shit you not, a cup of the afflicted's own urine, this disgusting dessert was then offered to the Paris' dog as a way to ward off these sinister symptoms and, in turn, cause physical harm to the witch responsible for casting the curse. Shockingly, it didn't work. And to make matters worse, 2 more young girls were getting down with the sickness. The girls claimed that they were being constantly tormented by evil spirits, but none of the other villagers ever witnessed the supposed spooky specters. My sweet spazzing children, who did this to you?
Oh, hell no!
The girls named 3 women as witches, Tituba, Sarah Good, and Sarah Osborne. The 3 were arrested and brought before a court to confess their crimes. Both Sarahs maintained their innocence, but Tituba caved. She confessed that she, along with Sarah 1 and Sarah 2, were wicked witches. Now, why in the frickin' heck would she do this, you might ask, scratching your itchy kneecaps? Because Sam Paris, her master, told her to. After being formally accused, Tituba was threatened to admit guilt or be smashed KO'd off screen with 0 stock. So which do you choose? Death at the hands of a single man, or by a jury of your peers? She chose the latter. But to throw a wrench into things, Tituba offered one more tidbit of information. There were more witches in the village. She just didn't know who. It could be anybody. Little Ann could have an evil plan. Big James could be casting flames. Could it be Johnny with his golden fiddle? Or Tom, whose last name is Riddle? No one knew, and that was the problem. In one fell swoop, Tituba used history's greatest weapon: fear.
And this wasn't just the run up my basement steps really fast so the demons don't get me type of fear. This was full-blown paranoia. And paranoia is an unlubed shaft just aching to cause some damage. Fear was at an all-time high, and trust was at an all-time low. With neighbors now turning on each other at the slightest inconvenience, this led to an overwhelming increase in accusations. So let's take a look at what it took to be accused of witchcraft. When paranoia goes full tilt, no one is safe. No man, woman, child, or even the village dog is free from suspicion. Between February of 1692 and May of 1693, it's believed that over 200 people in and around Salem were accused of witchcraft. The main character in a lot of these allegations was 12-year-old Ann Putnam Jr., who was personally responsible for putting over 60 innocent people on trial, some of whom were executed. But you didn't have to be caught red-handed smearing toad blood in a pentagram of candles to be considered an evil witch. Even simple, everyday tasks or coincidences were viewed as the devil's work to a bunch of cuckoo crazy people. If you found yourself strong enough to lift a heavy gun, it's because the devil helped you, so now your days are done. If you can kill off crops with just a single glance, there's not much I can say. You don't stand a chance. If you brewed a bit of food that a rude dude chewed and subsequently spewed, your years of life accrued were about to conclude. Even petting a black cat without giving a dang, each one of these reasons was enough for you to hang. Now, if you think that these were just dope rhymes with no reason, you're wrong. These were very real claims by the people of Salem. George Burroughs, one of Salem's ex-ministers, was a beefy boy. He lifted a really heavy musket when no one else could. Very impressive, but a bit too impressive. He was tried and executed. Martha Carrier faced the gallows after apparently hexing and killing a neighbor's entire livestock by just looking at them. It was pure mayhem, but not everyone agreed with what was going on. Luckily, some sound-minded villagers were not buying the bullshit, and many protested the imprisonment of obviously innocent people. Unluckily, those who called the trials a bunch of baloney were also thrown in the clink. This is a bunch of baloney, this ain't witchcraft. Ron? Oh no, looks like Ron's about to face a fate worse than death. The legal system. Well, time for a trial. Here we are, the trials of the century. Well, I guess multiple centuries since we're still talking about them. News of witchcraft allegations reached far and wide, prompting intervention from the Massachusetts government to sort it all out. Thus, the Salem witch trials commenced, fancy powdered wigs and all. You know, English things. Thankfully, since the trials happened only a few hundred years ago, there's still lots of surviving documents from Salem. Lots of them. So we can still get a pretty clear picture of how everything went down. Or at least the version that was written. The court structure was very similar to what it is today. A judge, a jury, witnesses, testimonies, all that. But sprinkling in the complete paranoia that infested the village, things got interesting. The main accusers, the teenage girls Abigail Williams and Ann Putnam Jr., were present at pretty much every trial, much to the dismay of anyone whom they accused. If the defendants gave any attempt at denying the allegations, then the show would start. For poor Bridget Bishop, the girls claimed that they were being tortured by her evil spooky ghost. The girls would break out into fits and convincing seizures in court to make it seem like Bishop was cursing them from afar, like a witch would. That's not how that works. Bridget Bishop was convicted and hanged on June 10th, 1692. Miss Martha Corey's testimony saw some real creativity. After publicly calling out the girls on their bullshit, Martha put herself in the crosshairs and was forced to defend her own innocence in court shortly after. While giving her testimony, the girls began to mimic her movements. When Martha raised her hand, so did the girls. If she turned her head, they followed. The girls cried out, claiming that they were being puppeted by the devil, and Martha was the one pulling the strings. Are thou fucking serious? 72-year-old Martha Corey was convicted and hanged on September 22nd, 1692. Martha's husband, Giles, is probably the most famous death of these Salem witch trials. But the guy was a certified asshole, having turned on his own wife after she was accused, ultimately testifying against her and giving examples of her witchcraft, like reading too much or nagging him too often. He did later attempt to rescind these allegations, but it was a bit too late as she was already doomed to hang. Now, with Giles being on trial himself, he refused to plead guilty or not guilty. He knew that regardless of his plea, he would still end up being converted to a human wind chime. Boy, was he wrong. Instead, he was given more pressing matters. Literally. As punishment for his supposed crimes, Giles was forced to endure peine forte Dieu. That's French for strong and hard pain. What this meant was being laid on the ground under a board. Big, beautiful boulders were added to the board, distributing their weight across his body. Hundreds of pounds of stone pressed down on Corey across 3 whole days. His final words? More weight. He was 81, but now it looks like it's Ron's turn to defend himself. Let's see how that goes. Ronald J. Fartknocker, thou hath been accused of witchcraft. What say you in your defense? I didn't do shit. He's innocent! Huh? What's all this? Your Honor, I've known Ron for years. We've been through so much together.
That's right. We sort of survived a whole nuclear apocalypse together. He knows what a real witch is. She's been using powerful magic to torment him for years, sending him all across time. Greece, Japan, Egypt, you name it.
It's true. Wait a minute. I only ever told you about the nuclear apocalypse. How did you know about the others?
You just couldn't go along with it, could you? And here I thought you were a smart fella, not a fart smeller.
You're not Ron. You're...
No. Took you long enough.
That's a witch. Well, we've never really burned a witch before, but we'll take your word for it. Yeah. It'll work.
Creativity is not something I wait for. I am Antoni Sendra, a filmmaker. I'm always hunting and hustling for ideas. Adobe Creative Cloud is designed to be almost like a playground. They provide you with some really inspiring tools for you to start. It allows me to disappear in the creative process. It's about the making. Adobe Creative Cloud gets me into the zone.
Hey guys, today's topic's all about humanity's greatest achievement. Cheese. And unless you're lactose intolerant through genetic inferiority, there's really nothing like a good slice of cheese to brighten up your day. It comes in all kinds of flavors and textures too, like smooth, salty, and absolute garbage. But have you ever asked yourself, what is cheese? As appetizing as it sounds, cheese is just curdled milk. But which milk? Any milk really, assuming that you have a healthy and legal supply. And once you have your fresh, delicious, hair-free milk, just let it outright spoil. No way, you say, but yes way. Curds and whey. Curds are the gross little floating pieces at the top, and whey is the milk sweat that's left behind. Add in some flavors to your curds and voila, you have cheese. Of course, someone will say that the process is a little bit more complicated than that, and they'd be right, but this is a history video, so that begs the question, where did cheese even come from? Cheese is one of those inventions that was made by accident, like potato chips, Post-its, and you. According to official historic cheese lore, a merchant in ancient Europe or Asia or somewhere in this area stored milk for his travels in the best container he had at the time, a sheep's stomach. After a day of traveling in a hot desert, something magical happened.
Good golly, am I thirsty,
says the merchant, wiping sweat off of his brow.
I can't wait to tear into this hot, delicious, refreshing milk.
The merchant found that in addition to drinking his milk, which was now suspiciously salty, there were also some chunks to chew on as a snack, ruining the need for his provisions of Oreos. It turns out that the sheep's stomach contained rennet, an enzyme that delicately convinced the milk to change from a liquid to a solid. Word of this marvelous chewy milk spread far and wide, making cheese more popular than Jesus, who wouldn't exist for thousands of years. Earliest known evidence of cheese making dates back over 8,000 years in what is now Switzerland. I know, the Swiss making cheese, big shocker, right? But more evidence has been found all across the world, from the country of Africa to the continent of Italy. Since food preservation techniques back then were nothing more than just salting and drying, cheeses were often salty and dry. It would be a long while before cheeses that we know would start popping up. Cheddar was invented around the 1100s, Parmesan in 1597, and Gouda a century later. In today's world, there are over 2,000 types of cheese, ranging from white American cheese to edible. Some countries even formed cheese boards, which provides a sort of patent on their cheeses, basically saying, hey, this is my cheese. Go make your own. Just like how champagne can't really be called champagne unless it's from the Champagne region in France, Parmesan or Parmigiano Reggiano can't be called as such unless it's from that particular region in Italy. Lucky for me, I can just pick it up at my local grocery store. Checkmate, Italy. All cheese types can be categorized into a basic system, organizing them based on their moisture content, like some kind of moist meter. First up, you have your fresh cheeses. These are your sloppiest mega wet cheeses like ricotta and mozzarella. Really good for making a nice calzone or some fresh Italian boba tea. Next up are the soft cheeses like brie and camembert. These cheeses are generally smooth and creamy and are good as spreads on like bread and stuff. Third are the semi-soft cheeses like provolone and Munster, which aren't as soft as the soft cheeses, otherwise they would be classified as soft cheeses. These are good for some good-ass sandwich making. Fourth, we have the semi-firm cheese, or as I like to call them. Here you can find cheddar, Gouda, or Gruyere. Great for charcuterie parties and Lunchables for the kiddos. Finally, we have the fully erect hard cheeses like Parmesan and Asiago. Perfect for harassing your local Italian restaurant waitress, this grade is great for grading, and are typically your most flavorful cheeses as well as the most pungent. Just like gamers, the smellier it is, the better it is. It should be said that there is also a category of blue cheeses, for distinguished people who love the complex, bold, and sour flavors of actual mold. No matter the type of cheese you choose, culinary nerds will always tell you that you're not pairing it with the right complimentary food or drink in order to earn your first-class ticket to Flavortown. Look, if I want to shove a handful of shredded mozzarella down my throat at 2 in the morning, then let me. Don't recommend to me that I wash it down with a 2012 Sauvignon Blanc, because I did that, but it was a beer. Nowadays, cheese is still enjoyed as a staple of modern cuisine all across the world, but mainly in France where it is typically served sliced with fruit or bread after a main course. In the cultural hub that is the United States, we serve it as an appetizer, sliced in a sort of stick shape where it is then breaded and fried, providing key nutrients for us to grow big and strong. Remember that no matter how you slice it, cheese is a delicious addition to any meal, so feel free to eat it to your heart's content, until it fails from all of the excess sodium.
Booking.com has stays for absolutely anyone. For instance, imagine you're a vampire thirsting for a lively hotel. You'll find a Vegas resort near some great nightlife. Perfect. You may be undead, but you're the life of the party. And if the forecast calls for sun, at least there's free cancellation on most stays, so you can wait for the perfect weather. Gorgeous. If a vampire can find their perfect stay, anyone can. Find exactly what you're booking for. Booking.com, yeah.
Whether you believe in curses or not, it's a simple fact that some objects are inherently creepy. Something as simple as a little statue that your grandpappy gave you before he particle affected away could make your amygdala go all wiggly. Is it just a statue, or is it something a little bit more sinister?
Invest in Bitcoin.
Time to talk about cursed artifacts. Of course a doll is cursed. It's like the go-to item to be cursed. You've got Annabelle, this doll, you got Furbies. But first, there was Robert. His story begins in the early 1900s in Key West, Florida, with little 4-year-old Eugene Robert Otto. The young boy had reportedly received the doll as a present from either his grandfather or from a house servant. Most sources claim it was a servant woman who apparently handmade the demonic doll and gave it to Eugene in retaliation for being mistreated by his parents. This certainly serves the whole curse narrative, so let's go with that. Either way, Eugene welcomed his new doll friend and decided to name him Robert. He is a life-size cloth doll stuffed with wood wool. Being life-sized, this thing's freaking huge, sitting at around 40 inches in length. Non-Americans would call that a meter. It's basically the size of another small child. Now best friends, the two were inseparable day in and day out, sitting, playing, solving differential equations. So after around 6 years of pretty much nothing super spooky happening, something super spooky happened. Eugene was having a nice deep dreamy sleep when he woke up to find Robert just kind of sitting at the foot of his bed, staring at him. That's not good. Soon after, Eugene's mom, who was also having a solid dream, was abruptly awoken by the sound of Eugene's desperate and terrified screams, accompanied by the banging and scraping of moving furniture. She quickly and unanimatedly rushed down the hallway, ripped the door open, and found little Eugene in a fetal position on his bed, clearly petrified in fear with a still staring Robert on the bed. Oh,
and all the furniture had been inexplicably overturned around the room. When questioned about what happened, Eugene simply said, "Robert did it." "Oh, okay." Over the next several years, whenever there was mischief afoot, Robert was to blame. Although skeptical, Eugene's parents had their fair share of uneasy experiences too. Allegedly, they would hear Eugene conversing with Robert, which is innocent enough for kids with imaginary friends, but they would often hear an unfamiliar voice responding to Eugene in conversation, accompanied by creepy giggling. Sometimes they would even see Robert moving around out of the corner of their eye. After growing up and being soul-crushed by the weight of adult life, Eugene returned to his estate with his wife to find Robert locked away in a chest. Ugh, I hate it. Mrs. Otto wasn't a huge fan of the old doll and demanded that Robert remain in the chest, and being a good husband, Eugene conceded. Remember, fellas, happy wife, happy life. But this did not make Robert too happy. There were reports from house guests of hearing scurrying in the attic with that same creepy giggling. Even children passing by outside reported seeing Robert in the window staring at them and even making fun of them, though I'm not too sure how well they could see that from such a distance. Eugene, knowing that he locked Robert in the chest multiple times, would often find him sitting by the window. Fast forward, Eugene dies in 1974 and a new family moves into the house. Their curious daughter finds Robert and gets super excited. A new house and a creepy, decrepit, possessed doll? Where do I sign? But it didn't take long for everything to come full circle. The daughter would wake up screaming for her parents when she saw Robert moving about the room. In response, her parents were all neat and slammed Robert into a box and gave him away. The devilish doll is now on display at the East Martello Museum in Key West, Florida, where you can meet him yourself. Or you can deal with that shadow person that's currently staring at you from the corner of your bedroom. Sleep tight. We all know that beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Some artists pour their heart and soul out onto the canvas, while others just dump out a can of paint and call it a day. Regardless, art evokes emotion and meaning behind the brushstrokes, which is why painter Bruno Amadeo created the Crying Children series in the UK in the 1950s. However, the origin of his inspiration is up for debate. Some sources say that Amadeo adopted a little adorable orphan boy whose parents died in a house fire. But tragedy would follow the little no-parent-having gremlin when Amadeo's own studio caught fire shortly after. The orphan boy, who was blamed for the fire and swiftly hucked to the road, eventually grew up and allegedly lost his own life in a car fire in the 70s. Another, more plausible inspiration was from witnessing children orphaned by the events of World War II. Over 60 paintings of crying children were created between the 1950s and the 1980s. Super depressing. But oddly enough, them weird Brits absolutely loved the paintings. Over 50,000 prints were sold and displayed in homes. But listen, I gotta ask, who the friggin' flip puts a picture of a crying child in their home? What's that? Oh, that's just a crying boy painting. Isn't he adorable? No. But that's not the weird part. The weird part is what happened to many of those who had the copies. Over the years, many owners of these paintings reported house fires which devastated their homes. Whole kitchens set ablaze, living rooms charred, bedrooms burned. But a common theme was that the crying children paintings survived, unscathed and intact. Hundreds of these reports came in, and many firefighters frequently found their freaky features face down and fire-free. Some people claim that they would even hear screams and crying sounds coming from the portraits before being retrieved. To put the idea of the curse to rest, a newspaper editor advised any concerned owners of the portraits to send them in to be destroyed. In the end, over 2,500 prints were received and subsequently burned, though it did prove difficult to do so. It is generally agreed upon that the reproductions were printed on fire-resistant, high-density hardboard, so they were pretty difficult to actually set on fire. But as usual, people denied logical thought and decided that the supernatural explanation was the only possibility. It's probably best practice to just never hang any paintings in your home. You just never know their next move.
Since adding Forkful meals into my weekly routine, not only have I saved hours on meal prep, I've actually been eating healthier and staying consistent with my nutrition goals. Fuel your body with real food that heat up in just 2 minutes, and they have no preservatives and no seed oils.
Whole foods that actually taste incredible.
I highly recommend prioritizing your health with Forkful.
Dolls, paintings, and now, furniture. Anything can be cursed if you piss off the wrong people enough, which leads to our next cursed artifact, the Conjured Chest.
This finicky piece of furniture has quite the troubled backstory to it. It all started in the early 1800s in old Kentucky. Here, plantation owner Jeremiah Graham, sometimes referred to by pseudonym Jacob Cooley, was getting ready to have his first child. The thing is, Jeremiah was about as useless as an inflatable dartboard, so he had someone make it for him. And what's a plantation owner without a few slaves? This is the American South after all. One particular slave, named Remus, or Hosea in some sources, was a master carpenter, and was given the task of building a chest of drawers, which apparently is different from a dresser. This is a dresser, and this is a chest of drawers. See? Very different. Remus got to work in crafting the chest, spending countless hours perfecting the piece. Once completed, he presented the chest to Jeremiah.
Excellent work, Remus. I give you full credit for this wonderful display of craftsmanship. Isn't it beautiful? Hell, I'd make sweet love to it right now if you weren't watching.
But of course, that's not what happened. Instead, Jeremiah hated it so much that he actually ended up beating Remus to death over the matter. This understandably sparked an outrage amongst the other plantation slaves, initiating a plot to seek revenge. According to the Kentucky Historical Society, the other plantation slaves secretly cursed the gift, sprinkling dried owl's blood while uttering a secret chant. Despite despising the decorated drawers, Jeremiah moved the chest to the newborn's nursery. According to legend, anyone associated with the chest had suffered a miserable death. It is said that the demonic drawers have a kill count of 18 across a 100-year span. Here's a few of them. Jeremiah's firstborn, for whom the chest was made, got spawn camped. Jeremiah's nephew, whose clothes were put in the chest, was stabbed on his 21st birthday. A couple who inherited the chest both died, one from a severe illness, and the other was killed in an accident. A recent bride who stuffed her wedding dress in the drawer prematurely died in 1897. One fella's mom put some of his mittens in the chest in 1909. He fell off a train 30 feet to his death. Another woman rearranged her house and moved the chest to her room. She took her own life a few years later in 1915. In 1946, a guy placed his hunting clothes in the chest. Then someone else placed a bullet in his chest. Frustratingly, Jeremiah himself actually escapes any premature demise. After a while, enough was enough. In the late 1940s, the latest owner had her maid break the curse. But how do you break a curse? Simple. You just obtain a dead owl, have it watch you pick and boil willow leaves for one whole day, put the liquid in a jug and bury it such that the handle is facing east under a flowering bush. If all goes well, you die and the curse is lifted. The maid did all this and, sure enough, died shortly after, becoming the last casualty of the conjured chest, but ultimately breaking the curse. Or so they say. Back over 5,300 years ago, when you were nothing but a speck in the atmosphere, no more significant than you are now, some guy got shot in the back with an arrow while traversing the Utstal Mountains in modern-day northern Italy. Since he failed to activate his protective prayers, he couldn't recover and got PK'd pretty hard. In non-gamer speak, he died. But this wouldn't be the end of his journey. Thanks to the very cold conditions of snow and ice on the mountain, the guy's remains froze and his body was preserved for thousands of years. The man was discovered in 1991 and given the name Ötzi, after the mountain range in which he died. That's like naming someone who fell off of a cliff Cliffy, or Clifford, like the big red dog. God, imagine the shits he took. The mummified man is regarded as one of the most well-preserved bodies ever recovered, despite looking like old beef jerky. Problem was, Ötzi apparently wasn't a fan of his newfound fame because many of those associated with his discovery ended up suffering pretty awful deaths, starting the rumor of the Iceman's curse. The first was Rainer Henn, the head of the forensics team who examined Ötzi. He had picked up the frozen little fella with his bare hands to place him in a bag for transport. As a prize for this good deed, Henn was awarded with getting absolutely wrecked in a car crash a year later in 1992 while on his way to give a lecture about Ötzi. A little while later, Kurt Fritz, a mountaineer who assisted Henn, got hugged by an avalanche. A few months after that, journalist Rainer Hutzel, who filmed the removal of the corpse, died from a big old brain tumor. We then jump ahead to 2004 when Helmut Ziemann, one of the tourists who originally found Ötzi, was discovered dead and frozen in the same exact spot. An hour after his funeral, the head of his mountain rescue team died of a heart attack. But not everyone was too keen on the idea of the Iceman's curse. For instance, archaeologist Konrad Spindler, who examined Ötzi's remains, said that the whole curse idea was silly, saying, quote, "This is all a media hype.
The next thing you'll be saying is that I will be next. He died shortly after. Multiple sclerosis. You know how it is. The final death associated with the Iceman to date was Dr. Tom Loy, who performed a DNA analysis on Ötzi. When he was just about to finish a book on the cold cadaver's history, he was found dead in his home, despite being in relatively fair health. Now, of course, it has to be said that there have been plenty of others who have studied, photographed, poked, and even caressed Ötzi's leathery sunken skin who are still alive and well today. But if you want to take the chance with a curse yourself, you can visit Ötzi in the South Tyrol Archaeological Museum in Bolzano, Italy. Just remember to not play footsies with Ötzi's tootsies. Your morbid curiosity got the best of you, didn't it? Alright, well here's even more evil human experiments. Part 3! Usually when you think of World War II, chemical weapons are not the first thing that comes to mind, and that's because almost everyone learned their lesson in World War I. Except Japan, of course, who used them heavily against China. But they would learn 2 big lessons later on. But on the Western Front, chemical weapons were rarely used for fear of heavy retaliation. However, precautionary measures still had to be taken in the event that they were used. In order to design effective protective equipment, one has to learn what they're dealing with. Enter the mustard gas experiments, secret tests conducted by the United States to gain more insight into the effects of mustard gas on soldiers. Now you might be asking, what about all those soldiers killed during World War I? Well, you'd actually be surprised to learn that out of the estimated 17 million or so deaths attributed to the Great War, only about 90,000 were from chemical weapons, with only a few thousand being directly from mustard gas. And that's only about 1/100th of a percent. That's not really a conclusive sample size. In order to paint a clearer picture of what they were dealing with, over 60,000 soldiers were voluntold to participate in these trials, often with zero knowledge of what they were about to experience. In total, there were 3 experimental designs for troops to partake in. The first, and the easiest, was the patch test. Liquid mustard gas was applied directly to the test subject's skin in order to observe any immediate effects. The second was the field test, where soldiers were deployed on a simulated battlefield and enveloped in a mustard gas cloud to test various protective equipment prototypes. The last design was the chamber test. Equipped with only makeshift gas masks, soldiers were locked in small chambers where mustard gas was piped in order to test its incapacitative properties. One soldier, Sergeant Rollins Edwards, recalls his horrific experience when enduring a chamber test at just 21 years old in 1943.
And it was just one little hut there. And they told us all to go in there, but don't put on your gas mask until you smell gas. And we all went in there, and I heard when the latch closed, it had a bar outside the door. This was plywood. And we all standing up in there, and I put my gas mask on right then. Well, the gas mask then was just paper and charcoal. When they turned that gas on from up top there, this guy started to scream because it was feel like there was a million red ants over you, just all over your whole complete body.
Keep in mind that mustard gas itself, while it can be lethal, had a very low mortality rate in World War I, only around 2 to 3%. Its main purpose was to incapacitate rather than kill, and it was great at its job. But it was the British who decided to kick things up a notch with lewisite, a deadlier alternative to mustard gas. This was an arsenic-based compound capable of damaging your DNA on contact. Skin would blister, and your respiratory system would likely fail. But not only were these experiments aimed at observing the health effects on soldiers as a whole, but also how the chemicals may have affected different races. Black, Puerto Rican, Japanese, and white soldiers were tested separately, with the white soldiers being the control group, meaning that they were the baseline to compare to. If there was enough evidence to suggest that one group was more resistant than another, well, guess who's going to be sent on the front line? Of course, in the end, no such conclusive evidence was ever found, so good job with that one. Any soldier resisting participation was threatened with dishonorable discharge and jail time for failure to obey commands. During these experiments, soldiers were subjected to agonizing pain and trauma, which resulted in permanent physical and psychological damage for the rest of their lives. These men were scarred with chemical burns on their skin, their eyes, and even in their lungs. Those who endured these experiments as well as survived any future combat, because these soldiers were still expected to fight in the war,
were unable to seek any medical attention once discharged from service. They were sworn to secrecy, lest they face legal backlash for disclosing information about a confidential operation. While you might be sitting there waving your finger at the United States, know that it wasn't just the wonderful Freedom Powerhouse who did this kind of stuff. The mustard gas experiments actually took place years after the good old Redcoats did the same thing in Australia, England, Canada, and India, which is probably when the British developed their aversion to anything remotely spicy. Now here's a topic that'll probably get me canceled. Way back in the day in 1965, two twin baby boys slopped out of their mother. Bruce and Brian Reimer. As cute as they were, they had a bit of a problem. Both boys were born with phimosis, an odd medical condition that, in monetizable terms, meant that they had trouble peeing properly due to a non-retractable skin on their little fellas. Well, that's not the worst. I mean, just a simple circumcision would pop those turtles right out of their shell, right? Normally, yes, if you have a decent doctor. A description apparently not befitting of Bruce's doctor. The physician who performed this rather routine surgery decided to be a bit unconventional and cauterize the freshly cut skin rather than a traditional stitching. This deviation from standard procedure rendered Bruce's manhood completely non-functional at just 8 months old. Outraged, the Reimer parents refused to have Brian undergo the same treatment, so his jacket still had its hood. With Bruce's medically malpracticed member, Reimer's parents eventually found one Dr. John Money, which sounds more like the prim and proper version of Johnny Cash, except Money would be performing a lot more hurt. Dr. John Money was a medical psychology professor at Johns Hopkins University. His research centered on theories of gender identity and gender roles. He would eventually pioneer the process of chemical castration, a drug treatment on sex offenders to completely eliminate their violent desires, which is pretty cool. But what's not cool is his role in the life of Bruce Reimer. After the Reimer family got in contact with Dr. Money, they were advised to have Bruce's remaining male parts surgically removed and to swap teams, undergoing gender reassignment and instead being raised as a girl. Bewildered, the parents agreed, and at just 2 years old, Bruce Reimer became Brenda Reimer. Although later in life, Bruce stated that he never really identified as female. But Dr. Money didn't stop there. He pushed further and tried to upsell just beyond the base model. Looks like little Brenda's gonna need some hormone treatment, and while you're at it, I can throw in a vagina as well. It'll look like a chewed up wad of gum, but it'll do the trick. We're just gonna take the hormone treatment? Thanks. No one ever wants the vagina. But this is where things started to really take a turn. You see, Money had a theory, one that explored the influences of nature versus nurture as it pertains to gender identity. He believed that such identities are instilled upon us through our upbringing rather than our biological traits. And this would culminate into one of the most strange and disturbing experiments I've ever read about. So, thanks YouTube comments section. Appreciate that. In what I can only assume would be a way to further his research, both Brenda and Brian regularly visited Dr. Money for routine checkups to see how the change had impacted their relationship and well-being. At just 6 years old, Money began exposing the children to explicit adult content. Even worse, he reportedly forced the two children to reenact certain poses featured in these films and had, at least on one occasion, taken pictures of the children doing this. Both children had reported incidents of Dr. Money's temper when resisting such requests. They stated that although he was calm and well-mannered in the presence of their parents, he became violent and verbally abusive behind closed doors. When discussing the events years later, Brenda recalled one specific event where Dr. Money had yelled at him for refusing to undress when both children were forced to inspect each other. Years later, a now teenage Brenda was propositioned by Money to undergo a full transition surgery, but Brenda repeatedly and adamantly refused. After years of, let's not sugarcoat it, full-blown sexual abuse, Brenda hit a psychological breaking point. It was at this time that the Reimer parents broke the truth to Brenda that he was born as a boy. And immediately, Brenda abandoned life as a girl, took on the name David, and even underwent reconstructive surgeries to restore damage done to him. Dr. Money, however, fraudulently reported his work as a successful female gender development, using it as evidence to support future gender reassignment cases. But in 1997, David came forward with his story to discredit Dr. Money, speaking to the horrors of his upbringing and the mental toll it took on both him and his brother. David's testimony was published across several high-profile magazines.
but as freeing as it was to tell his story, it wasn't enough to free him from his mental anguish. In 2004, David had taken his own life at age 38, just 2 years after his brother, Brian, had overdosed on antidepressants. Dr. Money had brushed off David's testimony as merely right-wing and anti-feminist propaganda. According to the Intersex Society of North America, however, many individuals within the intersex community had condemned Money for falsifying his report, as it had led to thousands of surgical procedures done on infants as a matter of policy. Over the following years, Money would continue to have many of his theories debunked by his own social experiments. He never faced any consequences for his explicit actions with the Reimer twins or any other families that he had impacted with his practices. John Money ultimately cashed out of this mortal coil in 2006 at the age of 85. As an added kick to the butchered dick, even though Brian never had the surgery to cure his phimosis, that condition that kickstarted this whole thing, it eventually corrected itself with age. So it is likely that Bruce would have also outgrown this condition, sparing both brothers from their cruel fate. But hey, hindsight's 20/20. It's not real.
Some people just don't get it, that Squarespace isn't just for websites. You can get a domain from Squarespace too. It's kind of like how your parents don't get how you make a living off your art, but you do. And with a domain like existentialglitter.com and a website from Squarespace, you can build a brand for yourself, grow your client list, and continue to confuse your parents all in one place. Get yours before it's gone with offer code MAKEITREAL for 10% off your domain or website. Terms and conditions apply.
During the complete shit stain on South African history that was apartheid, there was an infectious disease running rampant through the South American military. Or at least it was thought of as a disease by some. And just like any other disease, there had to be a cure, right? Well, that's what Dr. Aubrey Levin claimed anyway. In 1967, the South African military began forced conscription of soldiers to beef up the military. Initially, homosexuality was outright banned in the military, so when joining, soldiers were examined by medical doctors to screen for any suspicious tendencies.
Why are you gay?
Any enlisted soldiers found to be lying about being straight were severely punished with imprisonment, but in reality, there was a strong concern over the opposite. It was actually feared that many men would lie about their preferences in order to avoid being conscripted. So how goes the conscription? Not good. Apparently everyone around here is gay. What? That's impossible. Is it? So instead, the rules were changed to allow those identifying as homosexual to be forced into military service. They just had to be cured is all. So those individuals were sent to a secret military hospital to unwillingly partake in Dr. Levin's many cures. This is where the Aversion Project began. Soldiers, which now found themselves amongst a population of drug addicts and the severely mentally ill, were strapped into chairs and forced to watch many explicit adult films of the he on him variety. Nice. These patients sustained aggressive electrical shocks while viewing the films, up to 120 volts and about 800 milliamps, which is super painful and potentially lethal. The theory was that if repeatedly shocked, the brain would eventually rewire itself to anticipate pain when thinking of the naughty dude thoughts. A Clockwork Orange style. The tests continued, but Levin failed to get any of the results that he had anticipated. In response, he upped the ante by continuing the aggressive shock therapy in conjunction with deep-throating depressant drugs to make the victims' brains more susceptible to change. Despite this outright torture, the desired effects were never achieved, and no cure had occurred. Although it does have to be said that some soldiers simply faked that they were cured in order to escape these torturous experiments. As a last-ditch effort to stop any of these so-called unnatural desires from ever occurring again, Levin had these soldiers chemically castrated against their will before being released from the hospital. Now, tragically, this took a huge psychological and physical toll on the victims, and many ended up taking their own lives shortly after release. Dr. Levin went back to the drawing board and came up with one more attempt at a cure: forced gender reassignment. You see, if you like dudes and you're a dude, that's just silly, but if you're now a girl and you still like dudes, then it's a-okay. Several soldiers were forced to undergo the surgery, and not many survived. Those who did suffered extreme medical issues for the rest of their lives.
Survivors were given new identities and forbidden from contacting anyone from their old life. But the horror didn't stop there. In order to keep his failed experiments out of the public light, Dr. Levin oversaw the construction of Greifswald, a forced labor camp where any of his subjects that were considered incurable would reside. It wasn't until 1975, 7 years after his initial tests began, that the nightmare finally ended after Dr. Levin received a promotion. He left the military to become the Director of Mental Health for the South African Department of Health Services and Welfare. Of course, justice would never be served. After apartheid ended in 1995, Levin fled to Canada where he lived comfortably as a psychology professor. He was charged in an unrelated crime in 2010 and sentenced to 5 years imprisonment, but he was ultimately released just 18 months later on parole. And as of this video, he is 86 years old and still alive today as a free man. In the midst of the Cold War, rumors began to spread across the continents of Soviet brainwashing. American prisoners of war released after the Korean War were witnessed to be shadows of the men they once were, often regurgitating communist ideals to which they were apparently subjected to repeatedly during their capture. Some other men outright refused to return to American soil and fully defected to the USSR. Traitors. But these obvious tells of psychological manipulation struck fear into the vacuous heart of the American government. The CIA director at the time, Alan Dulles, condemned such actions, calling out the communist brainwashing as abhorrent and nefarious. He went on to state how such war tactics were beneath American values and even human values as a whole. So in order to ensure that this would never happen on American soil, Director Dulles, just 3 days after his little speech, approved Project MKUltra, the United States' very own mind control experimentation program. Sure, Dulles may have said that mind control is un-American, but losing is even un-American-er. The main goal of MKUltra was to develop ways to control human behavior and ultimately develop a truth serum, be it a physical substance or a specific technique. This would be especially helpful with things like espionage or interrogating enemy prisoners of war. Hey, it's only evil if the enemy does it. MKUltra was composed of several different methods for perfecting the art of psychological manipulation. These included hypnosis, electroshock therapy, and administering experimental drugs, the most pervasive of which being the forced administration of LSD. Now, these tactics were not limited to just prisoners of war. Those are way too scarce in numbers. In order to get more promising and conclusive data, you need a larger population. Well, that's nothing a few prisons, psych wards, and the US Army can't supply. Wait, what? The head honcho of MKUltra was Dr. Sidney Gottlieb, one of the CIA's top biochemists. Under his guidance, and with generous funding from the CIA, experiments began across North America in over 30 institutions and universities, including Columbia University and Stanford University. Experiments were later expanded to Canada too, but let's start domestically. MKUltra was set in motion in 1953, where the first candidate for this mythical truth serum was tested, lysergic acid diethylamide, LSD, a powerful synthetic hallucinogen developed in 1938 in Switzerland. I originally wanted to develop a new respiratory stimulant, and I did, but now I can also taste colors. That's pretty cool too. Tons of this stuff was purchased by the CIA for use in MKUltra, roughly $4.2 million worth in today's money. In true evil experiment fashion, test subjects were never given explicit knowledge of what they were about to experience, only that they would be participating in some sort of test. And these subjects were either convicted criminals or mentally ill patients who either had no choice in participation or the ability to comprehend what they were about to go through. Former organized crime boss guy Whitey Bulger was one such patient, and he wrote about his experience as a government lab rat in 1957. He recalled being injected with what he later found out to be LSD. Here's an excerpt from his writings. 8 convicts in a panic and paranoid state. Total loss of appetite. Hallucinating. The room would change shape. Hours of paranoia and feeling violent. We experienced horrible periods of living nightmares and even blood coming out of the walls. Guys turning into skeletons in front of me. I saw a camera change into the head of a dog. I felt like I was going insane. Yeah, it was really rough stuff, and maybe some people in the audience can attest to some experience like this. Let me know in the comments if Bulger's testimony sounds something like you've gone through. You little deviants, you. But wait, there's more.
let's talk about the appropriately named Operation Midnight Climax. This was a rather risque covert operation where several CIA-funded women of the night would lure unsuspecting and rather anxious men into CIA safe houses across California and New York. These men, unfortunately, would only have their minds blown as they were well supplied with drinks laced with LSD. CIA agents would observe these festivities from behind a two-way mirror as these dudes absolutely lost their goddamn minds. Athletic little fella, isn't he? You think that's bad? Well, the Canadians weren't much better. Dr. Donald Cameron developed the concept of psychic driving, a nightmarish experiment aimed at erasing memories and reprogramming the human brain. In addition to the usual LSD administration, Dr. Cameron also performed intense electroshock therapy, often at 30 to 40 times the normal power. Patients were put into drug-induced comas for weeks on end and forced to listen to looping audio clips. These patients were often diagnosed with anxiety disorders and postpartum depression. So imagine coming into a hospital, having anxiety and being strapped into a chair, injected with drugs, electrically shocked, and forced to listen to the same audio looping for weeks on end. Needless to say, these victims suffered permanent physiological damage, including complete amnesia and losing the ability to speak. Project MKUltra came to an abrupt end in 1973 when all of the classified documents were ordered to be destroyed after government-wide panic began following the events of the Watergate incident. You know, when President Nixon's re-election campaign staff were found secretly spying on their political opponents. This sparked a huge public distrust of the government and was a catalyst for many investigations of the government for foul play. Despite the purge of documentation, over 20,000 documents survived, which were subsequently investigated and brought into the public eye a year later. In 1976, President Ford signed an executive order banning any drug experimentation on human subjects without written and witness-informed consent. Dr. Gottlieb, who conveniently retired from the CIA in 1973, faced no consequences for his role in MKUltra and ultimately brushed off the project as ineffective and a waste of time. He died peacefully in his home in 1999.
Grainger knows that if you're a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility and your machinery isn't working right, you need to understand what's wrong as soon as possible. So when a conveyor motor falters, Grainger offers diagnostic tools like calibration kits and multimeters to help you identify and fix the problem. With Grainger, you can be confident you have everything you need to keep your facility running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Unluckiest deaths in history. Ever read about the unusually tragic death of some historical figure, or even just the random old lady across the street and think, oh, that sucks? Well, you're in for a few more of those. Starting off this list is Francois Vatel, one heck of a perfectionist. He was the maître d'hôtel, or maître d', for French nobility. In case you didn't know, a maître d' is the master of the house, basically a general in terms of waitstaff at a restaurant or overall event. They make sure that everything is in line from decorations to food and that all guests are always happy. Now, if you've ever worked in any form of customer service, you know how stressful this can be, especially when you can't tell your guests to frig off because they're literal royalty. Unlike customers today who just think they are. Francois was in a career of pure stress, but he was the best at what he did, having been formally recognized by many top chefs across France for his ability to ensure guest satisfaction. I mean, how often do you hear stories about royal servants? Almost never, except for Francois. History often mistakes Francois for being a chef himself, but that was never the case. He just handled everything in the front of house. Anyway, this story begins and ends all the way back in 1671 in Fancy Pants, France. It was at this time that France was experiencing a golden age under Supreme French King Overlord Leaderfella Louis XIV, France's and history's longest known reigning monarch to date. This big bushel of baguettes ruled for almost 72 and a half years. Under his rule, French power expanded across the world, arts and culture were flourishing, and the wealthy were living in utmost extravagance. Sure, there were plenty of wars going on in the background, but that's for the poor people to worry about. With such mindless self-indulgence pouring out of every orifice, parties, galas, celebrations, shindigs, and balls were just the norm.
But these royal retreats demanded a professional to ensure that everyone kept a crusty yellow smile on their dusty white faces. That's where Francois came in. Having a strong resume of serving under notable French figures you've probably never heard of, like this guy and that guy, Francois was given the task of organizing a banquet in King Louis's honor for over 3,000 people. That's 3,000 of the most rich and powerful people of the age. You don't want to disappoint them, do you? You can't. It's not an option. Do you know what they would do to someone who messed up the king's banquet? Well, that option wouldn't be invented for another 100 years, but it's a quick end no matter how you cut it. The feast was to last across 3 days, and Francois was given just 2 weeks to prepare. So with no time to waste, he nervously took to the task. Over the next 15 days, Francois managed to get all of his French ducks in a row. Drapes were draped, silverware sparkled, chandeliers shimmered, and guests were gobsmacked. All 6,000 of them. Yeah, over double the anticipated party size showed up. Luckily, there was still plenty of food to spare. But another kick in the dick for Francois was the fact that it was raining, canceling the planned fireworks for the evening, which bummed out several of the guests. Well, that's just uncontrollable circumstances, you might say, as you pull out your brown tooth. But not to Francois. Remember, he was a perfectionist, and things were not perfect. Besides these 2 minor infractions, the first day went off without a hitch, but the second day would prove to be Francois' last. In the morning, Vital received devastating news. Only half of his fish order for the breakfast buffet had arrived. He knew that without the precious poisson, people would be palpably peckish. This was the last straw. Francois spiraled into a panic, knowing that he had failed in his duties and he would forever feel the crushing weight of his shame for the rest of his life. But the rest of his life wouldn't actually be that long, as shortly after receiving the news and breaking down into an inconsolable mess, Francois rushed into his bedchambers to right his wrong the only way he knew how. Standing by his bedside, he brandished his iconic ceremonial stabbing sword and rammed it through his own tummy. He laid in a puddle of his own blood, undiscovered for some time until, "Yo, Francois, the rest of the fish is here." Yeah, that's right. The remainder of the order arrived almost immediately after Francois decided to carry out a permanent solution to a temporary problem. His body was then taken from the palace and buried in secret while the rest of the guests partied on. Nearly every aspect of Isadora Duncan's life could be summarized by one word: tragic. Childhood? Tragic. Adult life? Tragic. Family? Tragic. Career? Successful and groundbreaking, but then tragic. All of this capped off by her sudden, unlucky, and tragic death. Born and raised in the sparkling cesspit that is San Francisco, California in the 1800s, things were already not off to a great start. She was the youngest of 4, with a loving mother and supportive and wealthy banker father, until his bank collapsed under mysterious and fraudulent circumstances, subsequently leading to a marital collapse under mysterious and infidelitous circumstances. He then died in a boat crash several years after that. It is said that his last words were somewhere in the ballpark of, So, after Papa's bank went rupt and her parents defaulted on their marriage, the struggles really stacked up. She lived with her mother and siblings, moving to Oakland, California to begin life anew. She attended school from ages 6 to 10, but dropped out, finding the schooling system restrictive, boring, and lame. Instead, Isadora and her siblings earned their daily bread by teaching the local yokels the art of dance. Thankfully, years of doing the hokey pokey allowed Isadora to turn herself around. After all, that's what it was all about. She joined a formal theater company at the age of 19 to expand her art. Problem was, the extent of dance at the time was very rigid and emotionless. Instead, Isadora yearned for something a little bit more free-flowing and expressive. She wanted less of this, and a little bit more of this. But the dance community in America wasn't ready to pick up what she was throwing down, so she had to search for better opportunities abroad. Well, that was definitely a good choice because she soon found herself dancing in the presence of wealth and royalty across London.
Oh, it's a beautiful dancer, isn't it?
And Paris.
I'm le deux fromage.
Her revolutionary style took the world of dance by storm. With her newfound success, she wished to provide better opportunities for the youth, opportunities that she wished that she had as a spry sapling. In order to do so, she opened up an informal dance school in Berlin, Germany in 1904, which, along with teaching kids their ABCs and Eins, Zwei, Dreis, also put interpretive dance on the menu, not as a profession, but as a hobby and method of expression. After about a decade, Isadora left to open up a second school in Paris after a certain Austria started getting hungry for conflict. Unfortunately, the new school didn't last very long as tensions escalated and the Great War broke out in Europe, so she fled back home to the US right when the getting was good. As for her personal life, her travels introduced her to many suitable bachelors across the art world. She found love multiple times, and Cupid shuffled into the sheets, popping out 3 kids. But of course, fate would have other plans for this happy chapter. For instance, one of her children died in infancy. The other 2 cruised along in a car with their caretaker and crashed into the River Seine. They drowned. Understandably, Isadora spiraled into a deep, deep depression in her later years and fell out of the spotlight, her debts piling up as high as her empty liquor bottles. But this life of misfortune was about to be topped off with a disastrous bow. On September 14th, 1927 in Nice, France, Isadora was riding shotgun in a fancy car while wearing an abnormally long fancy scarf. Normally, the combination of heavy machinery and loose articles of clothing warrant a live leak watermark, and poor Isadora was about to learn why. As the vehicle sped off and she bid her farewells, her fashionable fabric forged her fate. Her long scarf that was whipping in the wind became entangled in the rear tire of the car, wrapping around the rear axle and pulling tight. In an instant, the scarf became a noose, and Isadora's neck was snapped before she could even react. At just 50 years old, the spotlight faded on the inspirational dancer.
The civil rights movement encompassed thousands of stories lived by real people across America. On the U.S. Civil Rights Trail podcast, experts take us inside the pivotal events that shaped the movement. From courtrooms to classrooms, from sit-ins to marches, these are the stories behind the headlines told with context, clarity, and care. Listen to the U.S. Civil Rights Trail podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts, because what happened here changed the world.
Now trust me, for the life of me, I really want to pronounce this guy's name as Tycho Brahe, but apparently the proper Danish pronunciation is Tycho Brahe. Like, listen to this.
Tycho Brahe, Tycho Brahe, Tycho Brahe.
Person saying this doesn't even sound confident in their own pronunciation. Anyway, teeny tiny Tycho was the talk of the town back in the 16th century. He was renowned as one of the world's greatest astronomers and one of the last great astronomers before the invention of the telescope. So these guys were just raw dogging the heavens trying to figure it all out. Hey, is that a new star up there? Oh, where? Right over... Oh, nope. I lost it. But that, of course, didn't discourage the celestial sillybillies from trying to figure out how the known universe worked, or at least what the human eye could see. Born an heir to many of the Kingdom of Denmark's noble families, Tycho was loaded, and thus well-educated. He made several breakthroughs in the field of astronomy and even dabbled in astrology and alchemy, but we know those are more pseudoscience poppycock. Well, unless you're a middle-aged woman who thinks that jerking a crystal with rainwater will make all of your wishes come true or whatever.
A new hand touches the beacon.
Despite his innovations of spotting new stars and measuring the skies with rather impressive accuracy, he still made the oopsie of proposing his own geocentric model, which put the Earth in the center of the universe rather than the Sun. The planets revolved around the Sun, but the Sun revolved around the Earth. He almost had it. Don't worry though, Copernicus took home the blue ribbon with his heliocentric model. The thing about newer branches of science is that there's a lot to discover as you put the fundamental pieces together, which grants you a lot of leverage over outsiders looking in who just don't understand it quite yet. That being the case, many higher nobles and even the king himself applauded Tycho in his efforts, just stuffing his pockets with money to fund any and all research that he desired to advance the field of astronomy. What's that? You've charted over 700 stars? Beautiful. There's things called supernovas? Fantastic. Comets are just burning bits of rock? Amazing. Can you leave? Danish King Frederick II was so tickled by Tycho's work that he granted him an estate on an island to build his own personal, customized observatory so that he could look up at the sky in complete solidarity. And so he did. For about 21 years, Tycho plotted the planets, tracked the transits, and crunched the calculations. Everything seemed great. At least until King Frederick bit the disease dust and his 11-year-old war-obsessed, noble-hating son took over and threatened to seize Tycho's land and assets. Not wanting to deal with this two-body problem, the astronomer said screw it and shifted his orbit over to Prague, where he was invited to build another observatory. This time, however, he took on an apprentice, one Johannes Kepler, who would go on to influence many famed physicists like Galileo and Sir Isaac Newton. Together, the two continued where Tycho left off before getting booted from his Tower of Solitude. But everything came to a halt in 1601 when attending a banquet. According to Kepler, Tycho was in agonizing discomfort. You alright? Nope, gotta piss. Real bad. Dude, just get up and go. Nope, bad manners. Gotta hold it. Alright, don't complain to me when, you piss yourself. Ooh, lordy. Yo, Tycho. Tycho eventually headed home to drain his dragon, but at that point, it would barely even dribble. Over the next several days, the pain got excruciatingly worse, and there was no relief in sight. Just 11 days after holding in his pee to avoid bad etiquette at dinner, Tycho Brahe died of a completely avoidable bladder infection. Remember, fellas and fellettes, listen to what your body's telling you. Otherwise, you might just piss it off. For poor Cornelia Zangaribandi, little is really known about her life, as the only remarkable thing about the wrinkly Diovelina was her mysterious, sudden, and fiery fate. That's because Cornelia is one of the unlucky few cases of a phenomenon known as spontaneous human combustion. A cause of death in which the victim suddenly bursts into flames seemingly unprovoked or without an obvious cause and is reduced to nothing but a pile of ash. But when you really dig deep into the dirt of these cases, you start to recognize some patterns. For one, the victims are almost always alcoholics to some degree and recently horked down a medically inadvisable amount of booze. That's the spirit, and that's the wine. Next, the victims tend to be elderly females. Not that it necessarily makes much of a difference, but combustible Cornelia here was 66 years young when she attempted to cosplay as a phoenix. Additionally, there was always an external source of ignition, which, in my opinion, completely invalidates the whole spontaneous aspect. So what did the heck happen to our Cornelia? Well, on one fateful night in 1731, the Italian noblewoman had just finished off a non-stereotypical meal. Countess Cornelia was reported by her maid as acting rather, quote, dull and heavy, slomping around to and fro after downing a hefty heap of brandy. The maid helped the inebriated elder to her room, and the two spent several hours chit-chatting and shooting the shit. The countess was also a creature of habit, habitually applying some of her own personal ointment across her withering frame, an icky-sticky camphorated brandy mix which helped with her pain relief. After some bobbitying and a bit of boopying, the maid left the countess's room after she boarded the train to Sleepytime Junction. And so, all was well. Until the next morning. Cornelia was noted to be sleeping in a bit later than usual, but that was to be expected after how heavily she drank the night before. The maid eventually entered the countess's chambers to find something horrifyingly perplexing. According to the eyewitness, this is what she found. 4 feet distance from the bed was a heap of ashes, 2 legs untouched from the foot to the knee with their stockings on. Between them was the lady's head, whose brains, half of the back part of the skull, and the whole chin were burnt to ashes, amongst which were found 3 fingers blackened. All the rest was ashes. A small oil lamp on the floor was covered with ashes, but no oil in it. The countess was dead. The curious part is that no other pieces of furniture in the room seemed to be affected by the suspected blaze. Instead, everything was draped in a greasy, smelly soot. Now, it may have appeared as a mysterious death to the people of the time, but us modern folk live in an age of true crime podcasts and such, so it's pretty easy to piece together what probably happened. Nevertheless, it's a pretty tragic way to go, but probably a good reminder to never handle open flames after converting your body into a human Molotov cocktail.
This is Jacob Vanderford, General Manager at Ronnie Watkins Ford, inviting you to come down and see how we make buying a vehicle fast, fun, and easy. With our great selection of new Fords, choose from SUVs like the Bronco Sport or the Escape. Drive it for as little as $349 a month. Stop by and see us in person or visit us online at RonnieWatkinsFord.com. All offers on select new Fords with approved credit. Bronco Sport stock number SRE 50643. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
The Mughal Empire was one of the richest and longest ruling empires in the history of India, but it was almost lost in its infancy. Inheriting the newly founded empire in 1530 from his dad at the age of 22, Emperor Humayun bit off way more than he could chew. He was an inexperienced ruler and lacked a lot of the self-confidence and leadership qualities that you'd expect from an emperor. But he was the eldest son, so it all went to him. Gotta love primogeniture. That, my good fellas and fellettes, is the word of the day. Now, with it being a new empire and all, there was a problem with consolidating power. Lots of the local governors and leaders resisted Mughal control. To help disperse some of that responsibility, Humayun granted some land to his 3 younger half-brothers, all of whom were little shitheads, constantly undermining their older brother to the point of collapsing the empire as a whole. Not far off, another ruler had taken notice of the young emperor's power struggle. This guy was Sher Shah Suri of Bahar, and he saw quite the opportunity in front of him. Not wanting to waste any time, he quickly gathered his army and made a push for Agra, the capital of the Mughal Empire, and one sheep's onomatopoeia away from being a Disney IP. Humayun retaliated, and the two clashed on the battlefield. After a few skirmishes, the two agreed to a diplomatic end to the fighting. Sher Shah was given control over some territory in exchange for a peaceful retreat. He agreed, but since the deal did not explicitly state no takesy-backsies, the conniving little devil immediately reneged on the agreement and slaughtered the Mughal army, with Humayun barely escaping across the Ganges. The retreating emperor pleaded with his 3 brothers for support, but they were too busy negotiating with Sher Shah over what land they would receive after their brother's demise. I told you they were shitheads. Unfortunately, Humayun did lose his empire in 1540 and was exiled to Persia for 15 years. But while in Persia, he was able to use some charisma to persuade the Safavid emperor to provide some military support so he could go back and kick the Shah's shit in, which is what happened. The Mughal Empire was restored in 1555 and all was right again. That is, until about a year later in 1556, where Humayun met a rather silly demise. When leaving his library with a handful of books, the emperor had to walk down a bunch of stone steps. Since OSHA training wasn't yet mandatory or invented, Humayun was unaware of the dangerous predicament he had put himself in. After hearing the call for daily prayer, his own muscle memory took over and he knelt down to acknowledge that call as he did on a regular basis. But this time, he tripped, slipped, and tumbled down the entire stone stairwell, bashing his melon open on a stone corner. The poor guy died 3 days later of his injuries. But at least the Mughal Empire reigned for another 300 years, so that's a positive. Painful ancient medicine. Hundreds and even thousands of years ago, humanity's knowledge of itself was still in its infancy. We had a basic idea of what makes us tick, but that wasn't enough to stop the scientifically curious from fiddling around both outside and inside people's bodies. Alright, just gonna poke around in here and... What's the matter, doctor? There's a scary skeleton in you! That being the case, it was up to these early pioneers of medicine to provide solutions to human ailments, be it a simple cough or a giant debilitating pulsating tumor. If you were lucky, you'd find a doctor willing to test out different medicines outside of thoughts and prayers. But some of these treatments would have you begging for mercy from whatever divine being you may have believed in. Take, for instance, someone afflicted with hemorrhoids. Yeah, that's how this is starting off. Nowadays, you just go to the corner store, prepare yourself an H, finger your B, and sit at home in complete discomfort. A few days later, you're right as rain. But back in the past, humans did not have such a luxury. Failed treatment could result in some gnarly infections, which, in non-modern times, was a death sentence. Sure, you could go to an apothecary who could whip up a strange mixture of grimy herbs and unidentifiable animal liquids that you could sip on, but that's most likely going to cause intense gastrointestinal distress. You need something that's tried and true. Well, you can iron out that wrinkle near your wrinkle with this. A hot iron rod. The theory's simple. Hemorrhoids are basically small open wounds, so a little bit of cauterization would close them bad boys right up and allow them to heal. This method was actually first used in the 4th century BC by father of medicine, Hippocrates. He apparently was a huge fan of cauterization as a last resort cure-all for most afflictions. Have a bad cough? Sear your throat to a medium rare. Have a headache? A burning rod to the temples will make you forget all about it. Hippocrates was of firm belief that if a condition couldn't be cured with medicine, it could be cured with a knife. If it couldn't be cured with a knife, it could be cured with fire. If it couldn't be cured with fire, well, then you're just shit out of luck. The obvious problem with this cure in the rectal region is that it isn't without collateral damage. The application often led skin fusing to the burning rod and getting ripped from the body. Another unfortunate possibility was that the rod was hot enough to burn your skin, but not hot enough to cauterize the hemorrhoids, so you'd only get an appetizer instead of the full meal. You were also under threat of having the target missed completely. One slip, trip, loss of grip, and your back lip's getting a rip. It is reported that patients would claim the rectal remedy was successful, but then again, would you agree to a follow-up treatment if you weren't cured? Probably not. We move on from being a pain in the ass to being a pain in the dick.
Metallic catheters have been around for thousands of years, dating all the way back to around 3000 BC. These little guys were used to relieve patients of urinary obstructions, which didn't allow for proper passage of pee. Ever lie in bed at night needing to go, but you're too comfy, so you just lie there feeling the pressure of building in your bladder? Ever have to hold it in on a long car ride home where you're twitching and groaning, yearning for that sweet urethral flow? Well, then you've experienced a fraction of the pain generated from being physically unable to drain your piss pouch. This was such a prevalent problem throughout history that it was on the high priority list of the super science people of yore. Evidence of early versions of these tools have been found throughout ancient Egypt, Rome, Greece, China, and India, with materials being used ranging from onion stalks to solid gold. The theory was simple. Like a clogged drain, you just gotta poke around in there to clear the blockage. Enter the catheter, which enters you. After snaking around your tract, the tube enters your bladder and provides a cleared path for you to relieve yourself. As will be a common theme throughout this video, ancient times had only rudimentary methods for sedatives such as opiates, herbs, and alcohol to subdue any pain. If these weren't available, you could always bite down on a stick or something while getting a metal tube shoved up your nethers. The insertion procedure was delicate and tricky. Since these tools were handmade, edges could be rough. Without proper care, your internals could get all kinds of tore up, which would certainly have no way of being treated effectively. If improperly cleaned, a catheter could leave behind debris in your bladder, causing infection or even worse, future blockages. So with that, only a properly prepared person performed the painful pubic procedure. As technology evolved, however, catheters became flexible and more ergonomic for both male and female patients with various shapes and sizes to increase comfort, or rather decrease discomfort. But back in those times, a few minutes of sharp pain was well worth the relief of long-term agony and potential kidney failure. Let's just say that without a catheter, you're in for a bad time.
We let Forkful save us time and money with nutritious meals delivered straight to our door. It takes only 2 minutes to heat up, no preservatives, and no seed oils.
They actually taste like restaurant quality food. That means I actually look forward to every meal.
These are all natural, preservative-free meals with no artificial additives.
So let Forkful take cooking and groceries off your plate.
Join the thousands that trust Forkful today.
Speaking of having a bad time, this would be one of them. As a follow-up to metallic catheters, if the obstruction was a calcified stone too large to pass naturally, surgical intervention may have been in the stars for you. The first recorded practice of lithotomy dates back to ancient Greeks. The word lithotomy derives from the Greek language, with lithos meaning stone and tomos meaning cut. This makes sense as surgeons were quite literally cutting for a stone stuck in your belly. To say that the procedure was not pretty would be a drastic understatement. Nowadays, lithotomy is performed by making a small incision in the abdomen and using a small camera tool to fish around for the offending mass. Back in the day, however, this was a perineal procedure. Your perineum, if you're unaware, is that no man's land between your anus and your junk. Modern scholars refer to it as the taint or the grundle. That's the incision site. It's gonna suck. Lying on your back with your knees pulled to your chest to give the doctor a front row seat to your particulars, a surgeon would make the invasive entry and beeline it for your bladder to attempt removal of the stone, if he could find it. Physical removal was either performed with a hooking tool or with the surgeon's fingers like he was trying to get the last chip out of a Pringles can. If you were lucky, the stone or stones produced in your body were relatively small in diameter, maybe a quarter inch or less than a centimeter. But as you can imagine, problems arose if these stones were large. Excessive bleeding and internal damage can occur from bladder stones exceeding 1.5 inches or about 4 centimeters, though luckily these were rare. It's no surprise that these surgical procedures were excruciatingly painful. It was almost required that an assistant or two would be present to restrain you during the procedure to avoid any unnecessary damage from involuntary struggling as you endured the pain. After extraction, the patient was sat in a shallow pool of vinegar and salt to halt any bleeding before being stitched up like a teddy bear. There's no question that the procedure sucked, but the long-term benefits outweighed the short-term investment. Capital gains, more like capital pains. Now, I did briefly cover trepanation way back when I thought doing a monotone narration was a good idea, but let's revisit it. So, trepanation is the act of deliberately drilling a hole in one's head for the sake of some kind of medical relief. This could be physical pain like excessive skull pressure or headaches, or for spiritual reasons, as some early societies believed that trepanation allowed for the release of spooky spirits haunting your melon. Trepanation is one of the earliest known surgical procedures performed throughout human history, with evidence being found across the entire globe as far back as the Neolithic era, the end of the Stone Age. So imagine you want to get some relief for your frequent pounding headaches, and your local medicine man whips out his iconic and sharp obsidian slab. Dr. Ooga Booga gives you a smile as he starts carving away at your dome, peeling skin from skull. You'd think that fight or flight mode would kick in, but Next came the actual carving of bone, either by making rectangular intersecting cuts to eventually pop out a square of your skull, or by slowly whittling away at it until reaching your soft, chewy brain like it was a dang Tootsie Pop. There are a few known trepanation methods observed across the world. The first two I just described: rectangular cuts and scraping.
The third was the use of a tree find, a hollow-toothed cylinder. This is like popping into your local Home Depot for a Craftsman V20 brushless drill and 2-inch bimetal hole saw set.
Is this gonna hurt? Only if you scream. The last and most commonly used method was the drilling of closely spaced holes, usually performed with a bow and flint. Now, having your head carved into is certainly not a pleasurable experience, so you'd probably want the procedure to be over quickly. Well, think again. Since it was known that jamming a sharp object into the brain would almost certainly diminish the surgeon's success rate, trepanation was a long, delicate, and grueling process. Trepanation is still practiced in modern medicine as a craniectomy to treat brain injuries and remove brain tumors. Surprisingly though, the majority of recovered remains showing evidence of trepanation also showed signs of continued bone growth and healing, indicating that these subjects survived their surgeries. It's estimated that around 80% of those who got their noggin knocked ended up living, though it's questionable if they lived well. Imagine spending months or even years training as a warrior, perfecting the art of handling a blade, mastering close combat, and being the embodiment of peak physical strength, only to be taken out by an arrow the moment you step out onto the battlefield. Huge bummer, but all's fair in love and war, and boy, did you love war until about 5 seconds ago. Now lying on the ground, your life slowly slipping away from a simple arm wound, you look up to see a friendly face. It's one of them fancy new soldiers. What do they call them? Oh yeah, medics. His whole job is to make you feel better and to get you back up on your feet. Your other buddies on the battlefield? They can wait a bit. They're not going anywhere. Now, unfortunately for you, the arrow's pretty deep, so things aren't looking too great. Shallow entry wounds you could simply rip out, rub some dirt in it, and call it a day. These deeper wounds, however, they need a bit more persuasion. Most arrowhead designs at the time are barbed. Where they land, they're meant to stay. So here are your options. Option 1. If there's already an exit wound, snap the arrow in two and push it through to the other side. Sorry if you're eating while watching this. Option 2. If there's no exit wound, you're gonna need to pull the arrowhead out. Simply open the entry wound enough to find the arrowhead and gently pull, avoiding the barbs ripping at your delicate insides. Option 3. If the arrowhead is stuck in a bone or too deep to retrieve... Option 4. If you can retrieve the arrow and you want things to be quick like a band-aid, use the classic Tooth Fairy method. Simply tie the protruding arrow to another arrow and fire away. The offending arrow is ripped out and you're left there in complete and utter agony. Now we just have to dump some honey on that bad boy, wrap it up nice and neat in a filthy cloth covered in mud and dirt, and you'll be back to it in no time.
The fuck?
No, this isn't just chilling out in the living room. This has to do with ancient eye surgery, which honestly makes my toes curl because I hate anything that has to do with eyes. My wife, she constantly tortures me by poking her own eyeball for fun just because she can, and it honestly just heebies my jeebies, so here we go. Couching is the first known surgical procedure to counteract a cataract. What's a cataract? It's the clouding of the natural lens inside of your eyeball. If you know anything about light scattering, you'll know that semi-transparency does a lot of it. Makes your vision go all wonky like you're looking at the world through a steamy shower door, except permanently and much less sexy. Well, not permanently anymore, because them ancient Egyptians found a great way to stab your own eyes and get rid of the problem. However, it would be much, much later until we got something recorded in fine detail. Around the 6th century BC, ancient Indian physician Sushruta wrote about his breakthrough cataract removal process called couching in his medical texts. I mean, look at this guy. You're telling me you wouldn't put your life in the hands of ancient Indian Santa Claus? Come on.
The theory behind couching is what you'd expect. Take a cloudy lens and push it out of the way. This was done with a curved needle to delicately puncture the eye and dislodge the cloudy lens. This was likely very painful, as you're literally ripping out your eye's lens from its natural position. The cataract would either be pushed aside out of the vision pathway or pressed out of the eyeball. Now, to his credit, Sushruta was very mindful of the need to have clean tools and a clean environment for surgeries. He was centuries ahead of European medicine in that regard, but his sterilization techniques weren't perfect. Patients often experienced agonizing infections, which inevitably led to the complete loss of vision in the affected eye. It is estimated that roughly 70% of patients were left completely blind due to surgical complications. But hey, if you're gonna go blind anyway, why not take the 30% chance and risk it for the biscuit? Ah, the iconic bloodletting, the basic bitch of ancient medicine. Despite being outright stupid, this practice was used throughout numerous cultures across human history, beginning as early as the ancient Egyptians around 3000 BC, but spreading as far as ancient Rome, Greece, Europe, the Middle East, Asia, Mesoamerica, and Africa. Pretty much everywhere. The prevailing theory was that most ailments were the result of having an imbalance of the four humors in the body. If you're unaware, the four humors theory was developed by none other than our bearded boy, Hippocrates. It states that our bodies consist of four bodily fluids: blood, yellow bile, black bile, and phlegm. A perfectly normal and healthy person was believed to have these four fluids in perfect balance. Any tip to one extremity can lead to disease and a shift in personality. Having a bad cough? You've got too much phlegm in your system. Cough it up. Got some terrible tummy issues? You got too much yellow bile. Time to touch your uvula. Almost anything else? Well, you've got too much bad quality blood in you, so let's slice open an artery and purge you of your impurities. Now, typically, blood was drained until the patient passed out, which is horrible, stupid, and dumb. Yes, your body constantly produces new blood, but it's also a self-sustaining cycle of breaking down the old and producing new. There's no need to drain the pool. An incision would be made around the inside of your elbow, and your heart would do the rest, pumping out your life force and making you weaker by the second. To no surprise, incisions would often lead to infection, and with less blood in your system and thus less white blood cells to fight off said infection, whatever initial ailment you may have had now pales in comparison to the new pickle you've put yourself in. There's not much humor in that, is there?
So, I decided to be a little silly with this chapter. Enjoy this, cringe. Oh, oops.
In today's times, you can catch yourself blessed, cause modern dentistry is the best that it gets. But step into the past, that pain gets intense. No Novocaine blast, no make defense. Impactions, extractions, gonna ruin your day. This dental interaction to rid you of decay. Looking for pliers? Nah, try a bronze hook. Yanking at your teeth without a second look. Hold still, time to drill you shady surgeon, please. But you can't even hear him through your shrieks and screams. Sharpened stone to the bone, now you're all alone. As you groan and you moan on this painful throne. Need relief? Try this, here give that a taste. Don't feel a difference cause it's dead mouse paste. Have some opium to try to dull the throb. Well, now you're just high and you're still gonna sob. So sit in that chair, chewing on your herbs, cause you're gonna feel despair when he strikes that nerve. The gravity of cavities is taking its toll, but it's agony, insanity surging through your soul. Pull it out, that tooth is gone. You scream and you shout in your perpetual yawn. All done now, you're good for a bit. Just chug the sheep wine, okay, now spit. That shit sucked, but at least you're alive, so you can even leave a like or hit that subscribe.
Hey, you're watching my official compilation channel, but if you want to see my newest videos as soon as they're uploaded, check out my main channel, Chat History. Alright, enjoy the video. The silliest deaths in history. Sometimes it's your own pride that can get the best of you. This is Hans Steininger, and this is his beard. Hey, my eyes are up here. Looking like the wisest wizard in the world, Hans was a public spectacle in the 16th century and also a well-respected politician. Cause, I mean, come on, who are you gonna vote for? Majestic and marvelous beard boy Hans, or the lame and lackluster clean-shaven Franz? Und that is how I will be lowering taxes while simultaneously providing affordable healthcare and housing for all. Alright, but where's your beard? I don't have one.
But behind that big bushel of bristles beats a kind heart, one that legitimately cared for his town and its people. So much so that Hans was elected as mayor for 6 consecutive terms for the town of Braunau am Inn, a town that resides on the border between modern-day Austria and Germany. It's also the birthplace of another famous facial hair haver, albeit far less loved by history, but that's another story. Measuring in at over 4.5 feet in length, Hans's big-ass beard was his defining feature, and was certainly a testament to his patience and care in many aspects in his life. If you can brush your beard, you can untangle legislative issues. If you can oil up your whiskers, you can lubricate the political machine. So it goes without saying that cosmetology and political science are of equal value. At least from a college degree standpoint. However, Hans's biggest asset would be his downfall, quite literally. On September 28, 1567, a fire broke out in the town, which was a much bigger threat back then than it is today. Since the extent of firefighting tactics were just pathetic pails of water, a single small fire could reduce your whole town to cinders real quick. Hans, who usually tucked his beloved beard into a leather pouch for safekeeping and uninhibited travel, let his lusciously long locks whimsically whip in the wind as he ran to help with the fire. Scuttling down some stairs in a panic, Hans had accidentally slammed a piggy right on his own facial pubes, causing him to slip and trip down the entire staircase. He snapped his neck, and the town was devastated. Not by the fire, but by the loss of their beloved mayor. Before being buried, the townsfolk had Hans's beard gently removed and chemically preserved, immortalizing his legacy. The forever facial hair is still on display in a museum in the town today. You know his ghost is pissed, though. Ever have an extreme case of the sleepy ha-has where you find anything and everything to be complete comedic gold to the point of not being able to even breathe? Now try to imagine this soggy scoop of Cheerios doing that. This is Chrysippus, a rather influential Greek Stoic philosopher in the 3rd century BC. In case you don't peruse that corner of YouTube, Stoicism is the philosophy that you only ever need to focus on what you can control in your life. Anything reasonably outside of that control, Hakunas Matatis, not my problemas. Which is a pretty solid philosophy, especially in this age of doom and gloom social media designed to make you perpetually paranoid and pissed off. Chrysippus was also a huge proponent of logical reasoning, having created an original system of propositional logic, stuff like if, then, and or statements that we use to describe the world around us today. For example, if you are not subscribed to this channel, then you're dead to me. Simple logic. The basic idea is that any and all things happen for a reason. Well, I'm sure Chrysippus would have a hard time understanding the logic and reasoning surrounding his rather untimely death. According to legend, Chrysippus, at the fermented old age of 73, got trashed at a feast. In his slizzard state, he had stumbled upon a donkey who was munching on some figs. Registering at least a 6.9 on the ancient Greek comedy scale, the masticating mule was a hilarious sight to behold, prompting Chrysippus to exclaim, quote, "Now give the donkey some pure wine to wash down the figs." This added punchline sent the Lord of Logic over the edge. Chrysippus reportedly hurled himself into a fit of laughter so intense that he had collapsed, foaming at the mouth. Despite some nearby partygoers attempting to help him, he had knocked himself dead with his own joke. But the question is, can you actually die from laughter? Sure you can. It's rare, but medically possible. If you laugh your ass off to the point of it being an uncontrollable fit, that actually puts a lot of stress on your heart. So if you have a weak heart, you're probably going to exacerbate some underlying conditions, leading to a heart attack. You also have the possibility of losing consciousness if you laugh yourself out of breath for long enough. But you have to hear or see something exceptionally funny for that to happen, so don't worry, you're safe here. Now, of course, this recount of events is debated by historians. The guy who documented this particular death was ancient Greek biographer Diogenes Laertius, who lived a few hundred years after Chrysippus' death, so he was far from an eyewitness. Diogenes nuts! On top of that, he also wrote an alternative, more mundane account of the comical death, simply writing that Chrysippus died of alcohol poisoning after drinking too much undiluted wine, but I guess he needed to spice some things up for his readers. If there was ever proof that the universe has a cruel sense of humor, then it's the curious case of American lawyer and politician Clement Vallandigham. Howdy. Though he resided in the Union state of Ohio during the mid-1800s, Clement was adamantly against the Civil War, calling it, quote,
A wicked, cruel, and unnecessary war, which is fine, but being a member of the Copperhead faction of the anti-war Democrats, Clement was a very vocal Confederate sympathizer, speaking out against President Lincoln and the abolition of slavery, to which Lincoln was all and sent him to the South to live amongst his Confederate companions in 1863. Clement, who was clearly not about that life, snuck aboard a ship and shipped himself off to Canada before sneaking back to his home state of Ohio to perform rather inconsequential political mumbo-jumbo for the next few years. But after the war was over, Clement attempted to run on political platforms while still advocating for slavery. However, he suddenly switched his views with the Democratic New Departure policy of 1865, which basically 180'd the Democratic Party's stance on slavery once they realized that it fell out of favor in the public's eye. So, being branded as a no-good slavery supporter for life meant the figurative death of his political career. Instead, he turned to a career in law, which would soon lead to his literal death. On June 17, 1871, Vallandigham met his demise while defending his client, Thomas McGeehan, a young fella accused of shooting and killing one Tommy Myers. Clement claimed that Myers had, in fact, not been murdered but accidentally shot himself with his own gun while getting up to stand. Clement vowed that he could demonstrate this before the court, proving McGeehan's innocence. And so he did. Now, when reenacting a scene that results in someone accidentally blowing a hole through their own tummy, you want to make sure that you have safety measures in place that would physically prevent you from doing the same thing. Clement didn't do that. Instead, he had mistakenly used a loaded pistol. While demonstrating the scene as Myers, Clement attempted to draw the seemingly harmless firearm from his coat pocket as he stood up. And he blew a hole through his own tummy, just like Myers. Clement Vallandigham died just 12 hours later from his injuries. The verdict? Not guilty. McGeehan was acquitted and was a free man. Until he was murdered a few years later, that is. You can tempt death all you like, but eventually, he's gonna get what's his. That's what big ol' Bobby Leach found out in 1926. Born in itty-bitty Britain, England in 1858, Leach grew up to be quite the daredevil. Unfortunately, most of Bobby's early life is lost to time, completely shrouded in mystery. We do know that around the 1880s, he had left boring old England for a more exhilarating life in the States. Apparently an excellent swimmer, Leach eventually landed a gig as a professional high diver with the greatest show on earth, the Barnum and Bailey Circus. There, he performed daringly dangerous feats in front of thousands of eager onlookers. This had quenched the adrenaline-thirsty void in his life for a while, but eventually he retired from this circus life at the age of 50 in order to extend his life expectancy a bit. But that logic was tossed aside rather quickly, as in the early 1900s, Bobby decided to settle down as a humble businessman at Niagara Falls.
Blimey, that's a proper waterfall, isn't it?
Initially content with just opening up a restaurant, Leach noticed the ever-increasing tourists flocking from afar to see a bunch of water spill over a cliff. So, this gave him an idea. The daredevil was back. Between 1906 and 1911, Leach performed various stunts around the falls, including parachuting from the nearby Honeymoon Bridge to the river below. Over the years, Leach continued to push the envelope, coming up with more and more dangerous stunts to draw larger and larger crowds. Eventually, he faced his biggest challenge, the falls themselves. And on July 25th, 1911, entombed in a customized giant metal barrel, Leach took the plunge. And survived. Sure, he had gashed his forehead, broken his jaw, and all of his kneecaps, but he was still kicking. Bobby Leach became the second person to survive the trip, right behind 63-year-old Annie Taylor. After recovering in the hospital for several months, Leach became a celebrity. Over the next several years, he had plans to make a second bound over the falls, but it never came to be. Why? Well, because in 1926, he went and slipped on a dang orange peel, snapping his leg in half, which went and got infected with gangrene, ultimately killing him a few days later. Remember that death always gets the last laugh. Having served the shortest presidential term in United States history, you know something must have gone down. Well, it was President William Henry Harrison's health bar. The withering president had a pretty impressive career before assuming office. He enlisted in the U.S. Army in 1791 at the age of 18 and quickly rose through the ranks, serving in the American Indian Wars, which sought to expand U.S. territory further west against native tribes, which they did. Satisfied with his service, Harrison decided to retire from the military at 25 and toss his hat in the ring for a career in politics. Recognized for his leadership skills on the battlefield, then-President guy John Adams gave Harrison control over the territory of Indiana as governor, with the goal of expanding that territory for statehood eligibility. One consequence of this territorial expansion was the Battle of Tippecanoe in 1811, which only further displaced natives from the area in order to allow more settlers to, well, settle. This success cemented Harrison's legacy, as Indiana would eventually become its own state in 1816. But leading military campaigns from afar, that's boring as shit. Harrison missed being in the middle of the action, so he came out from his military retirement to fight in the War of 1812, serving as a major general for the US Army against the smelly redcoats, who weren't too happy seeing the US's throbbing expansion. A bunch of people died, and the war ended in pretty much a stalemate. But the outcome solidified the US as a world power, being able to at least defend itself from a foreign power. This really boosted national morale and pride, and with no restrictions put in place, the US just kept on manifesting that destiny in the coming years. Now back in a time of peace and having successfully satisfied as a war boner, Harrison fell back into politics, serving in the House of Representatives, the Senate, and eventually running for president. His opponent was 8th President Martin Van Buren, whose first term experienced an economic depression with the Panic of 1837. Of course, Van Buren was given the blame for the economic downturn, even though it began over a month before he was even in office. The economy stagnated, unemployment rose, and the people were properly pissed. So it's no surprise that when seeking re-election, it was now Harrison who would be the favorite to win. Harrison won in a landslide, 234 electoral votes to Van Buren's 60, but that wouldn't matter in about a month. Elected in 1841 at the age of 68, Harrison was getting on in his years. Either a stubborn old goat or a complete idiot, he had the habit of being extremely underprepared for the weather. For example, he delivered his inaugural speech in the bitter cold and rain for 2 hours straight, with no overcoat or weather-appropriate clothes.
Connected with the subject is the character of the currency. The idea of making it exclusively metallic, however well-intended, appears to me to be fraught with...
Oh, this is gonna suck. Harrison continued to endure exposure to the elements over the next few weeks, eventually contracting a deadly case of pneumonia. Despite his doctors jacking him to the tits with drugs and relying on good old-fashioned bloodletting, Harrison died on April 4th, 1841, exactly 1 month after being elected.
Are you the kind of person who knows things? Things like you can get a domain from Squarespace, not just a website? Well, now you are that person, because now you definitely know you can get a domain from Squarespace. Something like whisperingbloom.com for your silent retreat, or whisperingboom.com for your shouting retreat. Whatever your dream, a Squarespace domain and website brings it to life, all in one place. Get yours before it's gone with offer code MAKEITREAL for 10% off your domain or website. Terms and conditions apply.
When you were a kid, did you ever try jumping off of a sofa using a blanket as a makeshift parachute, but you failed to calculate if the blanket had the proper coefficient of drag necessary to minimize your acceleration due to gravity, leaving you crashing to the floor in a possible concussion? Just me? Well, take that scenario and scale it up to adult size, except this is your blanket, and this is your couch. Meet Franz Reichelt, the mastermind behind the parachute suit prototype. An Austro-Hungarian tailor and inventor, Franz became hyper-fixated on developing a sort of wearable parachute. He had identified a gap in the market with the rise of humanity's newest invention, the powered aircraft. Seeing reports of pilots forced to launch themselves out of their airborne contraptions if things went south, Franz vowed to come up with a solution to save lives. So we got to work in 1910 with some initial designs, testing the prototypes by strapping them onto makeshift dummies and hucking them off of a 5-story ledge. Surprisingly, the dummies managed to hit the ground at less than fatal speeds. Not bad. But there was a problem. The prototype weighed 150 pounds. And no pilot's gonna lug all that extra weight onto an aircraft, even if it would potentially save their life. But Franz would not give up. After all, you have to fail many times before you succeed. But it did help that there was also some monetary encouragement. Turns out that France's Aeronautic Club held a parachute-esque design competition which offered a cash prize to the tune of 10,000 francs. Considering that the average wage of an unskilled French laborer at the time was only a few francs a day, that prize was nothing to sneeze at. Over the next year, Reichelt was unable to replicate his initial success with any of the lighter redesigns. But to his logic, it wasn't a design problem, it was a height problem. Anyone who has even taken a basic physics course knows that this is a bad idea. You fall exponentially faster the longer you're airborne thanks to acceleration due to gravity. But what's a bunch of stupid science shit gonna do to stop an avid inventor from fulfilling his dream and lining his pockets? Nothing. But the pavement will. But Franz, determined to test his designs from a higher height, pleaded with the Parisian Prefecture of Police to allow him to run an experiment from the Eiffel Tower. Despite numerous rejections, they eventually gave in. On the bitter cold morning of February 4th, 1912, and to the surprise of everyone, Franz arrived on site in his dumpy-looking parachute suit. Now, the police only gave Franz permission to perform this stunt on the grounds that dummies would be used, not that he would be doing the jumping himself. This guy was so confident in his invention, boasting to news journalists of how successful it was gonna be. But apparently the police didn't feel like stopping him, so after a bunch of preparations, Reichelt made the leap, but his parachute suit failed to properly deploy, so the poor fella plummeted 187 feet to his death, achieving nothing but a Franz-shaped dent in the cement. The worst jobs in history. If you ever think your job's crappy, try having to plunge into a pit of literal human doo-doo feces every single night. Way back in the day in good old England, some daring men made a career out of wading through human excrement. So-called gong farmers were tasked with draining out cesspits filled to the brim with offensive butt slop. The profession had existed for centuries, but it saw its height between the years of 1485 and 1603, also known as the Tudor period.
Oi, I got a shooter for you.
Since this was way before the invention of the turlet, people were content with just slamming their cheeks down in a public latrine to pinch off a quick loaf. The other problem was the lack of availability of somewhere to go. Towards the end of the 14th century, it's estimated that there was only one public bathroom per 2,000 people. Plus, keep in mind that all of that human waste was just piling up in a literal stone-lined hole in the ground, so you were just dropping logs onto a mountain of timber. The local government, realizing that this horrid threat to public health was fermenting beneath everyone's feet, took action to allow the construction of private outhouses and latrines in residential areas as a way to disperse the smelly sewage. It didn't work all that well. So, with dookie levels rising, help was needed to drain the pits. Enter the gong farmer. The term gong deriving from an Old English term meaning to go. They were also referred to as the much more mysterious and cooler sounding title of nightmen, as the only time that they were allowed to perform their duties was under the shroud of night, and that really sucked. There were no flashlights, spotlights, or illumination of any kind. You just had to hope that the moon was shining brightly to light your way through the filth. The nightmen would enter these cesspits and drain the contents using buckets and shovels. Excrement was loaded into barrels and carted off to be dumped near the River Thames. Don't worry, it was used as fertilizer later. Maybe. These men would be knee-deep, waist-deep, even neck-deep in the stuff, which had its own risks, the first and foremost being asphyxiation. Cesspits were often in closed spaces with little to no ventilation, so the buildup of noxious and toxic gases was a very real threat. Although rare, a gong farmer could pass out from a lack of fresh air and drown in the waste. Another risk was poor maintenance. Cesspits were typically drained as needed, which, depending on the size of the thing, could be up to 2 years between sloppy scoops. Since these pits just sat there and rotted, it was common for stone walls to collapse in on the farmers while they harvested their crops. Any scrapes or bumps would certainly get infected, which could only lead to a painful death. But these high risks were met with high reward. Since the job was less than desirable, gong farmers made quite a healthy living, about 6 pence a day. Now, I'm not quite sure what that is in non-silly sounding money, but sounds pretty good. Problem is though, gong farmers perpetually reeked from their labors and were only permitted to live in certain areas of the city, with most of the public actively avoiding them and, well, treating them like crap.
Adobe Creative Cloud is designed to be almost like a playground. It's a collection of applications. If you are more like an illustrator or a graphic designer, you have your own app. If you are more like an editor or you want to animate, you have your certain app to do that. Whichever app you choose, you enter an infinite realm of possibilities. Adobe Creative Cloud has the tools to get you there.
Now, if you're looking for a soul-crushing, body-breaking job that pays next to nothing, you're an idiot. But I could recommend that you apply for the occupation of chimney sweep. These services were all the rage in, you guessed it, England's Tudor period, but the job has existed for hundreds of years. Rapid urbanization led to the construction of a lot of buildings, and each one of them suckers needs a source of heat. Gotta keep them English toesies nice and warm during the miserable gray winter months until the arrival of the miserable gray summer months. So a lot of fireplaces and chimneys were built to meet that demand. You do know how a fireplace works, right? Make fire, fire make heat and smoke go up through chimney and blow out the top. But all of that burning of wood and coal creates lots of icky carbon-heavy flammable deposits that build up within the chimney. Big problem, cause if that's not properly cleared out, then things can just go, and there goes not only your house, but a few neighbors' houses as collateral damage. Well, the higher-ups didn't like the risk of their kingdom going up in smoke at any given time, so they mandated that chimneys must be swept at least 4 times a year or face heavy fines. Thus, the employment of chimney sweeps became critical. The problem, though, is that chimneys at the time weren't exactly designed for human entry and cleaning. Bugger. Most flue networks in the building were grouped together on the roof, but could have sharp turns as they angled out towards their respective fireplaces or furnaces. To make matters even worse, regulations shrunk flue sizes down to as little as 9 by 9 inches. This made it nearly impossible for full-grown men to slip through the cracks. The solution? Children. Really young children. Adorable, wide-eyed orphans were yoinked from poorhouses and taken on as apprentices called climbing boys, with opportunities to one day grow into master sweepers themselves, if they lived that long. If it wasn't obvious, chimney sweeping was extremely dangerous, especially for the little limber lads. Boys as young as 6 years old were sent up chimneys and told to get scrubbing. The physical dangers were abundant, as several children had died from getting stuck or horribly burned from scaling the scalding bricks. Keep in mind that these fireplaces were almost always in use, so those chimneys were hot and ready like a carry-out pizza. Now, if the cramming didn't kill you, the scrubbing would. Soot and creosote, the organic carbonaceous byproducts of burning wood and coal, are carcinogenic. So if you're trapped in a confined space just scrub-a-dub-dubbing away while sucking up hits of cancer-causing black powder all day things are not going to turn out well for you. But it actually wasn't your lungs that you needed to worry about. No, it was your balls. Scrotal squamous cell carcinoma, also known as chimney sweeps carcinoma, or just straight up scrotal cancer, was a death sentence. Something I didn't mention until now was that the young children, as a way to fit easier into the narrow, hot chimneys, often went commando. No shirt, no shoes, no pants, but all service. The constant exposure to soot and such led to the development of tumors on their nethers. Once developed, they were lucky if they had a few years left in them. Sure, your sack is out of whack, but damn, that chimney's clean. You've probably heard of the Radium Girls, young women of the workforce that would paint luminous numbers and hands onto timepieces in the early 1900s. Well, this is similar. Towards the end of the 19th century, matchmaking was a pretty lucrative business. Not like pairing couples up, but making literal matches. By the late 1800s, there were about 25 matchmaking factories across Great Britain, employing over 4,000 chaps and chapettes. The process, as with most industries at the time, involved working with some nasty chemicals. The flavor of the day here was white phosphorus, an unstable compound that burned fiercely when ignited. You know, perfect for the few seconds that you would need to set something ablaze. On top of being both easily ignitable and violently reactive with oxygen, it had the triple whammy of also being extremely toxic. Of all matchmaking jobs, roughly half were involved in the direct handling of white phosphorus, with over 80% of the phosphorus fingerers being young women. These women would come to be known as matchstick girls. Day in and day out, these women were tasked with packaging the dipped matchsticks, with an entire workforce handling as many as 10 million across a 10-hour shift, meeting the demand of the 250 million matches being burned in Britain every single day. Remember that fire is what got people through the day. Need to cook? Fire. Need to keep warm? Fire. Need to see in the dark? Fire. Need to shrink your overhead? Fire. It was the biggest blessing humanity has ever discovered, and you can now summon it out of a little box in your pocket. The obvious problem is that fiddling with all of those fickle phosphorus fumes physically fucked you up.
It was very common for both men and women to form phosphoric necrosis of the jaw. The condition, nicknamed Fossy jaw, developed after the long-term exposure to phosphorus fumes. Initial symptoms included simple toothaches, which evolved into complete tooth loss, abscesses, swelling of the gums, and complete necrosis of the jaw. To put it simply, your jaw rotted off. If you did get the jaw rot, there was about a 1 in 5 chance that the rest of your body would be rotting not long after from contracting an even worse condition known as death. In 1888, over 1,400 matchstick girls, fed up with this blatant disregard for their safety, decided to strike, demanding better pay, working conditions, and abolition of unfair fines and penalties. The strike lasted for 2 weeks before demands were met and accepted. 20 years later, in 1908, the British House of Commons completely banned the use of toxic white phosphorus in favor of the much safer and less toxic red phosphorus, which is what we use in matches today, but not in the match head, on the striking pad. So remember to light one up for the matchstick girls. If you think your job's exhausting, try hauling an entire freaking ship up a river with your bros. These are burlaks, or barge haulers. They hauled barges. Typically dirt-poor peasants just looking for enough coin to eat for a week, these men were tasked with strapping on a strap and using whatever strength they had left in them to pull in ships from the Caspian Sea all the way up the Volga River in the days of the Russian Empire. Since ship traffic was near constant thanks to strong trade, burlaks were in high demand to carefully guide the vessels up the Volga. But why couldn't the ships just sail up the river, you might ask? Because the Volga flows outward towards the Caspian Sea, and there were rarely favorable winds to propel a ship up the river, lest you risk beaching your entire ship on the banks. So why not hire a bunch of exhausted and desperate poor people to do the work instead? Whoa, slow down, fellas, there's no need for us to be Russian. Depending on the load size, burlak groups could range from just a few men up to 150 fellas pulling a single ship. But there was a moment of respite for these workers. See, one advantage to working in the Russian Empire was the cold winters. Can't exactly move ships upstream when the waterways are completely frozen over. So burlaks were seasonal, working dawn until dusk, thaw till frost. But since the combination of being poor and not working meant certain death, the men would pick up odd jobs in the winter to barely scrape by.
Hey, I make a duck. Smoochie, smoochie.
At the beginning of the 19th century, it is estimated that about 600,000 burlaks worked in the Russian Empire, but the evolution of ship technology and the invention of the steam-powered ship rendered the job obsolete. By the end of the 19th century, the burlak profession had vanished over the horizon. Now I know what you're thinking, so stop it. This has nothing to do with milking your own snake or giving little pinches to little snake nips, which don't exist. Snakes aren't mammals. The job of a snake milker was to extract their venom from their fangs. He looks cute, right? Think again. Snake venom was highly coveted for use in early warfare as a biological weapon, granting you the ability to proc tick damage over time to your enemies if you weren't able to finish them off yourself. Perhaps the best weapons of choice to get slathered in the stuff were arrows. Lethality of arrows varied greatly. Take one in the skull? Yeah, sure, you're dead as a doornail. But take one in a less critical spot like an arm or a leg, assuming you don't sever an artery, and you might just live to see another day. But that all goes out the window if the arrow tip was dipped in some venomous drip. Quite a few civilizations have been noted for using envenomed or poisoned arrows throughout history. You've got the Khoisan people of southern Africa who have been using poisoned arrows for thousands of years in hunting large prey, and the Harmatilians who used viper venom against an invading Alexander the Great. But no army employed the use of snake venom better than the Scythians. Also duking it out against Alexander the Great, the Scythians developed their own iconic poison for warfare, combining not only viper venom, but also putrefied human blood and excrement. Even minor scrapes from their weapons were lethal. So on top of dealing with being envenomed, you also dealt with the horrors of gangrene and tetanus. So with all that said and done, yeah, snake milkers. Like I said, it was their job to wrangle and wrestle up enough snakes to meet the demand of entire armies. But luckily, this wasn't a time for catch and release practices. Kill the snakes, take their venom. That's the job. Of course, that is easier said than done. By nature, snakes are shy little fellas and pretty hard to find. Chances are you get struck before you even noticed one. One catch of their fangs is enough for it to be game over. Snake milkers were considered lucky if they even managed to survive a single round of collecting.
I think it's time for a quick science lesson. Venoms can be sorted into three main types: neurotoxic, hemotoxic, cytotoxic, yikes. Neurotoxins strike and destroy all your nerves. You're agonized and paralyzed, as you can observe. Hemotoxins target all your healthy blood, thinning down or clotting up, so now you're done for, bud. Cytotoxins focus on killing all your cells, so you can probably guess that you won't be doing well. Just avoid snakes, and you'll be doing fine. I know you fellas and fellettes just love a good rhyme. So to close this chapter out, yes, snake milkers still exist nowadays, though only for medical research and developing antivenom rather than biological warfare. Or so we think. Imagine getting ready to charge onto a battlefield to either invade a country or defend your own. You see your fellow soldiers gearing up for battle with their trusty firearms, and you're given a drum. I gotta fight. Drummers, believe it or not, were a critical part of warfare in the days of yore. Since there were no such things as radios or more instantaneous methods of communication, drummer boys were employed and trained to maintain order on the battlefield, signaling commands, attacks, retreats, and everything in between. Peaking in popularity during the American Civil War, drummer boys were typically in their teenage years or young adulthood, though some more famous drummer boys were much younger. Little Charlie King of the Union Army died in battle at the age of just 13, being the youngest casualty in the Battle of Antietam. Itty-bitty Johnny Clem ran away from home and was taken in by the Union Army as a drummer boy at the ripe old age of 9. Just a few years later, the little fella fought in the Battle of Chickamauga in 1863 at the age of 12, where he shot and killed a Confederate soldier.
What you gonna do? Shoot?
He was promoted to sergeant, eventually retiring from the United States Army in 1915 as a brigadier general. But that's a rare occurrence. In reality, it would have gone more like this. Despite what people may think, drummer boys did not lead troops into battle. That would be stupid. Instead, they would relay commands from behind soldier lines, though they were still known to be valuable targets. If you break the communication line, you break down the army. Outside of combat, drummer boys had a wealth of other responsibilities, such as carrying messages between units, assisting battlefield surgeons with amputations, carting the wounded up the field, fetching supplies, or burying the dead. They very rarely carried weapons of their own, so if they had to defend themselves in the heat of battle, they were pretty shit out of luck. If you wanted to be one of the most influential people in all of England but don't have a drop of royal blood in you, you'd want to squeeze into the role of the Groom of the Stool, a job requiring you to get up real close and personal with the king or queen at the time. Look, we all have to go once or 12 times a day, so someone as prestigious and important as the king is gonna need help doing so. I mean, imagine feeling the sudden urge to blow out your britches, but you have to fight through said bridges to accomplish the mission. Grooms of the Stool assisted the monarch with any labors regarding biological movements. This included helping the removal of clothing, preparation of the lavish and luxurious royal shipbox, and the removal of the splendiferous solids, but not before their proper examination. Yeah, that's right. Grooms of the Stool were not only tasked with cleaning up the royal slurry, but making sure that the passings were healthy, taking notes of any abnormalities in appearance or frequency. These notes would be passed on to the king's personal physician to diagnose any possible ailments. Well, that's not very helpful, is it? After the log was sent down the river, the Groom of the Stool would also assist in the cleanup effort, either by handing the king his own personal cleaning cloth, or by taking up wiping duties themselves. Now, you might think that this job sucked, but it was actually highly coveted and well respected, as Grooms of the Stool had access to the king outside of the public eye, allowing for valuable private conversations. Commonly high-ranking nobles or politicians, Grooms of the Stool were known to have influence in many formal rulings, laws, or personal life. So that Anne Boleyn chick's hot, right? No. The first documented Groom of the Stool dates all the way back to 1495 under King Henry VII. The role continued to evolve over the years to the title of Groom of the Stole, though they were more so referred to as either the gentleman or gentlewoman of the bedchamber, depending on the monarch in charge, with responsibilities eventually focusing solely on the king or queen's wardrobe. The position was held for over 400 years until being formally discontinued under King Edward VII in 1901.
History's good as boys.
Being a good boy is not limited to any one animal. It could be a dog, a cat, a bat, a rat, or even your 4-year-old little cousin when he isn't kicking your shins. That being said, our first good boy is Gustav. Ever since he was just a little embryo wriggling in his egg, he wanted to serve his country. So when it was time to leave the nest, he decided to enlist in the military, despite parental pressures not to. After some intense training with his new human counterpart, Frederick Jackson of Cosham, Gustav earned his wings and was officially made a service pigeon for the British Royal Air Force during World War II. So which one is yours? Oh, that handsome little pigeon right in the middle there. Ugh, pervert. Early in his career, Gustav was part of the Belgian resistance, carrying messages out of German-occupied Belgium. But since the Germans had previously occupied Belgium for 4 years during World War I, the Belgians knew the drill. Oh, honey, it looks like the Germans are back. I'll go get the mallet. After a long, successful run of sending messages in and out of Belgium, Gustav would be assigned his most important role yet. On June 6, 1944, Gustav was aboard an Allied landing ship headed towards the beaches of Normandy. If you know your history, you're familiar with that date being D-Day, when Allied forces decided to penetrate a very German France. Unfortunately, our feathered friend was not well versed in combat, so he was tasked with delivering critical news back to the UK about the mission. Gustav held the message in his little footsie and took wing, 150 whole miles against a 30-mile-an-hour headwind. Bro was flapping. After just over 5 hours of continuous flight, the message was received, being the first official update on D-Day's mission status since the fleet went radio silent to avoid detection. For his service, Gustav was given a Dickin. Yeah, a Dickin Medal for his bravery, which is the animal equivalent of the British Victoria Cross or the US Medal of Honor. Gustav eventually retired from service and lived out the rest of his days with his best friend and former trainer, Fred Jackson. He went to the great nest in the sky as a war hero and an official good boy. By the end of the war, a total of 32 carrier pigeons were awarded a Dickin Medal. For instance, the comically but fashionably named William of Orange, who saved over 2,000 soldiers with a single message carried over 250 miles in just over 4 hours. 10 years after his retirement, he was reportedly a, quote, grandfather of many outstanding racing pigeons. Our next good boy was actually a good girl with a badass name. Meet Sergeant Reckless, a United States Mongolian warhorse during the Korean War. And no, that's not just a funny title like calling a rabbit Captain Puffers. Reckless actually held the rank of Staff Sergeant in the United States Marine Corps. This absolute tank of a warhorse was purchased in 1952 off of a stable boy in Seoul, South Korea for 250 smackers. Apparently, the young fragile boy needed money to buy an artificial leg for his apparently even more fragile sister. Always some kind of Disney Pixar tragic backstory, isn't it? Reckless was taken in by the United States Marine Corps and trained to be a pack horse for a regiment specializing in anti-tank armaments. Not surprisingly, the platoon took to her very quickly, and she was immediately one of the gang, allowed to roam freely amongst the camp and poke her head in around the tents. Do you mind? She was known to eat nearly anything that was available. Chocolate, eggs, beer, the Marines' treasured supply of delicious and nutritious crayons. She even once ate a small pile of poker chips, if you could believe that. Alright, fellas, I'm all in. God damn it, I fold. Being a pack horse and all, Reckless's main duty was to carry supplies and ammunition to the battlefront, but she even managed to carry wounded off of the field to safety. And she was a pretty smart girl, learning her supply routes after only a few trips, unlike me who still uses the GPS to make sure I take the same exit that I've taken 50 times before.
Recalculating. Idiot.
But Reckless's claim to fame came in March of 1953 during the Battle for Outpost Vegas. In a single day, this heroic equine managed to make 51 resupply trips to the front lines solo. No handler needed. Across those trips, she totaled over 9,000 pounds of ammunition over 35 miles of travel. She is the definition of understanding the assignment. She did sustain 2 minor wounds in the battle, but was promoted to corporal shortly after the battle had ended, with another promotion to sergeant after the entire Korean War ended. For her services, she was awarded 2 Purple Hearts, a Marine Corps Good Conduct Medal, and was included in her unit's Presidential Unit Citations, among other military honors. Yeah, nothing could stop this anti-tank warhorse. Next up, Simon. Look at this handsome little man. Now, before you comment, no, this isn't Unsinkable Sam. This is Simon. How do I know? Well, his tag is for the HMS Amethyst, which is the ship that Simon served on, but I'll get to that in a bit. Just know that most of, if not all, stories of Unsinkable Sam mistakenly use Simon's picture instead, with his tag cropped out. It's quite the scandal, and I won't stand for it. Anyway, in 1948, on a cold Chinese morning in China, little Simon was doing cat things in a dockyard in Hong Kong. He was found by a 17-year-old naval seaman named George Hickenbottom, who was a crew member of the locally docked British frigate, the HMS Amethyst. But little Simon was not in such good condition. He was estimated to be about a year old at this point and was pretty malnourished. I'm going to keep you and love you forever. Meow. And so, Simon was smuggled onto the ship. However, due to small obvious signs of cat activity, Simon was almost immediately discovered, but was instantly adored by the crew. Because, I mean, come on. How could you not? Look at him. It ended up being a solid deal as Simon would hunt rats aboard the vessel, providing him a reliable source of food and ridding the crew of pests. Everything seemed well and good on a mission up the Yangtze River until the incident. Halfway up the river, the Amethyst came under fire from a group of Chinese People's Liberation Army field guns. The little bastards were absolutely relentless. The round struck the captain's quarters where Simon was stationed. He sustained serious wounds but was rushed to the medical bay for treatment. His burns were tended to and shrapnel was removed, but he was not expected to survive. But you should never doubt Simon. The fearless little feline ended up making a full recovery and went straight back to work because them rats got too comfy with him being out of commission for a bit. Simon's KC skyrocketed, along with the crew's morale. Mate's the captain. He's fucking dead. Don't ruin this for us. After the incident, Simon became an instant celebrity, gaining publicity all over the world. For his services, he was granted the Dickin Medal, a Blue Cross Medal, and the Amethyst Campaign Medal. He was even given the rank of Able Sea Cat for his exceptional rat hunting abilities. Little Simon was a huge star. When he was finally able to move to his new home in England, Simon was required to be placed in quarantine per regulations. It was here that Simon tragically contracted a virus and was granted 50% opacity on November 28, 1949 at just 2 years of age. The entire Amethyst crew and hundreds of other adoring fans attended his funeral in the Ilford Animal Cemetery in East London, where he loafs bonily to this day. Moving on, we have this prestigious primate right here, Corporal Jackie the Baboon. His story begins in the 1910s in South Africa when he was found roaming around a farm. The owner, Albert Marr, took Jackie in as a pet because why not have a pet baboon? Over the next few years, the two grew close and were like family, but of course, the world decided to slam a wedge into the family as well as millions of other families around the globe when World War I broke out. Albert was drafted into the South African Army in 1915 but refused to leave Jackie at home, to which Albert's commanding officers were like, alright, the baboon can come. And so, Jackie was made the mascot for the 3rd South African Infantry Regiment, complete with his own little uniform with hat, rations, and his own little paybook. To no surprise, he was adored by the regiment. In true soldier fashion, Jackie would salute his superior officers, march with the regiment, eat with his own fork and knife, and would even light other soldiers' cigarettes. He was such a good boy. Outside of just entertainment and morale, Jackie proved to be a valuable asset to the team. His heightened senses allowed him to be alerted to incoming attacks well before human soldiers would be able to. The war did end up taking Jackie and Albert far from home, with one of their first major combat encounters being the Battle of the Somme in 1916 France. Both Jackie and Albert survived quite a few high-casualty battles across their tour. While serving in Egypt, Albert was shot in the shoulder, and Jackie stayed with him and tended to his wounds while awaiting medical aid. Jackie, I don't know if I'm gonna make it, buddy. Nonsense, Albert. Despite both him and Albert sustaining wounds, they both survived the war. Jackie was awarded a Medal of Valor for his bravery and was promoted to corporal. Both he and Albert returned home to South Africa. Although Jackie managed to survive years under fire during the war, he ultimately perished in a fire in 1921 at home. But he was still a good boy. Now, unless you're a Hollywood elite, you don't often want to become friends with a natural predator. But the Polish military had a different idea in 1942 during a little-known event called World War II. A Syrian brown bear cub was adopted and given to the 22nd Artillery Supply Company of the Polish military. The troops instantly loved the bear because what else was there to do? They ended up naming him Wojciech, which loosely translates to Happy Warrior because he was a happy boy indeed. The troops raised the cub by feeding it condensed milk from a vodka bottle and then eventually various fruits and syrups. The bear grew attached to the soldiers, copying their every move. When the soldiers slept, he slept. When it was time for a nice morning coffee and cigarette, Wojciech would drink coffee and eat a cigarette. When being saluted, Wojciech would salute back. He was an ideal and loyal companion, despite being a giant fucking bear. After the company was assigned to fight alongside the British during the Italian campaign, the British displayed their signature racism against bears, forbidding Wojciech from being transported with the troops since he wasn't a soldier. So, as a big Pierre Doche to the Brits, Wojciech was immediately enlisted as a private into the Polish military. Oh, so you can have pigeons but you draw the line of bears? Whatever. Now officially being part of the 22nd Artillery Supply Company, his main job was to transport crates of ammunition to troops, which he was very successful at doing. He would lift large crates of artillery shells onto trucks, a job that normally required the strength of 4 men. It was noted that he never dropped a single crate, lest he obliterate his entire fan base and you wouldn't be hearing much about him today, other than that one idiot bear who dropped a bomb and killed everyone. For his work, he was promoted to corporal and became the official symbol of the 22nd Artillery Supply Company. Once World War II peacefully concluded, Wojciech spent the rest of his days in the Edinburgh Zoo in Scotland, where he would be frequently visited by his military pals. Adoring fans would often toss cigarettes for Wojciech to munch on as a treat. He kicked the honeypot 16 years later at the age of 21. At ease, soldier. Although he never received any medals for his service, Wojciech was beloved by many across Europe and is immortalized with several statues across Poland, the UK, and even Italy. History's deadliest snipers. Oh, my mug. If there was ever a true patriot that answered his country's call of duty, it would have to be this 5'3" snow cone of glee. This is Simo Hauha. But don't let that smile fool you. It was the last thing hundreds of Soviet soldiers would see before being no-scoped out of life's lobby. If they ever even caught a glimpse of him, that is. Born as a Finnish farmer baby on a farm in Finland in 1905, Simo's childhood consisted mainly of helping out the daily farm chores like tilling soil, harvesting crops, petting a cow or two, and most notably, hunting game. A skill which he started to develop a real knack for. At age 17, Simo volunteered to join Finland's Civil Guard. During his volunteer work, the rather reclusive Simo stood out amongst his peers with his innate ability to handle a rifle. There's never a more iconic duo than reclusive children and firearms. Simo repeatedly outgunned his colleagues in tons of competitions, performing feats that would make you go, he's pretty good. One such feat was sniping a small target 6 times in a minute, 150 meters away, with a bolt-action rifle. For my American audience, it's like sniping a Happy Meal 6 times across 1.5 football fields in under a minute with no fancy scopes. This shit made the Finns go absolutely bonkers, but this would pale in comparison to what Simo would accomplish down the road. Fast forward to 1939. The Russian Empire, now identifying as the Soviet Union, decides to bomb themselves right on the Finnish-Soviet border. Why, you ask? To start a war, of course. The Winter War. The Soviets wanted some of that Finland, so with a few Reds dead, it was time for redemption. The Soviet Union framed Finland for the bombing, which, my dearest viewer, is called a false flag operation. Want to start a war but don't feel like being viewed as the instigator? Simply attack your own people and convince everyone that it was someone else. Problem solved. But the ill-prepared Soviets would soon regret their actions. See, Soviet Supreme Leader fella Joseph Stalin was a bit of a paranoid Peter. He had Controlled-Alt-Deleted almost all of his smartest and most competent military strategists and leaders during the Great Purge, just to make sure that they wouldn't try to figuratively, or literally, backstab him. The result? A completely incompetent Red Army showing up in the snowy white Finnish fields wearing dark brown uniforms. This meant that the enemy were easy pickings for old Slick Simo. So, clad in his iconic white camouflage and equipped with his trusty M2830 Mosin Nagant and Suomi KP31 submachine gun, Simo Hauha would spend the next 98 days racking up 542 confirmed kills, earning the moniker the White Death. A name that evoked inspiration for the Finnish and terror for the Soviets. Quick side note, confirmed kills require another person to confirm them. Basically, they're saying, yep, they killed that guy. I saw it happen. It's just a way to prevent egotistical snipers from claiming that they killed thousands when they were in fact just sitting there with their dicks in their hands. Anyway, Simo absolutely terrorized the Soviet forces. Having set up multiple vantage points in front of and behind enemy lines, he avoided major detection for months. Simo would enter a nest at dawn, packing down the snow and pouring water over it, giving it the proper nutrients to grow into big, strong ice. This not only stabilized his rifle, but prevented any kick-up when popping shots, which is usually a dead giveaway for a sniper's position. He even munched on snow to mask his own breath trails. When taking aim, Simo relied solely on his iron sights, not as a flex, but for tactical reasons. For one, he wasn't well trained in using scopes, so he stuck with what he knew best. He also knew that using a scope required you to raise your head ever so slightly to look into the scope properly. Those extra inches of dome exposure could mean life or death. Not to mention the fact that scopes fog up in the winter and also like to reflect sunlight, creating a glint off of the glass like a giant neon billboard saying, "Look over here, I'm a fucking sniper." It wasn't until March 6, 1940 that Simo would feel the searing hot pain of his own mortality hit him right in the face. Oh wait, that was an explosive bullet fired from a Soviet rifle. Those things were banned from warfare in 1868, by the Russians no less. The bullet had ripped through Simo's face and destroyed his left jaw, rendering him unconscious and, for a little while, presumed dead. He was later rescued and hospitalized, undergoing several reconstructive surgeries, eventually regaining consciousness on March 13th, the day that the Winter War ended. Unfortunately, Simo's farmland was lost to the Soviets after the war, but the Finnish government was all, "Nah, we got you, bro," and granted him new land to start over. And just as he was before the war, Simo happily resumed his life as a humble and reclusive farmer. He passed away peacefully at the age of 96 in 2002, 11 years after witnessing the collapse of the Soviet Union. Now on the other side, the Soviet Union had their own fair share of deadly snipers. And by that, I mean most of the deadliest snipers in history hailed from the great communist regime. So either their sniper training programs were top-notch, or they had solid propaganda skills. Or both. I have to say, it seems like the harder it is to pronounce the name, the better of a sniper they were. But for the Soviet Union, we will focus on one Lyudmila Pavlichenko, also known as Lady Death. Born in the Russian Empire in 1916, Lyudmila began developing her sharpshooter skills as a wee lass while competing in various youth marksman contests. Unfortunately, shooting guns doesn't pay the bills. But building them does. While working at a local armaments factory, she felt she was a little bit underappreciated and underpaid, so she enrolled herself in university to become a historian. In her spare time, though, she continued to develop her marksman skills by attending sniping school, courtesy of the Red Army. That's a good thing, too, because it's June 1941 and there's someone at the door. It's the Germans. They're invading. Now, with all these krauts going sour, Lyudmila formally volunteered for service. Because of her sniping classes, she was assigned to the Red Army's 25th Rifle Division as one of 2,000 female snipers. Lyudmila was now ready to live up to her full potential as a respected Red Army soldier. Yeah, she ended up digging a lot of trenches. And thanks to several weapon shortages, Lyudmila wasn't even equipped with a gun. She was only given a single grenade as a weapon. It wasn't until one of her slightly injured comrades gave her his M1891-30 Mosin Nagant that she was even capable of doing any damage. Her first instance of drawing blood was picking off 2 Nazi officers over 1,300 feet away. "Hans, you've got to try this strudel. It's to die for." "Oh my God, Franz, you are always so literal." And she was just getting started. Over the next several months, she fought through the siege of Odessa, found love, immediately lost it to a mortar shell, fought in the siege of Sevastopol, trained other snipers, and received numerous promotions, racking up a final confirmed kill count of 309 soldiers, including 36 Axis snipers, although it is believed that her true kill count could be much higher. In 1942, Lyudmila took a page out of her late husband's book and was hit in the face by mortar shrapnel. She was quickly evacuated from battle and treated for her injuries, spending about a month in the hospital. Instead of returning to the front lines, however, she served as a propagandist for the Soviet Union, granting her the title of Lady Death. She toured the United States and Canada, telling stories of her combat experiences in hopes of inspiring the Allies to launch more aggressive campaigns against the Axis powers. But Japan already gave a wealth of inspiration to the United States in 1941. Ludmila was actually the first Soviet citizen to be received by a US president. What sucks though is that her time in the US wasn't all that great thanks to the US media. Instead of asking important questions about her service and her experiences as a wartime soldier, the American media instead focused on dumbass unimportant questions about her appearance and her style of dress. Hey toots, killing hundreds of fascists is cool, but what's with the ugly skirt? Even after her propaganda trips, Ludmila never returned to battle. She continued to serve as a sniping instructor for the Red Army until the end of World War II, after which she went back to university and fulfilled her dream of becoming a historian. She then died of a stroke in 1974 at the age of 58, and to this day, she is considered to be the deadliest female sniper in all of history. Let's take a skip across the pond to the Great White North where we find our next marksman. This is Francis Pegamagabo, or as his future syllable-sensitive colleagues would call him, Peggy. Born with a tragic backstory of family loss, poverty, and disease, Pegamagabo was destined for a great hero arc. Raised according to the cultural customs and traditions of the Ojibwe Native American tribe, Pegamagabo was taught to hunt, fish, and be one with nature, growing into a healthy and disciplined young man, something that Canada would soon be in dire need of thanks to the efforts of a Serbian, a gun, and one dead Austro-Hungarian archduke thousands of miles away. Great Britain had entered the fray of World War I in August of 1914, lumping Canada into the mix by default because, British territory. Since it is a war and all, Canada needs troops to lob onto the front lines. Well, guess who's at the front door to volunteer? That's right, Francis Pegamagabo. Now, the Canadian government at the time preferred their soldiers to be a little whiter, but he'll do. And so, at just 23 years old, Pegamagabo was a full-fledged maple syrup soldier. His first assignment was getting hucked over to Europe for basic training in England. Thanks to a pretty solid hunting level, he netted himself a job as both a scout and a sniper. His first taste of battle would be one of the most infamous of the Great War, the Second Battle of Ypres in April of 1915. This is about the time that the Germans started deploying chlorine gas as a way to flush out Allied soldiers. This was a dense, heavy gas that crept over the landscape and completely suffocated any soldier caught in its death cloud. Super effective in trench warfare, which is what World War I was all about. Equipped with his standard-issue Canadian Ross rifle, a powerhouse in both range and accuracy but lacking in reliability, Pegamagabo fought his way across the Western Front. After the Second Battle of Ypres, where he actually gained fame for his ability to successfully carry messages across the battlefield with zero regard for his own safety, Peggy found himself in the Battle of the Somme, one of the deadliest battles of the Great War. Despite getting capped in his leg, Peggy had continued success in delivering critical information across the Allied front. Bro was like an instant messenger. But his next moves, however, would cement Pegamagabo in the history books for his selflessness and bravery. You see, he would often leave the safety of his battalion's trench into what is known as no man's land, the uninhabitable area between trenches just brimming with desolation and despair. Getting caught there meant certain death, as you'd be found in the crosshairs of an enemy rifle within seconds. That is, unless your name is Francis Pegamagabo. This dude would just weave in and out of gunfire, loot the dead for some spare ammunition, and bring it back to his fellow soldiers so that they could continue fighting. Legend has it that he actually injured his back from the sheer weight of the ammunition and the absolute brass balls that he carried around. Not only would he brave no man's land for restocking missions, but for recon as well. He would be able to scope out enemy weapons posts, vantage points, and defensive structures. Now, unfortunately, there's not too many juicy stories explicitly about his sniping abilities, but throughout the various battles he fought through, Francis Pegamagabo had accumulated 378 confirmed kills with an unreliable rifle, as well as being credited with capturing over 300 German soldiers. By the time the war was over, he achieved the rank of corporal and was awarded various medals for his service. He returned home as the most decorated indigenous soldier of the war and is renowned as the single most effective sniper of the Great War. One might say that the Germans took a pretty good pegging. But his service was not without consequence. Over the years, the old pegster racked up a fair amount of physical and psychological damage. Although a war hero overseas, he had returned to Canada to live in poverty and neglect as a native in the very country he fought for. And over the years, he would become an outspoken activist for native rights until his death in 1952 at the age of 61. In 2016, a bronze statue was commissioned and placed in his hometown of Parry Sound, forever immortalizing his noble military service. Just a stone's throw to the south, you have the absolute beacon of freedom that is the United States of America. I should know. I live there. And so did our last sniper, U.S. Marine Corps Gunnery Sergeant Carlos Hathcock. Ever since tasting his first crayon, Hathcock knew he wanted to be a Marine. It also helped that his papa was a World War II veteran, bringing home spoils of war for his kid to play soldier with. In 1959, Hathcock had celebrated his 17th birthday, blew out his candles, and immediately enlisted in the Marine Corps.
That's my boy!
During basic training, Hathcock impressed many of his fellow soldiers on the shooting range. He had qualified as an expert-level marksman, setting records left and right, one being a 248 out of a possible 250 on a mastery range, a record that remained until the course was formally retired, so that very much still stands in my opinion. His continued sharpshooter skills earned him recognition as a Marine Corps Distinguished Marksman in 1965. But just a year later in 1966, Hathcock's skills would be put to the test as he began deployment in the Vietnam War. Throughout his 2 tours of Vietnam, he racked up an impressive 93 confirmed kills with his Winchester Model 70 rifle. Doesn't sound that impressive. You say from behind your computer or phone. But let me tell you why you're wrong. During the Vietnam War, in order for a kill to be considered confirmed and count towards any official kill count, each kill must have been verified by the sniper spotter as well as a third party, usually an officer. But since you can't just have 2 people sitting around all day waiting to confirm kills, most wouldn't be considered confirmed. So while Hathcock tallied 93 confirmed kills on paper, his real count is believed to be much greater, more than 300. Now, this sort of efficacy as a sniper gained him quite the reputation amongst the enemy. During his tours, Hathcock would find himself pitted against enemy snipers wishing to claim the bounty on the elusive White Feather, a name befitting of the man who carried a white feather in his hat. Hey, it's better than Captain Sweaty Nips. What? It's hot out here. But Hathcock didn't just snipe with his Winchester rifle. For a while, he actually held the record for the longest documented kill at 2,500 yards, or just under a mile and a half, with a scoped 50 caliber Browning machine gun. Hathcock's other claim to fame is when he took out an enemy sniper merely by noticing the glint of light from the enemy's scope. Remember when I told you that Sima Hauha hated scopes? Tools can really be your downfall. After noticing the glimmer of light on the horizon, Hathcock took a shot at the enemy and hit his mark. What he would soon realize, though, was that he made an insanely lucky shot. When going to confirm the kill, the sniper was found to have been shot through the scope of his rifle and through his eye. A shot that Hollywood loves recreating in war movies. Cut. Remember Saving Private Ryan? Well, you better, because I'm not showing any clips. God, I love that movie. Tom Hanks, Matt Damon, Paul Giamatti for like 5 seconds. Instant classic. Anyway, Hathcock's career as a sniper would soon go out with a bang. While riding in an armored transport vehicle, his platoon actually ran over an anti-tank mine. Hathcock managed to escape, pulling 7 fellow Marines out of the fire with him. Thanks to that good old pump and adrenaline, Hathcock had no idea that he was suffering severe burns and was finally pulled away by someone else. He ultimately suffered burns to his face, arms, and legs. Day in and day out, he was in constant pain. But that didn't stop him from helping establish the Marine Corps Scout Sniper School. There, he dedicated nearly all of his time teaching new and upcoming snipers. Over the years, Hathcock's health declined and he was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis, the disease that would ultimately take his life in 1999 at the age of 56.
Evil queens and their evil schemes. Well, that's a stretch.
When you come across big bad figures in history, you might wonder if their infamous traits get passed on to their children. In the case of Mary Tudor, daughter of certified neckbeard King Henry VIII, the apple didn't fall far from the royal tree, but not for the reasons you may expect. Little Mary was born in 1516 and was actually the 5th child of King Henry and Queen Catherine of Aragon, but the only one to survive past infancy because babies are fragile. Henry loved his daughter and provided her with a healthy education in music and language with a strong Catholic upbringing. But the problem with his daughter was that she wasn't a son, so she wasn't seen as a suitable heir to the throne of England. Mary, what do you want to be when you grow up? Queen of all England. No, With that being the case, Henry VIII sought to sow more seeds and give the law of large numbers another go. After all, he needs a baby boy to slam on the throne and bear the crown. To do that, he sought to divorce the now barren Catherine for a wife that was a bit more fruitful. Henry then lumbered down to present his case to the manager of the Catholic Church, the Pope.
"No way, Henry. Them's against the rules,"
said the Pope, but Henry argued,
I'm the king? I'm the one with
absolute power.
And annulled the marriage anyway. That little act of defiance was a precursor to the English Reformation, which toned down the Pope's authority within the Catholic Church. Instead, Henry made his own church, the Church of England, and put himself in charge, and he was all, nice. He then got himself a brand new womb on legs, Anne Boleyn, who blessed them with a daughter in 1533. Great, another one. When he divorced Catherine and started slop-flopping with Anne, Henry illegitimized Mary's claim to the throne and stripped her of her royal titles. From that day forward, a seed of resentment and hatred within Mary took root that would continue to grow for years to come. Eventually, Henry got his heir. Little Edward VI spawned into the world in October 1537, but had connection issues and lagged out in 1553 at the age of 15, a short 6 years after Daddy Henry himself expired. Blech. With no other heirs, there was really only one person who could take the throne, Lady Jane Grey, King Henry VIII's great niece. But Mary was royally ticked off, being all... After gathering a gaggle of supporters, Mary had Lady Jane's 16-year-old dome lobbed off and took the throne. Now in power, Mary's main goal was to re-establish Catholicism as the one true religion within England, since evil Papa Henry played a part in the Protestant Reformation, which diminished Catholic support. To help with that, she went and married Catholic fanatic Philip II of Spain, which was in the middle of the highly unexpected Spanish Inquisition at the time. She also reinstated heresy laws and began her purge of heretics within England. Basically, if you weren't or didn't want to be Catholic, then you could just get out. But Protestants protested her authority. No, it's just one word. Oh, that makes much more sense. With some light pushing and heavy shoving from her new husband, Mary decided to fight fire, with actual fire, by burning people. From 1555 to 1558, Mary had almost 300 people burned at the stake for heresy, truly believing that it was the only way to cleanse England of blasphemous false religions. To her, it was a God-given mission to rid the world of these heretics, and the people of England would realize in time that it was for the greater good. But the only thing that they realized was that she was a few sandwiches short of a picnic. Her scorched earth approach tanked her political approval rating and tarnished the image of Catholicism. She ultimately got down with the sickness in 1558 at the age of 42. Because of her violent antics, Queen Mary I of England is forever remembered in history as Bloody Mary, which is also a pretty disgusting drink. If you want your shot at claiming a throne, you're gonna have to start cracking skulls. Which is what Empress Wu Zetian would eventually do. Empress Wu officially ruled over the Second Zhou dynasty in China from the year 690 to 705. She was known for having extremely high intelligence, strong political competence, and superior ambition. But history overshadowed her strengths with a reputation as one of the cruelest rulers in China's history. Though of course it has to be said that many of the individuals who wrote about her actions weren't exactly huge fans of being politically cucked by a woman. So perhaps some of the stories of her evil deeds are a bit... exaggerated? Maybe. But maybe not. Born into a wealthy family with a loving and supportive father, Wu was granted a first-rate education in writing, politics, and music, a privilege not afforded to most women. In her spare time, she favored heavy reading in politics and boring government stuff, which made her more than capable of holding a position in political power, if she was a guy. But opportunity would soon come a-knockin'.
Let me in.
At just 14 years old, tales of Wu's intelligence and beauty made it to the imperial palace, and she was formally summoned to become an imperial concubine under Emperor Taizong. This basically meant that she was now one of the emperor's glorified slam pieces, but Wu knew that she was destined for greater things. Every journey starts with the first step, after all. The main duty of a concubine was to convert these into these. But Wu never did that. Instead, she would often find ways to openly discuss political affairs with the emperor, something that was certainly frowned upon for someone in her position. The emperor eventually went forever sleepy-bye, and his heir, Gaozhong, took the throne. As a side note, when an emperor died, any assigned concubines that produced no children were sent to become Buddhist priestesses, which is what happened to Wu. But Gaozhong summoned Wu back to the palace. This led to the belief that the two had a history of doing a little woohoo. Who? Wu. not you. Now in the proud position of top-ranking concubine, it was time to climb higher. Her target? The Empress herself. Gao Zhang's primary wife, Empress Wang, was a bit barren in the bush, and thus wasn't so good at the baby making. So, Wu showed her a neat party trick and shot out 4 boys and a daughter, an act that gained strong favor with the emperor. Even Empress Wang herself adored the children, especially the newborn daughter. Oh, how cute is she? I know, right?
You killed my daughter.
Yeah, Wu allegedly demolished her own infant daughter and blamed it on the Empress, even going an extra step and accusing the Empress and her mother of evil spooky witchcraft. And you know what? Gao Zhang believed it. So Wang is demoted, and Wu is made Empress, and immediately has Wang whacked for good measure. But this wasn't a normal execution. According to some sources, Wu had the ex-Empress's limbs cut off and her remains placed in a vat of wine.
And here, sir, is our house specialty.
I can already tell that this is going to have a nice body to it. Gao Zhang continued his rule for several years, but historians believe that Wu was pulling most of the strings, strengthening ally relations and executing or banishing political rivals behind the scenes. While Gao Zhang then kicked the bucket in 683. With plenty of eligible sons, surely a new emperor was around the corner. Except, no. Apparently, there are allegations that Wu had banished many of the princes and even had the crown prince poisoned. While she did have 2 sons serve as emperors, she remains the puppet master, just like with Gao Zhang. But in 690, sole power was given to Wu, and she was now the Empress Regent, holy and divine ruler of all China. Now in power, the only way anyone could take it from her would be from her cold, dead, wrinkly hands. Across the years, many rebels and rivals took that challenge, lashing out in attempts to usurp her throne, but none were successful. She even exiled one of her own sons after his wife spoke out against her. Any and all rebels were quickly eradicated. Despite her aggressive and manipulative climb to power, Empress Wu actually ruled very peacefully. She strengthened many relationships with allies, progressed gender equality, and eased taxes on peasants, allowing agriculture to flourish. Because of her constant vigilance against enemies, China experienced very few military engagements during her reign. So yeah, since she had a pretty good run as Empress, it wouldn't surprise me if tales of her wrongdoings weren't completely fabricated or at least overly exaggerated as a way to sway public opinion. The Empress fell ill in 705 and was forced to give up the throne to her son. She died shortly after. When discussing violent history, Madagascar may not be the first thing that comes to mind. But this forgotten stepchild of an African island known for vanilla and bad movies was once home to the Kingdom of Imerina and the Merina people. In the 1800s, the throne was occupied by Queen Ranavalona I, sometimes referred to as Ranavalona the Cruel. A name like that is often earned, like Barry the Bashful or Dave the Dickless. With her reign saturated in the blood of her own subjects as well as foreigners, it's easy to understand why she earned her reputation as a merciless and brutal monarch. It all started way back with humble beginnings. Little Rana was actually born a poor peasant girl with an equally poor peasant family. As such, she had a bleak future just chock full of peasant things ahead of her. God, they were poor. But fate had other plans in store. Rana's destitute dad had casually stumbled upon a plot to assassinate the king at the time, and quickly warned him of the impending doom. After narrowly avoiding a classic comedy death, the grateful king demonstrated his gratitude by adopting Rana into the royal family and marrying her off to the prince. Now, Rana is royalty. Sweet deal, cause it could have just as easily been like, "Your Majesty, I just found these plans to have you assassinated." "Good work, little peasant man. I would pat you on the head, but you're just too dirty. Also, I have to kill you as a safety precaution." Oh, you understand. Nice guy. Oh yeah, real nice guy. Fast forward a bit, the king eventually dies, Rana's hubby prince becomes king, he dies, and then in 1828, the now 50-year-old Rana seizes the palace for herself, murdering any and all royal family members so that no one can even think of contesting her newfound power. Sure, she's powerful and all, but can she make your subscribe button glow? I didn't think so. You should click it. One of her first orders as Supreme Mega Ultra Ruler was to establish Madagascar as a self-sufficient nation. In doing so, she told everyone else to go kick rocks, pound sand, and touch grass, because Madagascar is a strong independent nation who don't need no foreigners. Oh yeah, she kicked out all of the foreigners too. Go on. get. To fully eliminate all outside influence, she had any colonials stripped of their titles, completely nullified all treaties with smelly Europeans, mainly the French, and straight up banned Christianity. Sorry, Jesus. Keep hanging in there, buddy. Queen Ranavalona sent Madagascar back into the Dark Ages, and good old tradition was back on the menu. Even the justice system was completely uprooted. Forget your run-of-the-mill witnesses, evidence, and testimony. That's boring. Instead, we have this. The trial by ordeal. Simply chug a frothy cup of poison seasoned with goopy chicken skin. If you throw up, you're innocent. So the French were all sacre bleu about Madagascar's isolationism, because they kind of wanted to grab a piece of that landmass. So they tried to do just that, but the Queen was all, no, don't touch, and kept fighting off the invaders. In 1835, the French made a really big push to take the island, but they were swiftly defeated and had to escargot the heck back to Europe. But to really drive home the idea that Madagascar was off limits, Queen Rana had the heads of French soldiers placed on pikes and littered around the beaches. This caused any would-be invaders to think twice lest they be converted into a pretty cool Halloween decoration. With outside influence now null and void, it was time to focus inward. The people of Madagascar were taught the importance of self-sufficiency. As such, they would only produce what they needed to survive and prosper. So they made guns, and bullets, and alcohol. Hell yeah. Infrastructure and factories were built using mandatory labor. This was the kind of tax that citizens paid through sweat and tears. After all, them things ain't gonna build themselves. As for the Christians on the island, they were executed, either by being hucked off ledges, burned, or by using a colorful method of progressive amputation. Not a good time or place to be a Christian. Many citizens were outraged at what the kingdom was turning into and attempted to remove Rana from the throne. Keyword being attempted. With all of this violence and lower quality of life, not to mention various diseases, the population took a nosedive. Some sources claim that between 1833 and 1839, Madagascar's population of 5 million fellas was cut down to just 2.5 million. Not a good stat to tack onto your legacy. Rana reigned for 33 years before honking her last shoe in her bed in 1861. To her credit, she did keep colonial rule at bay while building up her own kingdom. She just, killed half of her country. Yes, I know Elizabeth Bathory wasn't a queen. She was a countess, but her story more than makes up for it. So, as I said, Elizabeth Bathory was a countess in 16th century Hungary with quite the dark side to her. She is arguably one of the most prolific serial killers in all of known history. Horrific to many, wifey material to some. Now, I'll acknowledge that some scholars believe these accusations to be completely fabricated and merely a smear campaign against her image, but we like to have fun here. So, little Lizzie was born into a rich and powerful family and forcibly engaged to this geometric anomaly of a human, Count Ferenc Nadasdy, at just 11 years old. Don't worry, he was 16. This move was one concocted by both of their families as a way to combine each other's wealth and influence, and it worked. However, being all rich and powerful meant that you didn't really have much to do but sit around and be rich. So sometimes you gotta numb that perpetual emptiness with a little bit of purpose. When we fast forward to 1602, rumors began to circulate amongst the Hungarian population about the Countess's brand new hobby, murdering children. You see, Elizabeth Bathory was accused of torturing and killing hundreds of innocent, wide-eyed, rosy-cheeked girls with the help of her 4 servants. But why, you ask? Some believe that she harvested the young girl's blood for eternal youth, bathing in it as a nightly ritual, like some kind of Hollywood elite. But there is zero solid evidence even remotely hinting that she ever really did this. In fact, those rumors didn't circulate until 100 years after her death. Others believe that she just liked doing it for the thrill of it, which is much more plausible. Messed up, but plausible. Her early victims were mainly adolescent peasant girls. With the help of her 4 servants, whose names look like they belong in an NHL hockey team, Elizabeth carried out the gruesome murders. I mean, these were nasty, so here's your warning. Victims were commonly beaten to death to the point of their bodies bursting open, with one particular victim struck over 500 times. Others were reportedly pricked with needles and stabbed all over their bodies. In the winter, some girls were dunked in a nearby creek on cold, chilly nights and left to freeze. In the summer, others were covered in honey and left to be a feast for the flies. Elizabeth herself enjoyed putting red-hot metal rods on or in her victims. In 1609, Elizabeth opened up a boarding school for young girls of noble birth. Dozens of girls entered this school, but none were ever seen again. And this was the tipping point. You see, no one really bats an eye when peasants disappear, but when it's rich girls? No. That changes things. And now more people got involved, all the way up to the Hungarian king, who ordered a formal investigation. After a year of gathering hundreds of potential witnesses who claimed to have seen Elizabeth and the gang disposing of corpses, they were all properly arrested in 1610. Afterward, the accomplices testified separately, providing known body counts and horrific details of the deeds, even cross-confirming each other's stories. Because of this, historians believe that their testimonies are true recollections of the horror. Elizabeth is often pinned with the body count of over 600 victims. But that's just crazy. In reality, historians believe the real number to be much lower, probably only around 300. Oh, that's still a lot. All 5 were tried and convicted, with only 3 of the 4 accomplices being executed. Elizabeth avoided the death penalty, but was ultimately imprisoned within her very own dungeon, with limited contact to others for the rest of her life. A life that lasted only 4 more years.
Painful ancient medicine. Hundreds and even thousands of years ago, humanity's knowledge of itself was still in its infancy. We had a basic idea of what makes us tick, but that wasn't enough to stop the scientifically curious from fiddling around both outside and inside people's bodies. Alright, just gonna poke around in here and... What's the matter, doctor? There's a scary skeleton in you! That being the case, it was up to these early pioneers of medicine to provide solutions to human ailments, be it a simple cough or a giant debilitating pulsating tumor. If you were lucky, you'd find a doctor willing to test out different medicines outside of thoughts and prayers. But some of these treatments would have you begging for mercy from whatever divine being you may have believed in. Take, for instance, someone afflicted with hemorrhoids. Yeah, that's how this is starting off. Nowadays, you just go to the corner store, prepare yourself an H, finger your B, and sit at home in complete discomfort. A few days later, you're right as rain. But back in the past, humans did not have such a luxury. Failed treatment could result in some gnarly infections, which, in non-modern times, was a death sentence. Sure, you could go to an apothecary who could whip up a strange mixture of grimy herbs and unidentifiable animal liquids that you could sip on, but that's most likely going to cause intense gastrointestinal distress. You need something that's tried and true. Well, you can iron out that wrinkle near your wrinkle with this, a hot iron rod. The theory's simple. Hemorrhoids are basically small open wounds, so a little bit of cauterization would close them bad boys right up and allow them to heal. This method was actually first used in the 4th century BC by father of medicine, Hippocrates. He apparently was a huge fan of cauterization as a last resort cure-all for most afflictions. Have a bad cough? Sear your throat to a medium rare. Have a headache? A burning rod to the temples will make you forget all about it. Hippocrates was of firm belief that if a condition couldn't be cured with medicine, it could be cured with a knife. If it couldn't be cured with a knife, it could be cured with fire. If it couldn't be cured with fire, well, then you're just shit out of luck. The obvious problem with this cure in the rectal region is that it isn't without collateral damage. The application often led skin fusing to the burning rod and getting ripped from the body. Another unfortunate possibility was that the rod was hot enough to burn your skin, but not hot enough to cauterize the hemorrhoids, so you'd only get an appetizer instead of the full meal. You were also under threat of having the target missed completely. One slip, trip, loss of grip, and your back lip's getting a rip. It is reported that patients would claim the rectal remedy was successful, but then again, would you agree to a follow-up treatment if you weren't cured? Probably not. We move on from being a pain in the ass to being a pain in the dick. Metallic catheters have been around for thousands of years, dating all the way back to around 3000 BC. These little guys were used to relieve patients of urinary obstructions, which didn't allow for proper passage of pee. Ever lie in bed at night needing to go, but you're too comfy, so you just lie there feeling the pressure of building in your bladder? Ever have to hold it in on a long car ride home where you're twitching and groaning, yearning for that sweet urethral flow? Well, then you've experienced a fraction of the pain generated from being physically unable to drain your piss pouch. This was such a prevalent problem throughout history that it was on the high priority list of the super science people of yore. Evidence of early versions of these tools have been found throughout ancient Egypt, Rome, Greece, China, and India, with materials being used ranging from onion stalks to solid gold. The theory was simple. Like a clogged drain, you just gotta poke around in there to clear the blockage. Enter the catheter, which enters you. After snaking around your tract, the tube enters your bladder and provides a cleared path for you to relieve yourself. As will be a common theme throughout this video, ancient times had only rudimentary methods for sedatives such as opiates, herbs, and alcohol to subdue any pain.
If these weren't available, you could always bite down on a stick or something while getting a metal tube shoved up your nethers. The insertion procedure was delicate and tricky. Since these tools were handmade, edges could be rough. Without proper care, your internals could get all kinds of tore up, which would certainly have no way of being treated effectively. If improperly cleaned, a catheter could leave behind debris in your bladder, causing infection or even worse, future blockages. So with that, only a properly prepared person performed the painful pubic procedure. As technology evolved, however, catheters became flexible and more ergonomic for both male and female patients with various shapes and sizes to increase comfort, or rather decrease discomfort. But back in those times, a few minutes of sharp pain was well worth the relief of long-term agony and potential kidney failure. Let's just say that without a catheter, you're in for a bad time. Speaking of having a bad time, this would be one of them. As a follow-up to metallic catheters, if the obstruction was a calcified stone too large to pass naturally, surgical intervention may have been in the stars for you. The first recorded practice of lithotomy dates back to ancient Greeks. The word lithotomy derives from the Greek language, with lithos meaning stone and tomos meaning cut. This makes sense as surgeons were quite literally cutting for a stone stuck in your belly. To say that the procedure was not pretty would be a drastic understatement. Nowadays, lithotomy is performed by making a small incision in the abdomen and using a small camera tool to fish around for the offending mass. Back in the day, however, this was a perineal procedure. Your perineum, if you're unaware, is that no man's land between your anus and your junk. Modern scholars refer to it as the taint or the grundle. That's the incision site. It's gonna suck. Lying on your back with your knees pulled to your chest to give the doctor a front row seat to your particulars, a surgeon would make the invasive entry and beeline it for your bladder to attempt removal of the stone, if he could find it. Physical removal was either performed with a hooking tool or with the surgeon's fingers, like he was trying to get the last chip out of a Pringles can. If you were lucky, the stone or stones produced in your body were relatively small in diameter, maybe a quarter inch or less than a centimeter. But as you can imagine, problems arose if these stones were large. Excessive bleeding and internal damage can occur from bladder stones exceeding 1.5 inches or about 4 centimeters, though luckily these were rare. It's no surprise that these surgical procedures were excruciatingly painful. It was almost required that an assistant or two would be present to restrain you during the procedure to avoid any unnecessary damage from involuntary struggling as you endured the pain. After extraction, the patient was sat in a shallow pool of vinegar and salt to halt any bleeding before being stitched up like a teddy bear. There's no question that the procedure sucked, but the long-term benefits outweighed the short-term investment. Capital gains, more like capital pains. Now, I did briefly cover trepanation way back when I thought doing a monotone narration was a good idea, but let's revisit it. So, trepanation is the act of deliberately drilling a hole in one's head for the sake of some kind of medical relief. This could be physical pain like excessive skull pressure or headaches, or for spiritual reasons, as some early societies believed that trepanation allowed for the release of spooky spirits haunting your melon. Trepanation is one of the earliest known surgical procedures performed throughout human history, with evidence being found across the entire globe as far back as the Neolithic era, the end of the Stone Age. So imagine you want to get some relief for your frequent pounding headaches, and your local medicine man whips out his iconic and sharp obsidian slab. Dr. Ooga Booga gives you a smile as he starts carving away at your dome, peeling skin from skull. You'd think that fight or flight mode would kick in, but Next came the actual carving of bone, either by making rectangular intersecting cuts to eventually pop out a square of your skull, or by slowly whittling away at it until reaching your soft, chewy brain like it was a dang Tootsie Pop. There are a few known trepanation methods observed across the world. The first two I just described: rectangular cuts and scraping.
The third was the use of a tree fine, a hollow-toothed cylinder. This is like popping into your local Home Depot for a Craftsman V20 brushless drill and 2-inch bimetal hole saw set.
Is this gonna hurt? Only if you scream. The last and most commonly used method was the drilling of closely spaced holes, usually performed with a bow and flint. Now, having your head carved into is certainly not a pleasurable experience, so you'd probably want the procedure to be over quickly. Well, think again. Since it was known that jamming a sharp object into the brain would almost certainly diminish the surgeon's success rate, trepanation was a long, delicate, and grueling process. Trepanation is still practiced in modern medicine as a craniectomy to treat brain injuries and remove brain tumors. Surprisingly, though, the majority of recovered remains showing evidence of trepanation also showed signs of continued bone growth and healing, indicating that these subjects survived their surgeries. It's estimated that around 80% of those who got their noggin knocked ended up living, though it's questionable if they lived well. Imagine spending months or even years training as a warrior, perfecting the art of handling a blade, mastering close combat, and being the embodiment of peak physical strength, only to be taken out by an arrow the moment you step out onto the battlefield. Huge bummer, but all's fair in love and war, and boy, did you love war until about 5 seconds ago. Now lying on the ground, your life slowly slipping away from a simple arm wound, you look up to see a friendly face. It's one of them fancy new soldiers. What do they call them? Oh yeah, medics. His whole job is to make you feel better and to get you back up on your feet. Your other buddies on the battlefield? They can wait a bit. They're not going anywhere. Now, unfortunately for you, the arrow's pretty deep, so things aren't looking too great. Shallow entry wounds you could simply rip out, rub some dirt in it, and call it a day. These deeper wounds, however, they need a bit more persuasion. Most arrowhead designs at the time are barbed. Where they land, they're meant to stay. So here are your options. Option 1. If there's already an exit wound, snap the arrow in two and push it through to the other side. Sorry if you're eating while watching this. Option 2. If there's no exit wound, you're gonna need to pull the arrowhead out. Simply open the entry wound enough to find the arrowhead and gently pull, avoiding the barbs ripping at your delicate insides. Option 3. If the arrowhead is stuck in a bone or too deep to retrieve... Option 4. If you can retrieve the arrow and you want things to be quick like a band-aid, use the classic Tooth Fairy method. Simply tie the protruding arrow to another arrow and fire away. The offending arrow is ripped out and you're left there in complete and utter agony. Now we just have to dump some honey on that bad boy, wrap it up nice and neat in a filthy cloth covered in mud and dirt, and you'll be back to it in no time.
The fuck?
No, this isn't just chilling out in the living room. This has to do with ancient eye surgery, which honestly makes my toes curl because I hate anything that has to do with eyes. My wife, she constantly tortures me by poking her own eyeball for fun just because she can, and it honestly just heebies my jeebies, so here we go. Couching is the first known surgical procedure to counteract a cataract. What's a cataract? It's the clouding of the natural lens inside of your eyeball. If you know anything about light scattering, you'll know that semi-transparency does a lot of it. Makes your vision go all wonky like you're looking at the world through a steamy shower door, except permanently and much less sexy. Well, not permanently anymore, because them ancient Egyptians found a great way to stab your own eyes and get rid of the problem. However, it would be much, much later until we got something recorded in fine detail. Around the 6th century BC, ancient Indian physician Sushruta wrote about his breakthrough cataract removal process called couching in his medical texts. I mean, look at this guy. You're telling me you wouldn't put your life in the hands of ancient Indian Santa Claus? Come on. The theory behind couching is what you'd expect. Take a cloudy lens and push it out of the way. This was done with a curved needle to delicately puncture the eye and dislodge the cloudy lens. This was likely very painful, as you're literally ripping out your eye's lens from its natural position. The cataract would either be pushed aside out of the vision pathway or pressed out of the eyeball. Now, to his credit, Sushruta was very mindful of the need to have clean tools and a clean environment for surgeries. He was centuries ahead of European medicine in that regard, but his sterilization techniques weren't perfect. Patients often experienced agonizing infections which inevitably led to the complete loss of vision in the affected eye. It is estimated that roughly 70% of patients were left completely blind due to surgical complications. But hey, if you're gonna go blind anyway, why not take the 30% chance and risk it for the biscuit? Ah, the iconic bloodletting, the basic bitch of ancient medicine. Despite being outright stupid, this practice was used throughout numerous cultures across human history, beginning as early as the ancient Egyptians around 3000 BC, but spreading as far as ancient Rome, Greece, Europe, the Middle East, Asia, Mesoamerica, and Africa. Pretty much everywhere. The prevailing theory was that most ailments were the result of having an imbalance of the four humors in the body. If you're unaware, the four humors theory was developed by none other than our bearded boy, Hippocrates. It states that our bodies consist of four bodily fluids: blood, yellow bile, black bile, and phlegm. A perfectly normal and healthy person was believed to have these 4 fluids in perfect balance. Any tip to one extremity can lead to disease and a shift in personality. Having a bad cough? You've got too much phlegm in your system. Cough it up. Got some terrible tummy issues? You got too much yellow bile. Time to touch your uvula. Almost anything else? Well, you've got too much bad quality blood in you, so let's slice open an artery and purge you of your impurities. Now, typically, blood was drained until the patient passed out, which is horrible, stupid, and dumb. Yes, your body constantly produces new blood, but it's also a self-sustaining cycle of breaking down the old and producing new. There's no need to drain the pool. An incision would be made around the inside of your elbow, and your heart would do the rest, pumping out your life force and making you weaker by the second. To no surprise, incisions would often lead to infection, and with less blood in your system and thus less white blood cells to fight off said infection, whatever initial ailment you may have had now pales in comparison to the new pickle you've put yourself in. There's not much humor in that, is there?
So, I decided to be a little silly with this chapter. Enjoy this, cringe. Oh, oops.
In today's times, you can catch yourself blessed, cause modern dentistry is the best that it gets. But step into the past, that pain gets intense. No Novocaine blast, no numbing defense. Impactions, extractions, gonna ruin your day. This dental interaction to rid you of decay. Looking for pliers? Now try a bronze hook. Yanking at your teeth without a second look. Hold still, time to drill you shady surgeon, please. But you can't even hear him through your shrieks and screams. Sharpened stone to the bone, now you're all alone. As you groan and you moan on this painful throne. Need relief? Try this, here give that a taste. Don't feel a difference cause it's dead mouse paste. Have some opium to try to dull the throb. Well, now you're just high and you're still gonna sob. So sit in that chair, chewing on your herbs, cause you're gonna feel despair when he strikes that nerve. The gravity of cavities is taking its toll, but it's agony, insanity surging through your soul. Pull it out, that tooth is gone. You scream and you shout in your perpetual yawn. All done now, you're good for a bit. Just chug the sheep wine, okay, now spit. That shit sucked, but at least you're alive, so you can leave a like or hit that subscribe. The most painful punishments from around the world. Well, of course the Spaniards are going to be on this list. Them suckers tortured half-truths out of people for over 350 years during the highly unexpected Spanish Inquisition between 1478 up until 1834. Now, when you're performing painful public persecutions for such a long time, you're going to come up with pretty colorful ways to do it. Ways to inflict maximum pain to ensure that you extract those dubious confessions from those filthy non-Catholic heathens. So it's no wonder that history was blessed with devilish devices designed to do just that. You had the Spanish spider, the Spanish collar, the Spanish tickler, very different from the French variety, the Spanish donkey, and the star of this segment, the Spanish boot. Originating somewhere during the Inquisition times, the Spanish boot was a very basic, yet very effective interrogation tool. Help. 4 planks of wood and a few bits of metal. You got your braces for holding the wooden splints and sharpened metal nails to make you squint. The legs of the victim would be secured in place between the 2 inner free-moving braces. The 2 outer planks are secured to each other, preventing any outward movement. Not that you would want to, because, you know, sharp nails and such. Once the victim was sat down, a large wooden wedge would be placed in between the inner planks, locking the victim's legs. And I'm sure your imagination is a few steps ahead here. The interrogator equips his iconic giant hammer and rears back, preparing to strike. Are you sure you don't want to confess your crimes? Because this pulsating sack of meat is about to treat you like one of them carnival tests of strength. With one swift blow from the hammer, the wedge drives the inner boards outwards, lacerating your legs, shattering your shins, and crushing your calves. The pain is pure agony. And that was only the first strike. Additional slams from the mallet reduce your legs down to something resembling burger meat. Remember when you could walk like 30 seconds ago? Yeah, me too. Now, despite the Iberian identity, there were many variations of the Spanish boot throughout history. The Scottish first dabbled in boot torture even before the Spanish, tightly binding victims' legs in saturated leather. The bindings would then be heated over an open fire, shrinking the leather and constricting the legs to the point of snapping bone. The French even got in on the action with their own version. The victim would be bound and gagged on a wooden chair with both feet placed in a single oversized iron boot.
It would then be filled with either boiling water, boiling oil, or even molten lead. And if you're unaware, pure lead melts at around 622 degrees Fahrenheit or 328 degrees Celsius. For comparison, just 2 seconds of exposure to 150 degree Fahrenheit water is enough to cause third-degree burns on human skin. Victims of the French boot would have their skin and their muscles boiled off of their bones or encased in a big hunk of lead. Better get to confessing, or at least make up something convincing. Oh, this shit sucks. You ever hear the term an eye for an eye? Well, the literal form of this would be the toe-curling, face-scrunching practice of abacination. Popular amongst ancient Greeks, Persians, and within the Byzantine Empire, abacination is a form of corporal punishment, meaning that the goal isn't death, but rather to teach the victim a lesson. In this case, how not to see anymore. That's because abacination is the act of inflicting intentional or oftentimes irreversible damage to one's eyeballs. Hey. What the fuck? Your bulbous oculi have a myriad of nerves ready to send your brain big ouch signals the moment they detect discomfort. And boy, are they about to feel some discomfort. Although it was mainly used as a punishment for heresy or treason, the act of annihilating one's eyes existed all across human history. Perhaps one of the most popular examples of this was executed by Byzantine Emperor Basil II. After defeating the Bulgarians at the Battle of Cladion, Big Bad Basil had taken thousands of enemy soldiers hostage. He had ordered that the men be divided into groups of 100 and brought before him. It was then he had his men gouge out the eyes of 99 of the soldiers, sparing one who would be allowed to keep one eye. That lucky duck would be the one to lead his now blinded comrades back to their respective commanders. Now, according to legend, this mass blinding was conducted on 15,000 men, granting Basil II the vicious title of Basil the Bulgar Slayer. But how would this blinding actually be performed? Well, it's really up to how the person doing it felt that day. Traditionally, abacination was carried out by jamming a red-hot iron rod into the ocular cavity, essentially melting the eye from the skull. Other flavors of removal included scooping with a spoon-like device, slitting with a blade, using preposterous pressure to pop them like pimples, or just leaving it up to good old chemistry. Now, if you really pissed someone off, you would be strapped to a chair while corrosive liquid, usually boiling vinegar, was placed in soluble cups and positioned over your eyes. The corrosive agents would slowly eat away at the bottom of the cups, left to drip into your eyeballs, which would painfully dissolve away. At that point, you'd be luckier to die than to survive.
But couldn't they just close their eyelids?
Oh, you mean these? Yeah, they cut those off too. Don't worry, it was only a little painful. See what I did there? No, you didn't. That's fine. Strap in for this one, cause that's exactly what's about to go down, and your legs are about to go up. This is the Tiger Bench, a Chinese torture device popularly used in China from the Imperial Age up through today. That's right, the International Society for Human Rights, a German-based non-governmental non-profit organization, claims that multiple inhumane torture devices like the Tiger Bench are still used on prisoners in China to this day for extracting confessions or flat-out torture just because. It's true, probably. And the same applied to its use in the Imperial Age. During the times of the Ming and Qing dynasties between the 14th and 20th centuries, the judicial system required a confession to legally convict a criminal for their crimes, since forensics at the time weren't all that great. Unless you had notable status to sway public opinion, the perpetrator would basically have to be caught red-handed by multiple witnesses. He ran into my knife. He ran into my knife 10 times. He had it coming. But what do Tiger Bench do, you ask in poor English? It's very simple. The victim is delicately slammed onto a wooden bench in a sitting position, their hands and ankles bound by ropes, and their mouths gagged with, I don't know, probably a piece of cloth or something. They would also have their torso and thighs secured to the bench to prevent any unwanted thrashing from the pain that they were about to experience. One by one, bricks or wooden slabs would be placed under the victim's piggies, slowly elevating them higher and higher while the rest of their body remained locked in place. Now, unless you have the Tibio Taylor talent of a turkey, you can see where this is going. With each addition of a brick, your ligaments in your knees become hyperextended, painfully forcing your knee joint beyond its natural range of motion.
If any of you less than limber people remember the ungodly sit and reach box from your middle school gym classes, just imagine that, but someone grabbing your arms and pulling you with all of their might. Then you might just get a lick of what that pain must feel like. The continuous hyperextension eventually leads to the shattering of the kneecaps and the splintering of the leg bones, utterly destroying muscles and tendons, rendering the victim's legs completely useless. Trust me, although this guy seems untroubled, inside, he's screaming. And if that weren't enough, prisoners would be bound in this position for days on end, to the brink of starvation and full sleep deprivation from the ongoing pain. Not only from the hyperextension, but from physical beatings to the rest of their body if they continue to refuse to confess. They don't know I'm a double-jointed masochist. Despite what the chill demeanors on these fellas' faces express, getting sawn vertically in half is not a pleasant experience. Although the act of sawing has been present throughout many different cultures in history, ancient Roman and Chinese versions were mainly done transversely, or at the waist. But some sadistic buttholes thought, nah, not painful enough. Let's try a different axis. And you know what? Let's hang them upside down too. We'll start shredding the sack, split the crack, go down the hall and to the skull. The method is pretty self-explanatory. A victim will be hoisted up upside down with arms and legs secured to two posts, usually with their dangly bits out. The condemned would then have a big ol' saw ripped through their bodies like a slice of birthday cake. On the bright side, the poor soul would most likely be long dead or at the very least unconscious before the saw ever got that far, thanks to the excruciating pain and severe blood loss. Documented cases of this particular path of punishment are rare, but some stories have survived. The most known case being that of Simon the Zealot, one of the 12 apostles of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. If you've ever seen Leonardo da Vinci's Last Supper, he's the less detailed guy all the way at the end of the table getting ridiculed by these two fine gents for asking, "When can we eat?" Very little is known about poor Simon at all, being only passively mentioned in the Bible. History states that he preached across Egypt and Persia, with the latter being the place of his demise. Apparently, the Persians weren't too happy with the door-to-door preachings of Simon, so much so that they saw to his end. Literally. According to some historians, around the year 65 AD, at the age of 60, Simon was spread in two while spreading the word of the Lord. For his dedication to the J-Man, Simon was made a saint in the Catholic Church, with many depictions of him holding a long saw, similar to the one that ripped through his being. Ironically enough, he was also made the patron saint of tanners and sawyers, which really sucks. I mean, imagine the way you died being your eternal legacy. Like, oh damn guys, you hear that Peter got nailed by a 37 Nissan Altima last week? Better make him the patron saint of pedestrians. But hey, when you walk with Jesus, we're all jaywalkers. Oftentimes we find that nature is already well equipped with possible torture resources, and it doesn't even have to be something large or intimidating. Sometimes it's the small things that pack the biggest punch. Well, turns out that quite a few groups of people around the world took advantage of nature's blessings. Like this little guy. This is a Pseudomyrmex triplerinus, but you can call it a little ouch. This agonizing arthropod is a venomous species of ant most commonly found in the northern areas of South America. These ants contain a cytotoxic venom, which if you remember my little toxins rhyme from my worst jobs in history video, you'd know that cytotoxins cause extreme cellular damage and painful swelling, making it a perfect tool for devastating torture. For this section, we actually have a very modern use case. Back in 2014, a group of Bolivian villagers in the province of Ayopaya apprehended a pair of teenagers accused of stealing several motorcycles. Since the run-of-the-mill judicial penal system wasn't deemed effective enough, the villagers took matters into their own hands. The two upstanding criminals, aged 18 and 19, were strapped to a tree infested with venomous ants for 3 days. The young men writhed in pain for hours and hours on end, sustaining bites all over their bodies from head to toe. Chests were chomped, calves were crunched, nipples were nipped, and balls were bitten. It was only after being found by one of their sisters that the young men were freed from their pincer prison. Well, also after all of their relatives coughed up about $3,700 in cash as compensation for the bikes that were stolen. Gotta pay back your debt after all. Both men were rushed to intensive care, with one requiring dialysis to survive. But I bet they learned a valuable lesson. Don't take shit that doesn't belong to you. There have been other claims of ant torture throughout history, though, as a warning, these are more anecdotal than confirmed.
It is said that the Apache people of the southern US and northern Mexico regions were capable of committing horrible acts of violence, but hey, when you're forced off your land, what are you gonna do? One such act was taking prisoners of war and burying them neck deep in the earth, allegedly near anthills containing red harvester ants. With a simple prod to the hill, thousands of ants pour out to defend their home, and being the nearest target, looks like you're the culprit. The red harvester ant latches onto your skin with its strong chad-like mandibles and proceeds to repeatedly stab you with its stinger. Once stung, pheromones are released, chemically signaling other ants to swarm you. Your lips, your mouth, your ears, and even your eyes are all susceptible to the stings. The intense pain from just a single sting has been described as feeling like being prodded by a searing hot needle, lasting up to 8 hours. So it goes without saying that thousands of those would really suck. But don't worry, it's well documented that around 500 stings would be enough to kill a human. You're probably getting all itchy just thinking about them things crawling all over you, aren't you? Well, now you are. Our last stop on this journey takes place in the big old continent of Africa. Having dealt with colonization for centuries, the many countries of Africa are no stranger to pain. In fact, they're pretty good at dishing it out, especially to each other. Now, the concept of trial by ordeal is not exclusive to Africa. It's been seen across Europe, Persia, India, and Cambodia as well, but this segment focuses on Africa. Why? Because that's how I wrote the script and that's how I'm editing this video, so... Okay, so the idea behind the trial by ordeal is to determine the guilt or innocence of the accused through various means of torture. If you survive, you're innocent. If you die, you're guilty. Not that it mattered anymore, but there were many different ordeals to be trialed through. These are going to be a bit rapid fire, so stick with me. Speaking of which, the first one is the trial by fire. The accused would either be forced to walk along a length of hot coals, hold scalding hot metal, or retrieve items from cauldrons of boiling hot oil. If the victim showed no visible signs of injury, they would be considered innocent. But that's just setting people up for failure. These examples of trial by fire have been historically documented across Togo, Nigeria, and Sudan. Next was the self-explanatory trial by poison. The accused would drink toxic concoctions consisting of various local poisons. In Liberia and Ghana, victims enduring the trial would be forced to ingest the bark of the sassywood tree. Alright, which one of you drank all the sassywood juice? I don't want to drink that stuff. Nope. Was it you? The bark of the sassywood tree contains erythrofleine, a powerful poison that can fuck up your heart. But as long as you regurgitate that slop out of your system, you're right as rain, and considered innocent. Similarly, some prisoners in Sierra Leone or Nigeria would drink a solution made from the calabar bean which contains physostigmine, an acetylcholine esterase inhibitor. If you've never seen my chemical weapons video, this is just a fancy way of saying that it causes life-threatening seizures and a loss of your respiratory control, causing you to choke to death. One final trial would be the trial by water. Popular in pre-colonial Côte d'Ivoire, the accused would have their hands and feet bound and be tossed in the local river. Those who were able to break free of their bindings and swim to the surface were absolved of their crimes, while those who sank like stones were doomed to figuratively and literally drown in their guilt. Talk about washing away your sins.
It's near the end of 1938, and deep in the confines of Berlin, Germany, a couple of nerds are about to discover a discovery that will change the world forever. Chemists Otto Hahn and Fritz Strassmann were enjoying the traditional German pastime of bombarding uranium with neutrons in hope of something interesting to happen. After a few sauerkraut sandwiches, Hahn and Strassmann checked the results of their experiments and discovered that they had performed nuclear fission, which is the act of splitting a larger atom into smaller atoms, releasing a ton of energy in the process, kind of like a bomb. But there's a bit of a problem. You see, this isn't just Germany, this is 1939 Germany. You know, Nazi Germany. And nuclear fission sounds like it would make a pretty effective weapon. German-American physicist and local Nazi hater Leo Szilard was worried Strassmann and Hahn's discovery would fall into the wrong hands, so he knew he needed to warn the Allied nations. So he wrote a letter to United States President-man Franklin D. Roosevelt that basically said,
letter was even signed by famous scientist Albert Einstein so that Roosevelt knew to take it very seriously, which he did. With some prodding from British scientists, Roosevelt approved a program on October 9th, 1941 to assess the feasibility of an atomic bomb using uranium. So sometime later, the committee of the program came back to FDR and said, "We might be able to do it, but we need like $50 to $100 million maybe?" Roosevelt scratched his chin and contemplated moving forward, but was ultimately convinced when a bunch of very American boats were blown up by very Japanese planes. On August 13th, 1942, theory would be engineered into reality with the start of the Manhattan Project, which pushed forward the physical development of the world's first nuclear weapons. Such an ambitious project certainly needed an equally ambitious leader, and there was only one man for the job. That's right, the Manhattan Project was under the direction of none other than Leslie Groves Jr., a decorated and well-respected United States Army Corps of Engineers Lieutenant General. But he also needed someone to lead the secret weapons laboratory. So here enters the star of our story, theoretical physicist J. Robert Oppenheimer, a strictly conservative, Nobel Prize-winning scientific leader. Except he wasn't. To the United States government, Oppenheimer was a filthy commie sympathizer. He had never won any notable awards, nor had he led any major scientific breakthrough projects. But like a shonen anime main character, he had drive and ambition like no other, and Lieutenant General Groves knew that that determination would guarantee the success of this project, so Oppenheimer got the job. Great, but now they had to actually build the lab, and what's more remote and secure for a secret base than in the middle of fuckfuck nowhere, New Mexico? Now set with a location, Oppenheimer then assembled his own Avenger squad of some of the most brilliant physicists at the time in the spring of 1943, placing himself as the Captain America of the group. To keep everyone living together harmoniously during the project, the town of Los Alamos was erected practically overnight. Now, the race was on to beat the smelly Nazis to the finish. With such a high-pressure project, it wasn't uncommon for everyone on staff to frequently worry that Germany was going to beat them to the punch. But Oppenheimer was a natural leader. He was constantly present in every meeting, discussion, and critical moment during the project, ensuring that morale was always maxed out. By July 1945, 3 bombs were successfully developed. Little Boy, a gun-type fission bomb that worked by firing one chunk of uranium into another, Fat Man, an implosion-type bomb that worked by compressing a plutonium core to critical mass, and Gadget, a Fat Man duplicate used as an initial test run. And boy, was it a test. An official test site, codenamed Trinity, had been constructed 200 miles away from Los Alamos to serve as ground zero for the world's first detonation of a nuclear weapon. On July 16, 1945, Gadget was positioned up a 100-foot tall tower to be detonated. Bunkered a hop, skip, jumping away from the tower were 425 spectators, including Oppenheimer. While excited, everyone was still pretty freaking nervous. The scientists weren't exactly certain of what would happen once the bomb was detonated. Would it explode as planned? Would it fizzle out and do nothing? Or would it cause a chain reaction that would obliterate the Earth's atmosphere and allow the sun to burn humanity to a crisp? There was only one way to find out. At 5:29 a.m., Gadget was detonated and immediately exploded with the force of 25,000 tons of TNT. Almost instantly, the explosion turned the desert sand into a 1,000-foot-wide glass crater, generated a shockwave that was felt over 100 miles away, and created a mushroom cloud that stretched 7.5 miles into the sky. He had done it. Oppenheimer and his team successfully created a nuclear weapon, an achievement equally exciting and horrifying. If you're familiar with historical timelines, you might realize that by July of 1945, Nazi Germany had already surrendered, with Japan being the last man standing. Once news of the successful nuclear test reached President Bro Harry Truman, he quickly used it as an open threat to Japan. On July 26, 1945, the US, Great Britain, and China issued the Potsdam Declaration, a document calling for the immediate and unconditional surrender of the Empire of Japan, lest they face prompt and utter destruction. Japan, of course, responded rather quickly, saying, so the US was all,
"You sure about that? You sure about that?"
and proceeded to deliver on the threat. On August 6, 1945, the first atomic bomb, Little Boy, was dropped on the city of Hiroshima, Japan, a major port and military headquarters. Because it was largely untouched by bombing raids, it allowed for a clear measurement of the before and after destruction of the atomic bomb. The blast directly killed 70,000 people, with almost 90% of those deaths being innocent civilians. Despite the immense destruction, the detonation was actually determined to be extremely inefficient, fissioning only 1.7% of its total material. Japan continued to ignore the Allies' demands for surrender, essentially stating that they didn't hear no bell, but they were about to hear something a bit louder. 3 days later, on August 9th, the second atomic bomb, Fat Man, was dropped on Nagasaki after the primary target of Kokura was unable to be seen through the clouds. The blast killed 35,000 people instantly. Truman made the tough decision to drop 2 atomic bombs on Japan, but you, on the other hand, have an easy decision to drop 1 like on this video. Truman did have several more atomic bombs lined up if Japan continued to resist, but on August 15th, 1945, Japanese Emperor Hirohito announced his intention to surrender.
そもそも帝国市民の王寧を図り、敷かれたも金は自分の文句ところ、耐え難きを耐え。
World War II was over. Following the war, Oppenheimer was deemed the father of the atomic bomb and was hailed a national hero, becoming the face of nuclear energy. That is, until Truman wanted him to develop a much more deadly hydrogen bomb to use against the Soviets. Oppenheimer was like, no. To which Truman responded, "You're fired, Bob!" and immediately had Oppenheimer's security clearance revoked. After being politically blacklisted, Oppenheimer hosted scientific lectures around the world and warned others of the destruction science can have when mixed with politics. Being a heavy chain smoker, he was unsurprisingly diagnosed with throat cancer in 1965 and bit the dust just 2 years later on February 18, 1967 at the age of 62. Oppenheimer's legacy shows the true power of scientific innovation, but how terrifying it can be when weaponized. The bombings of Nagasaki and Hiroshima mark the only time in history that atomic weapons were used against fellow humans. And for all of our sake, let's hope that it stays that way. Or at least until I can max out my old school RuneScape account.
Grainger knows that as an HVAC technician, the heat is on you every day. Your first call? An office building with a noisy AC unit. Time to put your experience to work. On site, your meters don't lie. The blower motor's failing. But Grainger's easy-to-search website quickly helps you find what you need to keep the office and their HVAC running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, you're watching my official compilation channel, but if you want to see my newest videos as soon as they're uploaded, check out my main channel, Chat History. Alright, enjoy the video. History's Deadliest Snipers. Oh, my mug. If there was ever a true patriot that answered his country's call of duty, it would have to be this 5'3" snow cone of glee. This is Simo Hauha. But don't let that smile fool you. It was the last thing hundreds of Soviet soldiers would see before being no-scoped out of life's lobby. If they ever even caught a glimpse of him, that is. Born as a Finnish farmer baby on a farm in Finland in 1905, Simo's childhood consisted mainly of helping out the daily farm chores like tilling soil, harvesting crops, petting a cow or two, and most notably, hunting game. A skill which he started to develop a real knack for. At age 17, Simo volunteered to join Finland's Civil Guard. During his volunteer work, the rather reclusive Simo stood out amongst his peers with his innate ability to handle a rifle. There's never a more iconic duo than reclusive children and firearms. Simo repeatedly outgunned his colleagues in tons of competitions, performing feats that would make you go, he's pretty good. One such feat was sniping a small target 6 times in a minute, 150 meters away, with a bolt-action rifle. For my American audience, it's like sniping a Happy Meal 6 times across 1.5 football fields in under a minute with no fancy scopes. This shit made the Finns go absolutely bonkers, but this would pale in comparison to what Simo would accomplish down the road. Fast forward to 1939. The Russian Empire, now identifying as the Soviet Union, decides to bomb themselves right on the Finnish-Soviet border. Why, you ask? To start a war, of course. The Winter War. The Soviets wanted some of that Finland, so with a few Reds dead, it was time for redemption. The Soviet Union framed Finland for the bombing, which, my dearest viewer, is called a false flag operation. Want to start a war but don't feel like being viewed as the instigator? Simply attack your own people and convince everyone that it was someone else. Problem solved. But the ill-prepared Soviets would soon regret their actions. See, Soviet Supreme Leader fella Joseph Stalin was a bit of a paranoid Peter. He had Controlled-Alt-Deleted almost all of his smartest and most competent military strategists and leaders during the Great Purge, just to make sure that they wouldn't try to figuratively, or literally, backstab him. The result? A completely incompetent Red Army showing up in the snowy white Finnish fields wearing dark brown uniforms. This meant that the enemy were easy pickings for old Slick Simo. So, clad in his iconic white camouflage and equipped with his trusty M2830 Mosin Nagant and Suomi KP31 submachine gun, Simo Hauha would spend the next 98 days racking up 542 confirmed kills, earning the moniker the White Death. A name that evoked inspiration for the Finnish and terror for the Soviets. Quick side note, confirmed kills require another person to confirm them. Basically they're saying, yep, they killed that guy, I saw it happen. It's just a way to prevent egotistical snipers from claiming that they killed thousands when they were in fact just sitting there with their dicks in their hands. Anyway, Simo absolutely terrorized the Soviet forces. Having set up multiple vantage points in front of and behind enemy lines, he avoided major detection for months. Simo would enter a nest at dawn, packing down the snow and pouring water over it, giving it the proper nutrients to grow into big, strong ice. This not only stabilized his rifle, but prevented any kick-up when popping shots, which is usually a dead giveaway for a sniper's position. He even munched on snow to mask his own breath trails. When taking aim, Simo relied solely on his iron sights, not as a flex, but for tactical reasons. For one, he wasn't well trained in using scopes, so he stuck with what he knew best. He also knew that using a scope required you to raise your head ever so slightly to look into the scope properly. Those extra inches of dome exposure could mean life or death. Not to mention the fact that scopes fog up in the winter and also like to reflect sunlight, creating a glint off of the glass like a giant neon billboard saying, "Look over here, I'm a fucking sniper." It wasn't until March 6, 1940 that Simo would feel the searing hot pain of his own mortality hit him right in the face. Oh wait, that was an explosive bullet fired from a Soviet rifle. Those things were banned from warfare in 1868, by the Russians no less. The bullet had ripped through Simo's face and destroyed his left jaw, rendering him unconscious and, for a little while, presumed dead. He was later rescued and hospitalized, undergoing several reconstructive surgeries, eventually regaining consciousness on March 13th, the day that the Winter War ended. Unfortunately, Simo's farmland was lost to the Soviets after the war, but the Finnish government was all, "Nah, we got you, bro," and granted him new land to start over. And just as he was before the war, Simo happily resumed his life as a humble and reclusive farmer. He passed away peacefully at the age of 96 in 2002, 11 years after witnessing the collapse of the Soviet Union. Now on the other side, the Soviet Union had their own fair share of deadly snipers. And by that, I mean most of the deadliest snipers in history hailed from the great communist regime. So either their sniper training programs were top-notch, or they had solid propaganda skills. Or both. I have to say, it seems like the harder it is to pronounce the name, the better of a sniper they were. But for the Soviet Union, we will focus on one Lyudmila Pavlichenko, also known as Lady Death. Born in the Russian Empire in 1916, Lyudmila began developing her sharpshooter skills as a wee lass while competing in various youth marksman contests. Unfortunately, shooting guns doesn't pay the bills. But building them does. While working at a local armaments factory, she felt she was a little bit underappreciated and underpaid, so she enrolled herself in university to become a historian. In her spare time, though, she continued to develop her marksman skills by attending sniping school, courtesy of the Red Army. That's a good thing, too, because it's June 1941 and there's someone at the door. It's the Germans. They're invading. Now, with all these krauts going sour, Lyudmila formally volunteered for service. Because of her sniping classes, she was assigned to the Red Army's 25th Rifle Division as one of 2,000 female snipers. Lyudmila was now ready to live up to her full potential as a respected Red Army soldier. Yeah, she ended up digging a lot of trenches. And thanks to several weapon shortages, Lyudmila wasn't even equipped with a gun. she was only given a single grenade as a weapon. It wasn't until one of her slightly injured comrades gave her his M1891-30 Mosin Nagant that she was even capable of doing any damage. Her first instance of drawing blood was picking off 2 Nazi officers over 1,300 feet away. Hans, you've got to try this strudel. It's to die for. Oh my God, Franz, you are always so literal. And she was just getting started. Over the next several months, she fought through the Siege of Odessa, found love, immediately lost it to a mortar shell, fought in the Siege of Sevastopol, trained other snipers, and received numerous promotions, racking up a final confirmed kill count of 309 soldiers, including 36 Axis snipers, although it is believed that her true kill count could be much higher. In 1942, Ludmila took a page out of her late husband's book and was hit in the face by mortar shrapnel. She was quickly evacuated from battle and treated for her injuries, spending about a month in the hospital. Instead of returning to the front lines, however, she served as a propagandist for the Soviet Union, granting her the title of Lady Death. She toured the United States and Canada, telling stories of her combat experiences in hopes of inspiring the Allies to launch more aggressive campaigns against the Axis powers. But Japan already gave a wealth of inspiration to the United States in 1941. Ludmila was actually the first Soviet citizen to be received by a US president. What sucks though is that her time in the US wasn't all that great thanks to the US media. Instead of asking important questions about her service and her experiences as a wartime soldier, the American media instead focused on dumbass unimportant questions about her appearance and her style of dress. Hey toots, killing hundreds of fascists is cool, but what's with the ugly skirt? Even after her propaganda trips, Ludmila never returned to battle. She continued to serve as a sniping instructor for the Red Army until the end of World War II, after which she went back to university and fulfilled her dream of becoming a historian. She then died of a stroke in 1974 at the age of 58, and to this day, she is considered to be the deadliest female sniper in all of history.
Booking.com has stays for absolutely anyone. For instance, imagine you're a vampire thirsting for a lively hotel. You'll find a Vegas resort near some great nightlife. Perfect. You may be undead, but you're the life of the party. And if the forecast calls for sun, at least there's free cancellation on most stays, so you can wait for the perfect weather. Gorgeous. If a vampire can find their perfect stay, anyone can. Find exactly what you're booking for. Booking.com, booking.yeah.
Let's take a skip across the pond to the Great White North where we find our next marksman. This is Francis Pegamagabo, or as his future syllable-sensitive colleagues would call him, Peggy. Born with a tragic backstory of family loss, poverty, and disease, Pegamagabo was destined for a great hero arc. Raised according to the cultural customs and traditions of the Ojibwe Native American tribe, Pegamagabo was taught to hunt, fish, and be one with nature, growing into a healthy and disciplined young man, something that Canada would soon be in dire need of thanks to the efforts of a Serbian, a gun, and one dead Austro-Hungarian archduke thousands of miles away. Great Britain had entered the fray of World War I in August of 1914, lumping Canada into the mix by default because, British territory. Since it is a war and all, Canada needs troops to lob onto the front lines. Well, guess who's at the front door to volunteer? That's right, Francis Pegamagabo. Now, the Canadian government at the time preferred their soldiers to be a little whiter, but he'll do. And so, at just 23 years old, Pegamagabo was a full-fledged maple syrup soldier. His first assignment was getting hucked over to Europe for basic training in England. Thanks to a pretty solid hunting level, he netted himself a job as both a scout and a sniper. His first taste of battle would be one of the most infamous of the Great War, the Second Battle of Ypres in April of 1915. This is about the time that the Germans started deploying chlorine gas as a way to flush out Allied soldiers. This was a dense, heavy gas that crept over the landscape and completely suffocated any soldier caught in its death cloud. Super effective in trench warfare, which is what World War I was all about. Equipped with his standard-issue Canadian Ross rifle, a powerhouse in both range and accuracy but lacking in reliability, Pegamagabo fought his way across the Western Front. After the Second Battle of Ypres, where he actually gained fame for his ability to successfully carry messages across the battlefield with zero regard for his own safety, Peggy found himself in the Battle of the Somme, one of the deadliest battles of the Great War. Despite getting capped in his leg, Peggy had continued success in delivering critical information across the Allied front. Bro was like an instant messenger.
But his next moves, however, would cement Pegamagabo in the history books for his selflessness and bravery. You see, he would often leave the safety of his battalion's trench into what is known as no man's land, the uninhabitable area between trenches just brimming with desolation and despair. Getting caught there meant certain death, as you'd be found in the crosshairs of an enemy rifle within seconds. That is, unless your name is Francis Pegamagabo. This dude would just weave in and out of gunfire, loot the dead for some spare ammunition, and bring it back to his fellow soldiers so that they could continue fighting. Legend has it that he actually injured his back from the sheer weight of the ammunition and the absolute brass balls that he carried around. Not only would he brave no man's land for restocking missions, but for recon as well. He would be able to scope out enemy weapons posts, vantage points, and defensive structures. Now, unfortunately, there's not too many juicy stories explicitly about his sniping abilities, but throughout the various battles he fought through, Francis Pegamagabo had accumulated 378 confirmed kills with an unreliable rifle, as well as being credited with capturing over 300 German soldiers. By the time the war was over, he achieved the rank of corporal and was awarded various medals for his service. He returned home as the most decorated indigenous soldier of the war and is renowned as the single most effective sniper of the Great War. One might say that the Germans took a pretty good pegging, but his service was not without consequence. Over the years, the old pegster racked up a fair amount of physical and psychological damage. Although a war hero overseas, he had returned to Canada to live in poverty and neglect as a native in the very country he fought for. And over the years, he would become an outspoken activist for native rights until his death in 1952 at the age of 61. In 2016, a bronze statue was commissioned and placed in his hometown of Parry Sound, forever immortalizing his noble military service. Just a stone's throw to the south, you have the absolute beacon of freedom that is the United States of America. I should know. I live there. And so did our last sniper, U.S. Marine Corps Gunnery Sergeant Carlos Hathcock. Ever since tasting his first crayon, Hathcock knew he wanted to be a Marine. It also helped that his papa was a World War II veteran, bringing home spoils of war for his kid to play soldier with. In 1959, Hathcock had celebrated his 17th birthday, blew out his candles, and immediately enlisted in the Marine Corps.
That's my boy!
During basic training, Hathcock impressed many of his fellow soldiers on the shooting range. He had qualified as an expert-level marksman, setting records left and right, one being a 248 out of a possible 250 on a mastery range, a record that remained until the course was formally retired, so that very much still stands in my opinion. His continued sharpshooter skills earned him recognition as a Marine Corps Distinguished Marksman in 1965. But just a year later in 1966, Hathcock's skills would be put to the test as he began deployment in the Vietnam War. Throughout his 2 tours of Vietnam, he racked up an impressive 93 confirmed kills with his Winchester Model 70 rifle. Doesn't sound that impressive. You save from behind your computer or phone. But let me tell you why you're wrong. During the Vietnam War, in order for a kill to be considered confirmed and count towards any official kill count, each kill must have been verified by the sniper spotter as well as a third party, usually an officer. But since you can't just have 2 people sitting around all day waiting to confirm kills, most wouldn't be considered confirmed. So while Hathcock tallied 93 confirmed kills on paper, his real count is believed to be much greater, more than 300. Now, this sort of efficacy as a sniper gained him quite the reputation amongst the enemy. During his tours, Hathcock would find himself pitted against enemy snipers wishing to claim the bounty on the elusive White Feather, a name befitting of the man who carried a white feather in his hat. Hey, it's better than Captain Sweaty Nips. What? It's hot out here. But Hathcock didn't just snipe with his Winchester rifle. For a while, he actually held the record for the longest documented kill at 2,500 yards, or just under a mile and a half, with a scoped 50 caliber Browning machine gun. Hathcock's other claim to fame is when he took out an enemy sniper merely by noticing the glint of light from the enemy's scope. Remember when I told you that Sima Hauha hated scopes? Tools can really be your downfall. After noticing the glimmer of light on the horizon, Hathcock took a shot at the enemy and hit his mark. What he would soon realize, though, was that he made an insanely lucky shot. When going to confirm the kill, the sniper was found to have been shot through the scope of his rifle and through his eye, a shot that Hollywood loves recreating in war movies. Cut. Remember Saving Private Ryan? Well, you better, because I'm not showing any clips. God, I love that movie. Tom Hanks, Matt Damon, Paul Giamatti for like 5 seconds.
Instant classic. Anyway, Hathcock's career as a sniper would soon go out with a bang. While riding in an armored transport vehicle, his platoon actually ran over an anti-tank mine. Hathcock managed to escape, pulling 7 fellow Marines out of the fire with him. Thanks to that good old pump and adrenaline, Hathcock had no idea that he was suffering severe burns and was finally pulled away by someone else. He ultimately suffered burns to his face, arms, and legs. Day in and day out, he was in constant pain, but that didn't stop him from helping establish the Marine Corps Scout Sniper School. There, he dedicated nearly all of his time teaching new and upcoming snipers. Over the years, Hathcock's health declined and he was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis, the disease that would ultimately take his life in 1999 at the age of 56.
Richest pirates in history. Yarr. Blackbeard, probably the most notorious pirate in history, surprisingly ranks poorest among the wealthy pirates on this list, though he still made bank. Before the beard, he was known as Edward Teach, a small English chap born around the 1600s. History's forgotten the exact years, so we'll just go with it. In the same sense, not much is known about Little Eddie before he got his first facial pube, so let's fast forward a bit. In the early 1700s, the Caribbean was really going through it as the English, the French, and the Spanish duked it out for territorial control and dominance over trade routes in and around the Americas. One side effect of this conflict was the hiring of privately owned ships to attack and capture other ships. It was like a big game of rock, paper, scissors, but it was just guns, guns, guns. These private guns for hire were called privateers and were given written permission from their respective crowns to plunder and pillage any and all enemy ships to their liking. After all was said and done and the three crowns made peace in 1712, these privateers, who were used to being able to just ransack whoever they wanted to for all they were worth, were now out of a job.
Oh. Well, legally speaking anyway.
In fact, most privateers just kept up their shooting shiny ship shenanigans without a shadow of shame. And this is where the golden age of piracy began to peak and where most of these salty dogs made their fortunes. Eddie Teach was one such a privateer, having served under the English crown during Queen Anne's War in his youth. Around 1716, Eddie Spaghetti took an opportunity to make his fortune, joining a crew under renowned English pirate Benjamin Hornigold. After Teach had seized several small enemy ships and proved his worth, Hornigold was all, nice. And Teach was given more command. Eventually, Hornigold was ousted as captain after his refusal to attack fellow English ships that were just brimming and throbbing with gold. He was given a full pardon from the English crown and retired in peace. Teach was elected as the new captain and was thrilled at the new venture, as he could now do things his own way. Almost immediately after his promotion, the crew had captured the ironically named French ship La Concorde, meaning harmony in English. Now sure, one can expect a few casualties when a ship is absolutely reamed from both sides with cannon fire, but this was a slave ship, and this is how slave ships were packed. Surrendering immediately, the ship was taken and any surviving slaves were set free on a nearby island, to be recaptured later.
Okay.
The brand spanking new vessel was given a makeover, having 40 cannons slapped right on that thing. The ship was repurposed as Teach's flagship and renamed to the Queen Anne's Revenge.
Now an absolute powerhouse, Teach took to the seas to seek his fortune. His most prominent tactic, of course, was intimidation. Not only did he have a brand new ship well equipped to rip any opposing vessel 40 new assholes, but his menacing appearance alone would surely make you pucker your own in fear. As his nickname implies, Blackbeard had a long, jet black beard entwined with various lit fuses. This gave him a terrifying demonic look, which was quickly offset by the smell of burning hair. But if you were sailing your sloop and saw this coming up in your rearview mirror, you just about shit a brick. For a couple years, Blackbeard terrorized the Carolinas, seizing ships and taking hostages. But across the Atlantic, English King Gentleman Dude George I was kind of getting sick of pirates. He offered free pardons to anyone willing to throw in the smelly towel and a free rope necklace to anyone that didn't. Blackbeard took the offer, but fell right back into piracy when the opportunity presented itself, which was immediately. Well, the governor of Virginia took matters into his own hands and assembled a team of pirate hunters to cut down the callous captain. In the wee hours of the morning on November 22nd, 1718, Blackbeard was ambushed by the Royal Navy, and his crew was slaughtered. Blackbeard himself sustained 20 stab wounds and 5 gunshot wounds. Although short-lived, Blackbeard's notorious pirate career amassed a pretty penny. It's estimated that his plundering racked up about $240,000, or about $18.5 million, adjusted for inflation in 2025. In the end, Blackbeard's head was severed and his body disrespectfully dunked in the drink. His melon was mounted as a warning to any and all future pirates.
but an invitation to some. Born in the American colony of Massachusetts, Captain John Halsey began his sailing career as a privateer for the English crown in 1704. He started off by preying on French fishing fleets in the North Atlantic, but eventually preferred attacking Spanish ships near the Canary Islands off the coast of West Africa. This didn't last long, as his letter of marque, the English monarchy's permission slip to raid enemy ships, expired the very next year. Unable to legally loot and plunder, Captain Halsey turned to piracy and sailed further east into the Indian Ocean. The goal here was to intercept Mughal Empire treasure ships, but after several months of sailing around with no booty to show for it, crew morale was at an all-time low. This led to the aggravated crew jumping at any opportunity to score some simoleons. One day, a Dutch ship passed by Halsey and his crew, looking very vulnerable. Halsey, unwilling to attack and anger any European powers, shrugged it off and just kept chugging along. This elevated crew status from peeved to pissed, and Halsey was voted out of office. Which is something the pirates did. If they felt like the guy in charge just wasn't up to snuff, they could just vote him out democratically. Or metallically, depending on the crew. Halsey was metaphorically stripped of his captain duties, and the crew took it upon themselves to attack the Dutch ship, expecting it to be some pushover merchant equipped with nothing more than a single-shot pistol and a few YIOTAs. Turns out, not so. The Dutch ship, in fact, had several large cannons and a surplus of YIOTAs. The Dutch fired a warning shot at the approaching crew, and it was well received. The rogue cannonball managed to slightly injure the guy at the helm and took out a few armaments at the same time. The crew got the message and did a 540 out of there, immediately reinstating Halsey as captain with a collective, "my bad," which it kind of was. On the next trip to shore, Captain Halsey disbanded the crew and formed a new, less mutinous one. Still seeking his fortune, John Halsey found himself in the Red Sea in 1707, where he encountered not one, not two, but 5 heavily armed English warships. "What's the move, Captain?" "We move forward." "Sir, we're heavily outgunned and outmanned. Don't you think—" Did I stutter? Well, yeah, you kinda did. I said, "forward." Okay, damn, I spit in my face. Halsey and his crew stared down 5 massive warships, each one more English than the last. Seeing such a paltry crew, the English warships said frigate and inexplicably retreated. In the confusion, Halsey and his crew managed to capture 2 of the 5 warships before the rest completely buggered off. The crew returned to shore in 1708 to celebrate their well-deserved victory, but Halsey would never return to the sea. The 2 warships, along with their cash and cargo and various other small loot from Halsey's pirating career, are valued at around $19.4 million in today's money. It's just too bad that shortly after making port, all 3 of John Halsey's ships were ripped apart by a hurricane and sank. He lost his fortune, but at least he still had his health. Just kidding. He died of a fever shortly after the storm at the age of 45-ish. Sure, you can face 5 galleons strapped to the keel head on, but God forbid your body temperature goes up a few degrees. Yep, that Captain Morgan. The one responsible for many a college headache and morning walks of shame. But before he got a leg up on the rum business, he was quite the headache to the Spanish in the mid-1600s. Born Henry Morgan around 1635 in Wales, fate would bring this young fella to the Caribbean of all places. It's unknown exactly how he got there. He could have been part of an expedition, served as an apprentice, who knows. All we care about is that it's the 1660s and Morgan is now in the Caribbean, setting up his home base in Jamaica, which was recently captured by the English. Around this time, Jamaica was developing into a reputable trading hub, revving up its plantation business and seeing roughly 1,500 privateers spend their spoils on the local economy. Morgan sailed under English privateer Sir Christopher Mings as a captain, and together, the crew ransacked Spanish settlements in cities across the Caribbean and Central America. Jamaica did eventually come under threat of invasion from the smelly Spanish, so Captain Morgan was promoted to the much less marketable Admiral Morgan and was put in command of 12 ships and about 700 men. Through his letters of marque from the English crown, Morgan had permission to attack Spanish and Dutch vessels at sea. The problem, though, is that ships hold significantly less goods for the stealing than, say, an entire town. Though he was not legally cleared to do so, Morgan began attacking Spanish strongholds between the years of 1667 and 1671. His exploits netted him millions in Spanish bribes to spare towns and cities, and by the time he attacked Panama City in 1671, Morgan had over 30 ships at his command and hundreds of crew members. by far the largest across the Spanish Main at the time. Now, in order to take down this Panama City where the gold coins gleam and the girls got titties, Morgan sent a well-armed and well-trained party of 300 men which clashed against roughly 1,600 inexperienced Spanish soldiers. And to say that the Spanish got their shit slapped would be an understatement. The Spanish forces saw between 400 to 500 casualties, with Morgan only losing 15 men. Panama's governor, now cornered, decided that instead of allowing Morgan to take the city, he would instead burn it to the ground. After Morgan claimed his victory, the city erupted in flame as the surviving Spanish troops set fire to the city. The blaze lasted until the next day, where Morgan and his crew plundered whatever goods weren't burnt to a complete crisp. They burnt the spices. They burned the gold. They burned me. Since what he did was technically illegal, Morgan was arrested but was never charged with any crime, and was instead formally knighted for his undying loyalty to the English crown. He did make his way back to Jamaica and served in a government role with the goal of eradicating piracy from the Caribbean waters, but he eventually fell out of power and fell onto the bottle, becoming a depressed alcoholic. In his final years, Morgan made sizable investments in plantations, owning 3 along with 131 slaves to work them. On August 25th, 1688, Henry Morgan died of complications from his heavy drinking at the age of 52. Across his very successful pirating career, Morgan's total captured booty is estimated to be worth around $19.6 million, adjusted for inflation. Although he died a drunk, his spirit lives on in your local alcohol store as an ironic proof of his spicy exploits. Remember to pour one out for the captain, who was really an admiral. Jean Fleury's story is one of luck rather than tactic. This time, we're going to jump back to the 1520s, right about the time that Hernan Cortez had finished steamrolling the Aztec Empire. With seemingly endless spoils for the Spanish crown, Cortez sent 3 loaded treasure galleons back to Spain, and they almost made it back home. Almost. Enter Jean Fleury, a French privateer on the lookout for any Spanish ships who need a sinking. Stationed in Portugal during the 4 Years' War, which pitted France against the Holy Roman Empire as well as Spain, Jean Fleury was in the perfect position to intercept Spanish and trade resupply ships. In early 1522, the 3 Spanish treasure galleons with gold blowing out their poop decks were spotted on the horizon, on the home stretch to Spain. Jean saw the small Spanish fleet and said, "No way, Jose," but in French. Fleury unleashed a flurry of cannons and quickly overtook 2 of the 3 ships before they could reach safer waters. Content with capturing the ships, Jean had no idea what he had stumbled upon. Below deck, the ship's holds were crammed and jammed with mountains of stereotypical pirate treasure, stacks of glistening gold, glittering jewels, exotic animals, and various rarities for the taking. Jean Fleury hit the jackpot, and with the score of a lifetime, he could have retired as a wealthy man. But that's for quitters, and real men know that the grind never stops. With knowledge of Spain's incredibly stacked ships, Fleury set out with his own fleet to try his luck at chasing that high. He and his crew managed to capture over 30 Spanish ships within the year, but couldn't find a fortune like the one before. The Spanish just about had enough of the Frenchmen and eventually captured, tried, and hanged the greedy little bastard in 1527. Fleury's amassed wealth was heavily carried by his first score, but nonetheless, his pirating career netted him about $47.1 million. But as Fleury found out, you can't take it with you. Big Black Bart was one of, if not the most successful pirate during the golden age of piracy in terms of vessels captured. The first detailed records of Black Bart, aka Bartholomew Roberts, dates back to 1719 when he was the second mate on a slave ship stationed off the Gold Coast of West Africa. It was here that the ship was captured by Welsh captain Howell Davis. Roberts and surviving members of the crew were forced to join Davis's ranks. But Davis found some value in Roberts, not only because he was a skilled navigator, but also a fellow Welshman. When you come across someone who speaks your native tongue, you're gonna bro it out, which is what happened. Hello. Davis and Roberts would have long conversations in their funny little language that none of the other sailors could understand. Through these little chit-chats, Davis convinced Roberts that, yo-ho-ho, a pirate's life was for him. Roberts was hesitant at first, but the idea grew on him when he realized that a life of piracy could, at best, lead to riches, and at worst, provide a short but adventurous life. Much better than being a wage slave to the man. Take that, capitalists. Instead, Roberts pulled himself up by his bootstraps and found a way to steal livelihoods away from hard-working folks. As such an inspirational captain, Roberts really looked up to Davis. But then Davis done got shot by the Portuguese. Roberts, recognized as a close companion to the now dead Davis, was elected as the new captain, much to the dismay of the Portuguese, who very quickly learned a demonstrative definition of the word revenge. Roberts, now in command, really fell into the role of a pirate captain. He began capturing ships left and right, and on an expedition to Brazil, encountered a large fleet of 42 Portuguese ships. Roberts was able to locate the richest ship in the fleet by using the simple tactic of asking nicely. And which one has the most gold on it? Oh, well, it's that one right over yonder. Oh, thanks. Roberts continued his successful spree of ship stealing for the next few years, with his crew growing fiercely loyal. To maintain order and morale, Roberts developed his own Pirates Code, a set of agreements and laws that would be upheld by every crew member, bringing law to lawless men. Roberts was also one of the early adopters of the infamous Jolly Roger's Skull and Crossbones black flag. Flying the Jolly Roger was a great way to tell your targets that shit was about to hit the fan should they choose to stay and fight. Most didn't. In fact, in 1720, Roberts and his crew made their way up to Newfoundland, entering a harbor with their black flags whipping in the wind. Any and all surrounding ships' crews abandoned their post and fled. Roberts took the town, 22 merchant ships, and 150 fishing vessels without firing a single shot. Across his entire piratical career, Roberts yoinked over 400 ships, making him the most successful pirate of the Golden Age. His plunder is valued in the ballpark of $48.2 million. His career was successful, but all good things must come to an end. On February 10th, 1722, a British Royal Navy ship ambushed Roberts and fired a volley of grape shot broadside. Grape shot, if you're unaware, were basically giant grenades, several small iron balls a few inches in diameter densely packed in a canister designed to take out enemy crewmen. Well, poor old Roberts caught a ball right in the throat as he stood on deck, killing him instantly. He was 39.
The civil rights movement encompassed thousands of stories lived by real people across America. On the U.S. Civil Rights Trail podcast, experts take us inside the pivotal events that shaped the movement. From courtrooms to classrooms, from sit-ins to marches, these are the stories behind the headlines told with context, clarity, and care. Listen to the U.S. Civil Rights Trail podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts, because what happened here changed the world.
As you can probably tell, active pirate careers were pretty short, and most died right when the getting was good. A simple rogue cannonball, splinter of wood, or a stray cough could cut down a pirate where he stood, and Captain Thomas II was no exception. Beginning his privateering career at the tail end of the 17th century, Tommy II was commissioned to ravage a French factory on the coast of West Africa. Sailing across the pond from Bermuda alongside one Captain George Dew, both men had a lot to do. But Mother Nature had other plans. Glad that wasn't us, right? Y'all want to be pirates? Okay,
yeah,
sure, okay.
Sure, yeah.
I can hear you. Okay,
yeah.
Okay,
yes.
All right. I can hear you. I can hear. The two crews set sail for the Red Sea, an area chock full of wealthy ships seeping out of every orifice. Like that one. Tommy's first big score was an Indian sloop headed for the Ottoman Empire. The vessel was captured without much effort and was certainly one for the books. Hidden in the hold was millions of dollars worth of gold and silver, with millions more worth of spices, ivory, gemstones, spices, silks, and spices. Tommy II sailed to a pirate haven on Madagascar to divide the plunder before making his next move. Several months later, II grew a new crew and set sail to wreak havoc once again. It did not end well. While pursuing a 25-ship fleet leaving the Mughal Empire, II engaged one of the lagging ships. Said ship turned about to face his attacker and fired a volley of cannons. One of these cannonballs practically split II in two, disemboweling the captain and killing him instantly at the age of 44. Fuck! It is estimated that II's piracy career netted him over $151.9 million in captured goods. There is a lot to say about Sir Francis Drake, but this video is already getting long enough by my standards, so like an enthusiastic Tinder date, I'm gonna trim it up for you. Sir Francis Drake was an English explorer and privateer and one heck of a sailor, starting off as a humble seaman and eventually circumcising the globe. Well, that's not right. Now that's better.
Very early on in his career, Drake grew an incessant hatred and distrust for any and all Spaniards. And now, before you think he's racist, it's because the Spanish wouldn't let him break into the West African slave trade. From then on, Drake vowed to attack any Spanish possessions he came across in the future, which he did. He started making good on this promise in 1572 by attacking Panama, a Spanish transfer site of silver and gold from the Pacific Ocean to the Caribbean Sea. Drake and his men raided the area. Despite getting shot in the leg, Drake made off with literal tons of precious metals, making him and his crew rich and famous practically overnight. It was also at this time that Drake became one of the first Englishmen to lay eyes on the Pacific Ocean, letting out an iconic English roar of excitement. Drake vowed that he would one day sail those waters in the future, which he did. Beginning in November of 1577, Drake was granted a fleet of 6 ships and set sail from Plymouth to... Trying again in December of 1577, Drake was granted a fleet of 6 ships and sailed from Plymouth to circle the globe, eventually limping back home in 1580. Along the way, however, Drake made it his mission to be as disruptive to the Spanish as possible. Just 1 year into the voyage, 6 ships were whittled down to just 1, Drake's flagship, the Golden Hind. Making it past the southernmost tip of Chile, Drake began bombarding the western coast of South America, ravaging Spanish towns and seizing Spanish ships, one of which was the Nuestra Señora de la Concepcion, which housed over 29 tons of silver bars, silver coins, gold, and jewels. Drake was so tickled pink by this score that he spared the captured ship's crew, even gifting them small amounts of the treasure as they went on their merry way. Fast forward 2 years and 1 global circumnavigation later, and Drake's back home in England. The Queen knights him and everyone briefly claps. He then did some boring political nonsense before hopping back on the saddle and obliterating the ever-loving fuck out of some Spaniards, just like the old days. Speaking of old days, those are the types of days that Drake woke up to in his mid-50s. Still clinging to his youth, the withering and dusty seaman returned to Spanish waters back to where it all started, attacking Panama. Sir Francis Drake died of dysentery in 1596 and was hucked into the ocean in a lead coffin. Across his 33 years of piracy against the Spanish, Drake accumulated upwards of $170.3 million in goods and gold.
Some people just don't get it, that Squarespace isn't just for websites. You can get a domain from Squarespace too. It's kind of like how your parents don't get how you make a living off your art, but you do. And with a domain like existentialglitter.com and a website from Squarespace, you can build a brand for yourself, grow your client list, and continue to confuse your parents all in one place. Get yours before it's gone with offer code MAKEITREAL for 10% off your domain or website. Terms and conditions apply.
Last on our list is the one and only Black Sam. No, this one. Despite being known as the single wealthiest pirate in recorded history, his pirating career lasted little more than a year. Black Sam was a real pirate's pirate and was renowned for his exceptional generosity and mercy as he boarded your boat and stole all your shit. The so-called Prince of Pirates began his career as almost all pirates did, in the Navy. During his teen years, Sam both metaphorically and quite literally got his feet wet in a few naval battles before branching off to a treasure hunting crew. But when searching for sunken gold didn't pan out, Sam chose to do the next best thing, a life of piracy. He managed to join the crew of one Benjamin Hornigold. Remember him? He's the pirate captain that Blackbeard served under in his youth. Well, as a reminder, Hornigold refused to attack English ships, much to the dismay of his treasure-hungry crew. Hornigold and Blackbeard broke away from the majority of the crew to go do their own things, like retire and die, respectively. The remaining crew, however, now turned to Black Sam Bellamy for leadership, and he took the job. About a year later in 1717, while sailing near Cuba, Bellamy and the boys came across the Whydah Galley, a state-of-the-art English slave ship practically begging to be captured, which it was. After giving chase for 3 whole days, Bellamy was finally in range to fire a volley, and after the first shot, the captain of the Whydah surrendered. On the ship was a fortune in gold, ivory, and various precious luxuries freshly gathered from the sale of over 300 slaves. The Whydah was re-engineered into a flagship, being upgraded with more firepower for intimidation purposes, as Bellamy often captured ships with little destruction. It was also common that he would spare his captives, allowing them to flee on the very ships he captured, minus any goods of course. Can't make a profit on charity. His kind and reasonable demeanor granted him a very loyal crew, and it seemed like Sam had everything going for him. But fate had another idea.
Just 2 months after the score of a lifetime, Bellamy sailed from the Spanish Main to the American Main. At around midnight on April 26, 1717, the Witta galley was caught in a strong nor'easter storm and was quickly capsized and sank several hundred feet off the coast of Cape Cod. Bellamy and all but 2 of his 146 crewmen went down with the ship. Guys? In 1984, however, 267 years after its demise, the wreck of the Witta galley was discovered, including Sam's treasure. Several tons of gold, silver, and gems were recovered from the site, as well as some human remains encased in debris. And these are suspected to be Bellamy's, though that is yet to be confirmed. Bellamy's exploits earned him a modern-day equivalent of over $177.5 million. That's about 0.045% of Elon Musk's net worth as of me writing this. Guess Sam should have worked harder. Secret spy gadgets, huh? You know all about the Cold War, right? It was that time between the 1940s and 1980s where the United States of America and the United States of Soviet Russia, or whatever it stood for, decided to really duke it out on whose economic system was superior for worldwide domination. Capitalism or communism. But since the USSR is nowhere to be found on a modern map and over 300 versions of Monopoly are available on the market, it's pretty clear who won. Now, it was called the Cold War because neither superpower actually fought each other directly. Instead, everything was just one big wiener measuring competition, from who could build better weapons to who could make more countries kill each other. But sometimes, sneaky measures were taken to get the upper hand, and that's where spies came in. Highly trained agents designed to infiltrate enemy lines and carefully yoink critical information from the other side, among other fruitful missions. But they needed to be creative in their method of extracting information to avoid getting caught. Good spies don't get caught. Perhaps the most common tool in a spy's arsenal was the hidden camera. In order to follow the cardinal rule of pics or it didn't happen, these discreet little lenses were used to secretly take pictures of sensitive documents or sensitive people without being too obvious. Это на сумме секретный документ. Really? Could you flip that over, please? Yes, of course. The clever cameras were carefully concealed in copious quantities of clothes and components like coats, coins, and cleavage. Perhaps one of the most effective types was the microdot camera, a tiny camera used to make even tinier pictures. About the size of a small coin, these little wonders captured images of full-size sensitive documents, but thanks to a special lens and some fancy physics, the resulting image would be scaled down to just a dot. A microdot, if you will. These microdots measured about a millimeter in length and could easily be snuck back into headquarters where they could be magnified and properly read. Gotcha. But taking pictures of a few confidential documents was small-time work. Sometimes you need to think bigger, like entire secret bases bigger. So in order to get a bird's-eye view on the landscape, you had to do just that. That's where the employment and deployment of pigeon cameras came in. Specially trained pigeons that had big old cameras strapped to their chests and sent flying across areas where the camera could reveal potential bases and strategic locations. But if seeing wasn't an option, then listening was an acceptable alternative. It was a common tactic for intelligence operations to bug a room, meaning that multiple listening devices would be planted around said room or on an agent. But some smartass took the term bug a little too literal, which is how the dragonfly insectothopter became reality. But why oh why the dragonfly? Well, because a regular fly is too small and swattable, and while a prototype for a bumblebee was developed, it was noted that real bees are too erratic when they fly. And so if a couple of savvy sleuths noticed a bumblebee just kind of hovering around in the air, it was a telltale sign that your business was being recorded. Dragonflies, though, can kind of just hover for a while, and so it's a little less suspicious. Plus, their long, slender bodies were a perfect shape to house the mechanics necessary to be a microphone with wings. I'm sorry, how many missiles did you say in Cuba? Is there a lake nearby or something?
This is Jacob Vanderford, General Manager at Ronnie Watkins Ford, inviting you to come down and see how we make buying a vehicle fast, fun, and easy. With our great selection of new Fords, choose from SUVs like the Bronco Sport or the Escape. Drive it for as little as $349 a month. Stop by and see us in person or visit us online at RonnieWatkinsFord.com. All offers on select new Fords with approved credit. Bronco Sport stock number SRE 50643. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
But if you had insectophobia, then what could be the next best thing? This thing. The Thing. This vaguely named piece of woodwork was a hand-carved U.S. Great Seal gifted by the Soviet Union to a U.S. ambassador a few weeks before World War II ended. I guess the USSR wanted to get an early jump on the whole spying thing. It was hung up in the ambassador's private study as a way to passively listen in on conversations.
But how? Hidden in the wood carving was an antenna that, although mechanically simple, was pretty impressive technology. Invented by Leon Tiedemann, who is famous for also inventing the theremin, that weird frequency instrument that goes off. This listening device had no power source or wires, rendering it virtually undetectable. No way. Instead, a remote radio frequency would turn on the device, allowing the Soviets to actively listen in whenever those perverts pleased. Classified as a resonant cavity microphone, it was basically a tiny diaphragm that would vibrate from sound waves of people yapping. Those vibrations are then transformed into a signal which was sent back to the Soviets. The device was so well hidden that it actually wasn't found until 7 years later. Yo Dave, check this out, the Soviets put a freaking microphone in the seal.
Those commie bastards were listening this whole time?
I'm gonna rip it out.
No, wait. I have an idea. Time to listen in on the Americans. I hate my job.
Now you might be thinking, man, microphones and cameras? That shit's lame on God for real. Or whatever the flip y'all say today. Well, if I were mean, this is where I would put something loud to blow out your eardrums in retaliation. But I'm not gonna do that. Next up in the spy arsenal, sounds like an idea that someone just pulled out of their ass. You ever see like a Swiss Army knife with its super convenient and practical tools like knives and saws and screwdrivers? Now, imagine if you got the sudden urge to just ram that thing up your anatomical back pocket for later retrieval in a pinch. Well, you're in luck, I guess, because that's what the rectal toolkit is for. Hey, at least it's better than a glass jar. Used mainly by very brave CIA agents at the height of the Cold War, this toolkit was equipped with all the aforementioned tools needed to get yourself out of a shitty situation, all conveniently contained in a ribbed for your pleasure capsule. Although convenient, there might be a few obvious tells of the supportive suppository. Alright, the guards are distracted. Let's move out. I'm right behind you. Oh geez. Sometimes a spy needs a quick getaway. Luckily, there are plenty of opportunities at your disposal. Perhaps a spy's best offense was a solid defense of remaining anonymous and indiscernible amongst a crowd. Many spies were artists in terms of changing disguises on the fly to get any would-be pursuers off their trail. But if changing clothes didn't do the trick, then the 5-second mask would. This was a latex mask developed for quick identity theft on the go. In just 5 seconds, as the name implies, one could assume an entirely new appearance from the shoulders up, complete with facial hair and a hairline that screams, "I've got a mortgage, an unsatisfied wife, and 3 ungrateful brats at home." No enemy agents would suspect a thing, but they would certainly be sympathetic towards your new fake backstory, maybe even empathetic. Godspeed, soldier. But if you're still being tailed and need a quick diversion, it might be time to deploy the Jack-in-the-Box. Constructed from a hopefully unused sex doll, this inflatable fellow served as a decoy for a vehicular getaway. When getting Ubered away from a mission, you may get a feeling that you're being followed and need to quickly vamoose.
The enemy's coming in your behind. Do a barrel roll.
Assuming your driver knows the assignment and you tipped him well, he can quickly turn a corner while you delicately tuck and roll to safety. The Jack-in-the-Box is then quickly inflated where you were sitting, convincing your assailants that you didn't just take yourself out by slamming your dome into a street lamp at 35 miles an hour. However, there may be a chance where the jig is up and you get got. No need to worry though, they can't extract information from you if you're completely dead. You know that famous Pirates of the Caribbean quote.
Dead guys don't say things much.
The thing is, it's very unpatriotic to give up confidential information to an enemy entity. Traitors even. So in order to not disgrace your home country that put you in this dangerous pickle in the first place, you have one last resort. A lethal dose of cyanide hidden in your false tooth. Just gnaw on that sucker like one of Grandma's old strawberry candies to earn your one-way ticket to Sleepy Bye Junction. Now, if you've got the stones for it and you want to fight back, that's where the real fun stuff begins, with an arsenal of concealed weapons at your disposal. This first one really packs a punch. This is the Sedgley OSS 38 single-shot glove pistol, a relatively simple weapon capable of delivering a very simple death. See, with a gun, you pull a trigger and your point comes across pretty quickly. With a glove gun, you get to punch them in the face while you're at it. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone, but it's killing one face with a bullet and a fist. So when you're in a bout of fisticuffs and your opponent insists you give him your best shot, boy will he be surprised. For you ladies out there looking to discreetly apply a nice shade of red to yourself and a target, there's the lipstick pistol, also referred to as the Kiss of Death. This little guy was a single-shot 4.5mm pistol hidden in a lipstick holder used by the KGB. They were the Soviet equivalent of the CIA. Easily disguised as a harmless accessory in a handbag, this weapon could be concealed next to your concealer and make up the foundation of your arsenal. I would imagine such an encounter would go like this. Oh wow, what a lovely shade. What color is that? It's called You're Gonna. You're gonna? Yeah, you're gonna die. You're gonna. You're gonna die. Ooh, how exotic sounding.
How does it look?
Ugh, okay, maybe such tactics are a little bit messy. Let's shoot for something more surreptitious, like poison. Poison's great when you're not on the receiving end of it. If you don't want the hassle of dirty work to rain on your parade, you can opt for the Bulgarian umbrella. This clever contraption looks like a typical umbrella, but it isn't, obviously. This umbrella Ella actually contains a pneumatic element which, when triggered, will launch a poison dart towards any target you desire. The poison of choice was ricin, a potent chemical which, when injected, will cause massive internal bleeding and organ failure, guaranteed to put a damper on anyone's day. The Bulgarian umbrella is referred to as such because the most famous use of the device was in 1978 when a KGB agent assassinated a Bulgarian enemy of the state right in the middle of the streets of London.
Is someone there?
I suppose if you really want to take aim at who you're pumping full of poison, then equip yourself with the ominously named Heart Attack gun. Revealed to the general public in 1975, this firearm was, as the name implies, capable of delivering one free heart attack by means of a lethal injection of shellfish toxin right into the bloodstream. The toxin was discovered by one Miss Mary Embry of the CIA. Her discovery also played a major role in Project MK Naomi, a secret US program aimed at developing biological weapons during the Cold War and a successor to the infamous Project MK Ultra. The poison was frozen into a compact dart and fired at a high speed. Once it penetrated the target, it would melt and be absorbed into the body. The toxin would spread and mimic the symptoms of an innocent heart attack. Only a tiny red dot was the evidence that anything malicious had even happened, besides a dead body.
For procurement managers, Grainger is the go-to partner that helps keep your healthcare facilities ready for patients. Because there's no time to manage orders and deliveries from multiple suppliers, Grainger offers everything in one place, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. All with fast delivery that helps ensure you always have what you need to put patient care first. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Something bad about every country, in no particular order. Sri Lanka's economy has been collapsing since 2019 thanks to a corrupt government and the evaporation of tourism because of the Big C. They owe about $51 billion to the world and only have about $25 million in the bank. Uganda has a terrible water supply thanks to being landlocked and a weirdly booming population. I bet the government will probably help out, but they're probably just waiting for the next Mr. Beast video to drop. Besides being an F-tier Apex gun, Mozambique has one of the highest birth rates, but also one of the lowest life expectancies at birth. Good luck, son. If you have such bad judgment that you find yourself in Honduras, try not to get sick, as they only have one doctor per 3,000 people. Take the economic approach and just be mugged and left for dead. Freedom of speech and freedom of the press are still restricted in the UAE. Hold anti-government protests like we do in the US and you'll get stoned, not the good kind. Iceland has committed some of the worst political atrocities in history, from purchasing green beans to shooting protected ducks and even making rude comments. Over 90% of Gabon is covered in rainforest. The other 10% is covered in AIDS and malaria. When 18th century Serbian villagers experienced anything inexplicably spooky, they blamed the recently deceased, dug them up, and killed them all over again. They would call these bodies vampires. The entire country of Lesotho is more than 3,200 feet above sea level, which is pretty high, but not as high as having the world's highest self-deathing rate. Paraguay once lost a war against Brazil, Argentina, and Uruguay in the late 1800s. They then doubled down and kept fighting, only to lose over 2/3 of its population in the end. For over 500 years, the tiny island nation of Mauritius traded hands between the Dutch, French, and British, and they all dealt in heavy slave trade. Eswatini is the last absolute monarchy in Africa. Too bad it's still a dirt-poor third world country. For over a decade, Haiti accounted for over 30% of the Atlantic slave trade, importing 40,000 slaves a year at its height, but then they revolted and won independence. Israel is a huge fan of huge walls, and not a huge fan of neighbors, but not calling out any in particular. Djibouti is one of the funniest named countries in the world. It's also one of the largest destinations for human trafficking. A little less funny now, isn't it? You think the Netherlands looks like this, but it actually looks more like this. Montenegro translates to Black Mountain, and is in fact not a reference to your friend Monte. Translating to the savior, it's exactly what El Salvador needs since it has been ranked as having the highest murder rate in the world. 68% of Tanzania's population lived below the poverty line of $1.25 a day. Minimalist YouTubers should take notes. Liechtenstein was the last European country to allow women to vote, in 1984. Nicaragua has no formal address system, so if you're trying to go anywhere, an address will probably look like third house down from the second left turn after the Taco Bell. Good luck, Amazon drivers. Sweden was a mighty empire in the late 1500s, but then they tried invading Poland. But no one has ever successfully invaded Poland. Sweden was no longer a mighty empire after that little stunt. Belize has a Bigfoot equivalent called El Sisamito, which runs around killing hunters and ripping off their thumbs. The country of Chad has a mad sharp jawline. It also has one of the highest mother mortality rates in the world. Malawi's president once sold off a private jet and 35 Mercedes-Benz to raise money for the country's economy. Too bad it has the third poorest economy in the world. Burkina Faso is an African country with the capital of Ouagadougou, which just sounds like it was founded by Adam Sandler. In ancient Italy, the Roman Empire was at its peak in the year 117 AD, or CE. Whatever. It then did a 360 and fell over in the year 476. The last traces of the Roman Empire can be found across many middle-income shopping areas in the US. Seychelles by the seashore. Even though it's regarded as the Garden of Eden, it's plagued with terrible plastics pollution. Their saving grace is that their iconic sea coconuts are making me act up something awful. In 2011, Malta held a record for most people gathered dressed as storybook characters at 453, but then was obliterated by Singapore with 1,560 in 2014. Clearly, neither country has ever heard of or smelled a Comic-Con. Mali was home to the world's richest king, Mansa Musa. Now, it's home to the world's largest mud building. Colombia boasts a thriving coffee export, but they also dunk cheese in said coffee and sell you donkey porn on the side of the road. Take your pick. It already sucks enough being a journalist in general, but especially in Eritrea, where it is ranked last in press freedom in the entire world. Tuvalu is a tiny group of islands northeast of Australia with an area of just 10 square miles. Almost no one goes there, so who cares? Give it up for Tuvalu, everybody. Liberia had a crazy civil war from 1989 to 2003. Over 250,000 lives were lost, with most of the killing performed by child soldiers. Imagine getting 360 no-scoped by a 4-year-old, but IRL. Funerals in the Dominican Republic last a total of 9 days. 3 days of grief, 3 days of silence and reflection, and 3 days of acceptance. Just huck 'em in the ground and move on already. It is considered very rude to refuse food or drink in Ukraine. Be sure to take seconds or thirds of all the food that the US is paying for. In 1847, a quarter of Ireland's population kicked the Guinness-soaked bucket due to the infamous Irish potato famine. Potatoes rotted and the British government was neglectful as usual. 1 million people died. You know how it is. Denmark is home to some great social welfare programs and a strong education system. Too bad you gotta pay over 50% in taxes for it. The early 1600s was the darkest time in Russia's history, where a famine killed off a third of its population and then a war killed off another half of that. Good thing Russia's peaceful nowadays, at least. Bhutan used to be in complete isolation until the 1970s, banning any foreigners from entering it. Not that you could really get in anyway, considering it's just friggin' steep-ass mountains everywhere. I won't go into detail about Greece. Pause the video here and look this up. Just don't use a work computer. Bangladesh's capital city of Dhaka is ranked one of the worst cities to live in because of insufferable traffic, pollution, and density. Just like any other city, I guess. Guatemala was home to the longest Latin American civil war in history, lasting 36 years and resulting in 200,000 people getting Guatemala to death. Tragically, there are no guinea pigs in Guinea. It actually really pisses me off. North Macedonia used to just be Macedonia, but Greece bullied them into changing the name because a part of Greece is also called Macedonia. I don't know, man. Tunisia has some of the world's most beautiful golden beaches. It also has some of the highest domestic abuse rates. When Fidel Castro took control of Cuba, he destroyed and banned all games of Monopoly. Reports of family arguments plummeted overnight. Zimbabwe's economy went through the ringer beginning in 2005. The government printed a $100 trillion bill. In reality, it was only worth about 40 cents. Give it up for inflation. Austria's main exports are automobiles, paper products, and genocidal dictators. So when Christopher Columbus discovered America in 1492, he really landed in the Bahamas. He also enslaved almost all of the locals over the next 30 years. Costa Rica is home to a mythical demon monkey called La Mona, which screams at you from the treetops. Before he was president, JFK was marooned on one of the 992 Solomon Islands. He was later rescued by locals only to be murdered by his own government. The island was later named Kennedy Island. China is... But I gotta say, he does look like him. St. Vincent and the Grenadines sounds like the name of a shitty band. In reality, it's just a group of shitty Caribbean islands. I guarantee no one from Burundi will see this video because only 3% of its population has internet access. It's ranked as the poorest country in the world. Comment below if you're from Burundi. Turkmenistan is home to the Gates of Hell, a natural gas crater that has been burning since the 1980s. Probably why it's one of the least visited countries in the world. Cameroon is home to over 2,000 different ethnic groups and almost zero rights for women. The buttholes in Nepal decided to be the only country in the world to not have a rectangular flag, but I guess that makes sense for a country that still uses the caste system. The country of Panama prioritizes use of freshwater reserves for the needs of the Panama Canal rather than the needs of farmers. You can't eat boats, fellas. Or can you? In 1800s Portugal, Diogo Alves killed a total of 76 people by pushing them off of a 200-foot ledge over the Aguas Libres aqueduct. He was caught and sentenced to death by hanging in 1840. Côte d'Ivoire, also called the Ivory Coast, is the world's largest producer of cocoa beans through child slave labor. You can taste the sweat and tears in every bite. Yeah, Borat's homeland of Kazakhstan is a real country. Here, you can play the ancient game of Kokpar, where two men fight over a headless goat corpse on horseback. Real fun stuff. Being a nation of islands, the Maldives will be one of the first to get wiped out when sea levels eventually rise. But look at the turtles! Dominica's economy heavily relies on agriculture. This wouldn't be so bad if it weren't for all the hurricanes that just outright obliterate crops annually. One of the most popular and rapidly growing internet communication platforms was founded in Estonia. That's right, Skype. Everyone uses Skype. In 1991, Mount Pinatubo erupted in the Philippines, sending 10 billion metric tons of magma into the air and shifting global temperatures by 1 degree. But I have to use a paper straw, right? St. Kitts and Nevis was almost always home to tobacco and sugar plantation slaves until it was abolished in 1834. Oh yeah, and Alexander Hamilton was born here. In Oman, you're not allowed to spend more than 10% of your monthly earnings on alcohol, so when you try and fail, you'll be standing there like, oh man. Some Malayan citizens visit graveyards at night, providing offerings to the dead in hopes of receiving winning lottery numbers. Syria is home to some of humanity's oldest structures in the world. Some of these remains and ruins have survived over 7,000 years, only to get blown up by extremist groups. World-famous Grammy Award-winning singer Angelique Kidjo was born in Benin. Oh, you never heard of her? Yeah, me neither. St. Lucia apparently has a pretty bad police brutality problem, so best avoid going there if you want to commit crimes. You probably just get what you deserve. Nauru is another one of them tiny island nations like Tuvalu. Although it's so tiny, it is the fattest nation in the world with 88.5% of its adult population classified as obese. They've also never won an Olympic gold medal. I wonder why. Turkey has some strange customs with babies, from covering newborns in salt in order to give them resistance bonuses to placing a turtle under their pillows at night for protection. Muslims in Brunei are forbidden from marrying outside of their own religion. It's a crime punishable by death. I do, more like I die. Anyway, it's a holiday in Cambodia. It's tough, kid, but it's life. It's a holiday in Cambodia. Don't forget to pack a wife. Madagascar supplies 80% of the world's vanilla. Unfortunately, there are no talking animals like certain movies would have you believe. If you're a bad boy or girl, you can still be legally executed by firing squad in Indonesia. So think twice before you commit murder or decide to go into drug trafficking while touring the country. Palestine is the main reason why Israel is such a huge fan of walls. Also, people have been telling me about a free Palestine, but for the life of me, I can't find where to claim it. Micronesia is a slightly smaller Nesia than Indonesia. It's not uncommon for school children to be kidnapped in Nigeria. Since 2020, over 1,000 students have been abducted and held for ransom. At least it's a good excuse for not doing your homework. Yemen is home to the Well of Hell, a sinkhole that local legends claim is home to a head-stealing djinn. Turns out it's just home to snakes, crocodiles, but no Robin Williams genie. On average, each Luxembourg citizen over 15 years old smokes over 6,300 cigarettes a year. And they're only the world's second heaviest smokers, right behind Andorra. North Korea is best Korea. South Africa is home to a bunch of bums because it currently has the highest unemployment rate in the world at 29.8%. For comparison, the US rate is 3.7% as of this video. Mexico. America's pants. Stay in the tourist areas or the next time your family sees you will be in a Live Leak video. In 2018, Venezuela experienced a 65,000% inflation rate. $1 is about 3.6 million Venezuelan bolívares. Bahrain is home to the world's largest underwater theme park. The downside? Not a single water slide. Just a big dumb plane to explore. You can't fly that thing down there. Senegal was once the largest slave trading center on the African coast from the 15th to 19th centuries, and as such is one of the biggest cases of friendly fire in history. Jamaica is a very superstitious country. There's all kinds of local legends ranging from ghosts that steal your voice to an enraged flaming bull that chases you for being out late at night. Germany. Uruguay has been consistently rated as the safest country in South America in terms of violent crimes, but that also means that it's the most expensive to live in. Safety comes with a price. Bolivia was home to the greatest lake in the world, Lake Pupo. Tragically, it has fallen victim to climate change and completely dried up. Is driving your gas-guzzling car worth the loss of Lake Pupo? I think not. Moldova is Europe's poorest country. With an average GDP per capita of only $4,551, it's no wonder why all of their smart, hard-working youngings are fleeing the country for better opportunities. If you plan on proposing to a loved one, try not to purchase a blood diamond from Sierra Leone. It could end up costing someone an arm and a leg.
The previous leader of Suriname, Desi Bouterse, was the military commander during a coup in the 1980s. He was arrested for drug trafficking, served 11 years, and was then elected president for 10 years before being subsequently arrested again for murdering 15 political opponents. He's a real one.
Alright guys, we're about halfway through. I hope you're remembering to stay hydrated. If not, here's your water break.
Alright, that's enough. Lebanon has a crazy garbage crisis that makes even Los Angeles look sterile by comparison. Environmentalists have tried different cleanups, but the crisis remains, well, a crisis. For example, in this image alone, you can see all of my online gaming teammates. Despite being a group of islands, Cape Verde is one of the driest countries in Africa. In the 20th century, severe droughts and famine caused the death of 200,000 people. Rwanda. If you're in your 20s, you probably remember learning about the Rwanda genocide at school. In 1994, nearly 1 million people were slaughtered during the Rwandan Civil War. The only reason you know the capital of Thailand is because your friend punched you in the balls shortly after telling you. Somalians are huge fans of pasta, thanks to years of colonization by Italy. Australia is home to over 2,400 species of spider. Arachnophobes? Stay away. In 1997, Ecuador had their first female president, Rosalia Arteaga. Before being forced to resign, she served her country for 2 whole days. Singapore has some crazy laws. Here's a few of them. Walk around your house naked, chew gum, smoke, steal Wi-Fi, sing in public, feed pigeons, not flush a toilet, urinate in public, drink alcohol after 10 p.m., or be gay. It's also illegal to unalive yourself, though I'm not sure how they'd arrest you for that. If you want to name your child in Hungary, you're restricted to a list of approved names. Instead of torturing your child with a dumb name, you can instead grant your child a meaningful name such as Zev or Nullifer or Nurbanu or even Tablachka. Over the past 20 years, Trinidad and Tobago have seen an exponential rise in violent crimes, mostly against women. Come on guys, beat your meat, not a woman. In 1983, Sudan enforced Sharia law, subsequently banning all alcohol. The entire country's alcohol stock was dumped into the Nile River, so at least the crocodiles got lit. The national dish of Peru is called koi. It's just a whole roasted guinea pig. Saudi Arabia is one of the world's top executioners, performing 196 public executions in 2022, right behind Iran's 576 and China's unknown thousands. Azerbaijan is known as the land of fire because of frequent spontaneously combusting mountainside natural gas leaks. The Marshall Islands got completely dunked on when serving as a nuclear bomb test site in the 40s and 50s. The islands are riddled with bomb blast buttholes. The Central African Republic has been a complete shit show ever since gaining independence in 1960. Constant coups, internal conflict, and the like make this country a no-go. Antigua and Barbuda are 2 more dumbass islands among other dumbass islands in the dumb shit Caribbean, meaning it probably had slaves and was visited by pirates at some point. The Democratic Republic of the Congo, like most African countries, doesn't have a pretty past. The entire
entire population was violently enslaved under the Belgian crown to farm and harvest rubber from trees. Africa really got the short end of the stick in history. There's a lot of things you're not allowed to bring into Uzbekistan. This includes, but is definitely not limited to, Monaco is the wealthiest country in the world, with over 30% of its population being millionaires. Sounds impressive until you realize that the entire country can fit in Central Park in New York with a population of 38,000 people. There are at least 1.5 million cats that live in Cyprus, which means they way outnumber the amount of people. This is actually not a negative fact, unless you're allergic to cats. You're completely SOL if you have a toothache in Morocco. There's only one dentist for every 800,000 residents. Sounds like it's time to break out the pliers and do it yourself. Besides being the best country in the world, the United States is also the greatest country in the world. Togo is an African country. I'll give you a wild guess what thing might have happened there. If you're a masochist, you can voluntarily spend the night in the Karasta prison hotel in Latvia, where you can be interrogated, punished, and harassed as you sleep in a cold cell. Niger was the country you were terrified to pronounce at school, while some other kids were oddly excited to. Angola, African country. Slaves. Guyana was home to Jonestown, a lovely little town which had a sudden population decrease from 918 to 0 in a matter of a few hours. They drank the Flavor Aid and committed self-die in the name of Christian socialism. Vanuatu is a group of South Pacific islands, huge fans of cannibalism, with the last known case occurring in 1969. According to Vanuatu cooking practices, humans take 3 to 5 hours to cook. Still no guinea pigs in Guinea-Bissau, just citizens living off of less than $2 a day. Slovakia is home to the world's tallest cave column, which spans 112 feet high. How boring of a country do you have to be where this is a notable fact? If you want to learn about Samoa, you first have to consider the coconut, and consider its tree. Also take into consideration Samoa's high obesity and heart disease rate.
Man, it's hot here.
In New Zealand, sheep outnumber people 7 to 1. Be cautious. You never know when you're being watched by a sheep.
Good.
Bosnia
Oh
and
my God,
Herzegovina is a single country but sucks as much as two. It's got some of the
That was
worst air
harsh.
pollution in Europe, high
Did he get a
unemployment, and over
badge?
200,000 active
This thing
landmines
is
in
off.
walkable areas. The only thing booming here are your legs. We all know South Korea is the better Korea. I could watch those
okay.
Korean street food videos all the time.
Oh,
Oh, wait,
it's
something
so
bad.
warm.
In general, they're pretty racist
You
towards
wanna know?
outsiders. Because of this, South Korea is one of the least diverse countries in the world. There's a town in Mongolia named after you. Sadly, it's pronounced maroon, but that ruins the joke. Libya used to have the world's most boring flag. Then after overthrowing its dictator, they added some pizzazz with the symbol from Link's mirror shield for some reason. Must be huge Ocarina of Time fans. Barbados. Caribbean island, let's see. Pirates and slaves. Ah yes, but white slaves too. Enemies of the British Crown were sometimes sent to Barbados to live as indentured servants. The Czech Republic and Slovakia used to be Czechoslovakia but got divorced in 1993 to find new identities for themselves, leaving behind 15 million disgruntled children. If you ever visit the tiny island nation of Palau, you are required to sign an eco-pledge promising to be a good little boy or girl and not to cram straws directly down a leatherback sea turtle's gullet. Qatar hosted the 2022 World Cup. It cost the country $220 billion and 6,500 migrant workers' lives. All that to host one of the most boring sports in the world. East Timor, or Timor-Leste, declared independence from Portugal in 1975. It was then
Right,
invaded
chat.
by Indonesia 9 days later and sustained a 24-year period of violence and resistance, resulting in the
Please
deaths
stream,
of
y'all.
over 250,000 people, or a third.
Right, chat. See ya. See ya. Bye.